Chapter 001. Where is this? When Rourke woke up, he found himself suspended in darkness, unable to go up to the sky or down to the ground. Suddenly, a dazzling light appeared, and then slowly grew bigger. It was a football-sized light mass, and Rourke swam towards the light group with all his might. When Rourke swam to the side of the light group, he found that there were 4 books in the light group, and there were several esoteric words on the cover of each book, which Rourke did not know, but he could understand it ghostly. Dragon elephant like a skill, Zhuyang divine skill, change the heaven and earth spiritual great law, Kunkan great shift. Did they bring me here? Rourke's heart was very shocked. He vaguely remembered that he entered an ancient tomb with the archaeological team to excavate cultural relics, and found 4 nameless ancient books in the ancient tomb. He just stared at the 4 ancient books for a while, and he felt a tingling pain in his head and fainted. Rourke stretched out his palm, through the barrier of the light mass, towards the 4 books, and the moment he touched the 4 books, something strange happened. The 4 books turned into dots of light and flew into Rourke's eyebrows. Ugh! Rourke's head swelled with pain, he screamed, and then fainted again. Planet Vegeta, in the infant culture room. It is a very high-tech place where all newborn scion babies spend some time and then assign different tasks depending on their potential. Buzz! When Rourke woke up again, he found himself in a container surrounded by liquid, but he did not feel drowning at all, but felt very comfortable. There were also such containers around, and in each container there was a baby with a tail, and Rourke felt that this scene was very familiar, and a bright light suddenly flashed in his head. Did I travel to the world of Dragon Ball and become a scion baby? At this moment, several middle-aged scions walked in, holding a special instrument in their hands. His Royal Highness the Prince is in this batch of newborn scions. I don't know how much combat power he has. A middle-aged scion said. His Royal Highness the Prince has the blood of King Vegeta, and his combat effectiveness will definitely not be low. I guess that he is at least a high-class warrior. Maybe he will be an elite warrior like King Vegeta. Another scion said. King Vegeta is still waiting for our report, hurry up and test. One of the scions placed the instrument in his hand on the cubicle and pressed the switch. Diddy, 520. How is this possible? Could it be that the instrument is broken? The Nasayan people were shocked by the results of the test, thinking that the instrument might be broken, and immediately brought a new instrument, and the result of the test was still the same as just now. His Royal Highness the Prince's combat power is as high as 520, far exceeding the standard of elite warriors. The middle-aged scion was shocked. Scions divide scions into several classes according to their combat effectiveness at birth, with inferior warriors between 0 to 30, medium warriors between 31 to 60, superior warriors between 61 to 90, and elite warriors between 91 to 120. So far, no scion has been born with a combat power of more than 120. Could it be that His Royal Highness is a legendary super scion? A scion said excitedly. This matter must be reported to King Vegeta as soon as possible. After the shock, several scions also reacted immediately. Well, I'll report back, and you guys will continue to test other toddlers. After one scion went to report to King Vegeta, the remaining scions continued to test other scion infants, and finally it was Rourke's turn. I don't know how my combat power is. Rourke was looking forward to it. This seems to be the child of Lord Paragus. I don't know what will happen to the combat power. A scion walked up to Rourke's side and placed the instrument on the cubicle. Diddy. The value on the instrument rises rapidly. 200. 800. A few currents flashed, and then with a bang, the instrument exploded directly. What's going on? Could it be that his combat effectiveness exceeded the upper limit of the detector? The Nasayan said incredulously. How is this possible? You must know that the upper limit of the detector is as high as 1000, it must be that the instrument is broken, and you can test it with another instrument. The other scion shook his head. Just now, the Nasayan also felt that his guess was impossible, and brought a new instrument and prepared to retest. At this time, Rock was also very shocked in his heart. Paragus? Isn't that the name of Broly's father? Could it be that I became Broly? Seeing the explosion of the detection instrument, Rock confirmed the guess in his heart. Broly is a legendary Super Saiyan, and his combat effectiveness at birth is much higher than that of Vegeta. No, if this continues, I will definitely be jealous of King Vegeta and either killed or exiled to a remote planet. Rock was anxious. According to his knowledge of the original book, there are two versions of Broly. One is killed by King Vegeta, but because of his tenacious vitality, he survived by luck and then wandered in the universe. Another version is exiled to the planet Wampa, where he spent decades because the spacecraft was damaged. However, judging from his situation of the same age as Vegeta, he should have crossed into Broly in Dragon Ball Super and will be exiled to the planet Wampa. Although it was a little better than the previous situation, it was not what he wanted. To know that there are no humans on the planet Wampa, and the environment is extremely harsh, and the food is mucus in the spider's legs, such a life is terrifying to think about. By the way, there seems to be a way to control Chi in the Kyunkan Great Shift. A bright light flashed in Rock's mind, and when he woke up, he found that he had something more in his memory, which was the 4 divine skills from before. Seeing that the Nasayan was holding a new instrument and preparing to test his combat power again, Rock hurriedly controlled his Chi according to the method in the Great Shift. Diddy, 200. It seems that the instrument was really broken just now, but the combat power of 200 is also very terrifying. If there is no His Royal Highness the Prince, he is the most genius scion. Change him to a special cabin, and when he grows up, our army will have another high-end combat power. Another scion said. Chapter 002. Planet Vegeta. More than a dozen spaceships, large and small, flew unscrupulously over the planet Vegeta, crashing into many buildings, and many scions were very angry and couldn't help but curse. Damn, they're too rampant. However, considering the strength of the other party, they gritted their teeth one by one, but did not dare to make a move. King Vegeta's palace, a scion walked in. Your Majesty, Lord Kurd's spaceship has arrived. I saw it. King Vegeta hated it very much, but had to put down his proud posture and walk out to greet him. Long time no see, King Vegeta. Kurd, with his son Frieza, and some of his men, walked out of the spacecraft. King Kurdish, welcome to our country. King Vegeta forcibly endured the anger in his heart and welcomed with a smile. Introduction, this is my son Frieza. Kurd patted Frieza with his hand and introduced King Vegeta and the others. King Vegeta felt the gloomy and cold aura on Frieza's body, unconsciously took 2 steps back, and with everyone behind him, quickly knelt down and saluted. It is an honor to meet you, Lord Frieza. Please take care of each other. Frieza had a smile on his lips, but the smile was chilling. Although it was a little sudden, I decided to retire, and then Frieza would inherit the army, and the Kurdish army is now the Frieza army. Kurdish said. King Vegeta and the others were shocked when they heard the news. Nothing will change, the scions only need to follow the instructions of the Frieza army, and if anyone dares to disobey, Frieza is even more ruthless than me. Kurdish continued. Oh, please take care of you, I'm looking forward to all the scions. Frieza revealed his trademark smile, which made King Vegeta and the others feel cold behind their backs. In order to commemorate my inauguration today, I also specially brought new combat equipment. As Frieza spoke, a person next to him opened the box in his hand, and there were many new types of combat power detectors in the box. This is a newly developed combat effectiveness detection equipment, which has been improved on the basis of the old model of reconnaissance detector, which is lighter and easier to carry, and can also talk in real time. Frieza took out a combat power detector and brought it to his eye. The main function is the same as the old model, which can display the opponent's combat effectiveness and position, and can also display the opponent's distance. Frisia demonstrated the function of the combat power detector while talking about it. Oh, there are many scions nearby who are aiming at us with weapons, and the scions over there have a combat power of 2000, which is quite excellent. Shout! As he spoke, Frisia's finger suddenly shot out a ray of light, killing a scion who was aiming at him. Yikes! A few more rays of light followed, killing several scions hidden elsewhere. That's how it feels to use, isn't it? Frisia looked at King Vegeta with a grim smile, making King Vegeta grit his teeth with hatred, but helplessly, his fists clenched tightly. In short, I will give you 500 as a meeting gift. If it is not enough, please feel free to tell me and leave. After Frisarivi finished, he left the planet Vegeta. Vegeta looked at the departing Frisia and crushed the combat power detector in his hand. At this time, the scion who had left the baby training room before ran over and said a few words in King Vegeta's ear. And King Vegeta's face immediately turned cloudy and clear, and said, "Go to the baby training room." After a while, King Vegeta came to the baby training room. "Oh, have you grown so big, my most proud son? Your potential ability is the level of genius, and it is not the monster named Frisia who will become the king of the universe in the future, but you. I'm really looking forward to your growth." King Vegeta looked at Vegeta in the cultivation cabin, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Turning around to leave, he suddenly found Broly in another special training cabin. "Who is this imp and why is he staying in the special cabin?" Vegeta asked very unpleasantly. "This child's name is Broly, and he is the child of Lord Paragus." The staff of the training room ran over with sincere trepidation. "Why? Special cabins like this one are specially prepared for elite scions." King Vegeta roared. "Broly's combat power is as high as 200, except for His Royal Highness the Prince, he is the highest ever. If it is well trained, our army can add a high-end combat power in the future," the staff explained. When King Vegeta heard this, he pondered for a while. If it was before, he would definitely find a way to kill Broly or exile him, but now with Vegeta, a super genius with a combat power of up to 520 at birth, Broly's 200 combat power is not so dazzling. "You're right, let Broly grow up in this special cabin," King Vegeta said, and after speaking, he left the baby training room. After King Vegeta left, Broly, who would be called Broly henceforth, also breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. "I've escaped it for the time being. As long as he is given time to grow, with his legendary Super Saiyan qualifications, let alone King Vegeta, even Frisia will not be in his eyes." Thanks to the great transfer of Kyunkan this time, it seems that martial arts cheats also have a lot of role in the Dragon Ball world. Broly thought to himself. In general, martial arts are of little use in the Dragon Ball world, and in the martial arts world, can the most powerful person destroy a mountain? In the world of Dragon Ball, a few hundred combat power points can do it. However, there is no upper limit to Broly's 4 martial arts, and the 13-layer dragon elephant-like skill is useless, but what about 100 layers? What about 1,000 layers? Or even 10,000 layers? And some of the principles in martial arts also work in the Dragon Ball world, such as the control and use of force in the Kyunkan Great Shift. In the blink of an eye, 3 months later, Broly was finally able to come out of the culture capsule. "Lord Broly, news has just come that your father encountered an unexpected strong enemy while on a mission, and the entire squad was killed," a technician said respectfully. Although Broly's age is still young, his combat effectiveness is already higher than him, and Broly still has a lot of room for growth in the future. "Killed in battle." Broly was a little surprised. It seems that because of him, history has changed a little. Originally, because he was sent by King Vegeta to the planet Wampa, Paragath followed him, but now he went out on a mission and died on other planets. It's not that simple, Broly thought to himself. Paraga's death was by no means an accident, and he felt that there were 2 possibilities: either Frisia's hand or King Vegeta's hand. Frisia has always wanted to destroy the Scions. Maybe at this time, he has already done it secretly, and the strong enemy that Paragus encountered was sent by him. Although King Vegeta said that he was not so afraid of Broly, he would definitely do something to prevent Broly from exceeding his control. Chapter 003. So where should I go now? Broly asked. He has no interest in finding out the truth about Paragus's death, and in his opinion, King Vegeta will definitely die at the hands of Frisia in the near future, and Frisia is just a stepping stone on his path to growth. When the time comes, killing Frisia can also be regarded as revenge for Pelasga. King Vegeta placed you in Prince Vegeta's squad. The technician said. Then take me there. Broly said. It doesn't matter how he is arranged, as long as he can improve his strength. After a while, Broly was taken to a large cultivation room, while Vegeta was fighting a cultivator, and Vegeta had the upper hand. Prince Vegeta really deserves to be the strongest genius ever. Less than a year old, he can defeat cultivators. A bald Scion said. Prince Vegeta may really become a legendary Super Saiyan and lead our Saiyan clan to glory. A long-haired Scion said. Broly heard the conversation between the two and smiled disdainfully. The legendary Super Saiyan was born, not cultivated. He guessed the identities of the two, none other than Nappa and Raditz. The combat power of this cultivator is at most 600, which is much weaker than the cultivators grown on the earth. Broly glanced at the cultivator who was fighting Vegeta. In the 3 months in the cultivation cabin, Broly was not idle. He had been cultivating Kyunkan Great Shift, and now he had cultivated to the 5th layer. Not only could he control the chi in his body at will, but also sense the chi of others. Lord Broly, I'll go back first. The technician said. Go ahead. Hearing the technician's words, Nappa and Raditz turned around and looked at Broly. You're Broly? Raditz asked haughtily. Good. Broly replied indifferently. I heard that you are the strongest genius besides Prince Vegeta. How come 3 months have passed, and the combat effectiveness is only 230? Raditz sneered. That's better than you trash, too. Broly said disdainfully. Raditz was much older than him, but his combat effectiveness was only a little stronger than he showed, and he didn't know where the courage came from to provoke him. His true combat power is much higher than 230, but it is usually controlled at 230 to make King Vegeta less jealous, and at the same time avoid attracting Frisia's attention. Damn, my combat power is already 250. Raditz was enraged by Broly. Bang! However, as soon as his words fell, Broly suddenly kicked him in the stomach, and the severe pain made him bend like a cooked shrimp. So fast! Nappa next to him was shocked. He didn't see Broly's movements clearly just now. Don't bark in front of me again in the future, or I will kill you. Broly said indifferently. Raditz didn't speak, looking at Broly with fear in his eyes. Rumble. At this time, Vegeta hit the cultivator's body with an energy ball, completely killing the cultivator, and looked towards the 3 of Broly. Don't argue, hurry up and cultivate. Go out with Prince Ben to carry out a mission in a year. When the combat effectiveness is too low, the task cannot be completed. Prince Ben will not be polite. Vegeta said coldly. Yes, Prince Vegeta. Nappa said tremblingly. Broly walked into a separate cultivation room and began his own cultivation, and after 3 months of study, he also learned a little about the effects of the 4 exercises. Dragon and Elephant Ruogong is a body refining exercise. The main function is to enhance the strength of the physical body, but when cultivating, it consumes a lot of qi and blood, so he has not yet cultivated. Zhuyang Shengong is a practice of Qigong, which can increase the qi in the body, and at the same time make the qi in the body become hot, so that the qi and attributes are combined. The Spiritual Dafa of Changing Heaven and Earth is a book of exercises for cultivating spiritual power, and its main function is to enhance spiritual power. Kyunkan Great Movement is a secret technique that can stimulate the potential in the body, increase the control of qi, and some techniques for using qi. The four martial arts have their own wonderful uses, and each of them has great benefits for me, but for now, I am still majoring in the great law of changing the heaven and earth spirit and the great movement of Kyunkan. Broly thought to himself. The qi in his body is much more violent than that of ordinary science, and if he can't control it, it is easy to erode his reason, so enhancing his spiritual power and controlling his qi is the most important thing at present. Time always slips by inadvertently, and another year has passed in the blink of an eye. In the cultivation room, Broly's whole person seemed to be rooted there, resolutely not moving. The sound of breathing was faintly accompanied by the sound of a dragon-groaning elephant, and between each breath, the strength of his body were slowly increasing. Dragon Elephant Pile, specializing in cultivating dragon elephant-like skills. Phew, the cultivation of dragon elephant Boruagong is here today. After running for a big week, Broly's mouth and nose protruded from several breaths like white mist. Cultivating the dragon elephant Ruagong consumes a lot of qi and blood, and after each cultivation, you need to eat a lot of meat to supplement the qi and blood consumed by the body, otherwise it is easy to lack qi and blood, which will damage the foundation. In 1 year, Broly's strength has been greatly improved, and his combat strength alone has increased to 30,000, and the scions on planet Vegeta are no longer his opponents. However, his usual combat power is only more than 800, and the speed of improvement is much faster than that of ordinary scions, but it is slower than that of Vegeta. Only by doing so will it not arouse the suspicion of others. In addition to the improvement of combat effectiveness, the four martial arts have also made great progress. The Dragon Elephant Ruagong cultivation has reached the 6th level, and it is not a problem to defeat the current raiders simply by relying on physical strength. Zhuyang Shengong cultivated to the 30th layer, not that Zhuyang Shengong was difficult to cultivate, but Broly spent the least time on Zhuyang Shengong. The Heaven and Earth Transformation Spiritual Dafa had been cultivated to 100 layers, and Broly spent the most time on it, because the spiritual power was strong, in order to avoid allowing the violent qi to erode reason. Kyunkan Great Transfer cultivated to the 80 level, and his control of qi was raised to a very high level, and if he wanted to, he could completely make the combat power detector undetectable. Walking out of the cultivation room, he saw Vegeta training against Raditz and Nappa. Both of them are much older than Vegeta, but the two are far from Vegeta's opponents. 1500 combat strength, no wonder it arouses Frisia's jealousy. Broly thought to himself. He thinks that Frisia will destroy planet Vegeta, and there is Vegeta's reason in it, and Vegeta's growth rate makes Frisia feel threatened. Seeing Broly come out, Vegeta seemed to lose interest in continuing to play, and knocked Raditz and Nappa to the ground with 2 punches. Chapter 004. Tomorrow we will go to the planet Prado to carry out a mission. I have refused to let my father send someone to protect us. Whether we can survive depends on our own strength. Vegeta said. When Broly heard this, his departing steps paused slightly. He was not worried about his own safety. With his combat power of up to 30,000, if there was still danger, it was useless to send someone to protect him. He was just a little surprised that Vegeta refused to send someone by King Vegeta to protect, and the superior warriors and elite warriors among the scions would send experts to escort them when they first performed their missions. After all, the number of superior warriors and elite warriors was very rare. It seems that Vegeta's proud character is innate. Broly thought to himself, after all, Vegeta is only 1 year old now. The next day, the spaceport of planet Vegeta. 4 spherical spaceships left the planet Vegeta, and it was none other than Broly's group. It turns out that planet Vegeta looks like this. Broly was still watching planet Vegeta in outer space for the first time, and he was slightly shocked, which was completely different from staying on the planet and watching. The planet Vegeta is dark red overall, with little green vegetation, and the scenery is not very good, but it is very suitable for scion life. It is about to go on a long voyage, it is recommended to turn on the sleeping device. The ship's intelligence system reminded. Broly did not choose to sleep. The space of the spherical spaceship was too small to exercise, but it was enough to practice the 3 exercises in addition to the Dragon Elephant Ruagong. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months passed. About to enter the outer space of the planet Prato, please be prepared to land. The sound of machinery sounded. Broly withdrew from his state of cultivation. Finally here. The view of Prato is completely different from that of Vegeta, with an overall sky blue color, and 80% of the planet's surface is covered by oceans, but the 20% of the land area is much larger than Earth. Thundered. 4 spherical spaceships with a red sheen fell from the sky, and with several loud noises in succession, the violent impact stirred up the sand and gravel in the sky, and soon made the vision hazy. Large areas of forest were destroyed in the impact, and strong air pressure spread from the impact point to the surroundings, and towering trees were crushed to the ground, and some were even uprooted. When everything calmed down, what appeared in front of him was nearly 100 meters of bare sand, and in the center of the sand, there were 4 ring-shaped impact craters with a diameter of more than 10 meters, and at the bottom of the impact crater, 4 spacecraft were half buried and half buried. Click! The hatch of the spacecraft opened. Broly got out of it, and then floated up and came to the ground. The 3 of Vegeta also came out of the spaceship and came to Broly's side. Raditz pressed the combat effectiveness detector, dripping, and a lot of data was displayed. 478,1209,654,2380,2904,125. Your Highness Vegeta, the highest combat power on the Prato planet is already almost 3000. Can we complete the mission? Raditz said in fear. Humph, it's only 3000 combat strength, it won't take me long to surpass, and the life on this planet is not intelligent, will not besiege us. We can first pick opponents of equal strength to hunt, and continue to get stronger in battle. Vegeta snorted coldly. Apparently he knew the situation of the planet early on and was confident in completing the mission. Broly nodded, having to admit that Vegeta was still very talented in fighting, and said, "Let's each find our own target and gather here every night." After speaking, Broly flew into the air, pretended to check it with a combat power detector, and then flew northwest. 150 miles to the northwest, there was a wide forest. Unlike the primeval forest surrounded by lofty mountains, the forest here is very neat, with rows of large trees arranged in a staggered manner, as if planted by man. Found it! Under a large tree hugged by several people, Broly found his target, which was a saber-toothed tiger more than 10 meters long and 4 or 5 meters tall. Sharp fangs, under the golden fur are explosive muscles. At this moment it is taking a nap under the trunk of the tree. Not far from him, there are Sensen white bones. When Broly set his eyes on it, it also suddenly woke up. This is his intuition. The muscles of his whole body tensed for a moment, looked around, and finally fixed his gaze on Broly's body. Wah! The saber-toothed tiger let out a roar, and a strong murderous aura rose from its body. After hearing this roar, the surrounding birds and beasts were frightened and left the area. The tense muscles suddenly erupted, and the figure of the saber-toothed tiger disappeared in place. Rustle! The saber-toothed tiger quickly shuttled through the forest, and only a faint afterimage could be seen. Suddenly, the huge figure appeared behind Broly, and its sharp claws glowed with cold light, swooping towards Broly. Without even turning his head, Broly punched him in the back, and the saber-toothed tiger let out a mournful howl and flew out upside down. The huge body slid on the ground, only to stop after crashing into a large tree several meters in diameter, and then stood up again, staring at Broly with a fierce glare. Roar! Suddenly, the saber-toothed tiger raised its head, and a crimson shock wave emanated from the saber-toothed tiger's mouth, heading straight towards Broly. Broly's arm bent, his fingers were juxtaposed into a knife, and he slashed on the energy ball, and with a bang, the energy ball was directly scattered and dissipated into invisibility. Chi is not condensed enough, even if I only have 80% of its combat power, I can kill it. Broly commented. If you lower your combat effectiveness by 2%, you can also lower the other party to kill, which is already very terrifying. In the Dragon Ball world, if you are 10% higher than the opponent's combat effectiveness, you can have the upper hand, and 30% higher is basically crushed. This kind of combat power can't sharpen me, but this meat is rich in energy, and it is very good to use it to cultivate dragon elephant-like skills. Broly muttered. Su. Seeing that its shockwave did not hurt Broly, the saber-toothed tiger kicked its hind legs, rose in the air, and pounced on Broly with both claws. Bang! Broly threw out a whip leg, and the saber-toothed tiger fell to the ground like a kite with a broken line. Boom! The huge body hit the ground, setting off a lot of dirt and gravel, and the bones on the body were at least half broken. And there was already a lot of air out and little air intake. Chapter 005. The planet Prado, in a small lake in the forest. Broly stood on a boulder in the lake, the air became hot from the squeeze, and the sweat on his body was steamed before it could drip into the lake. The sound of the dragon's groan came out, and the chest rose and fell with the breath. Ha! Suddenly, Broly drank loudly, powerful energy burst out from him, the lake exploded, setting off a huge wave more than 10 meters high, and the boulder under his feet directly split into small pieces and sank to the bottom of the lake. Finally broke through the 500 floors. Broly flew out of the waves, his face filled with joy. At this time, it had been 2.5 years since Broly and the others came to the Prado planet, and just now, his dragon elephant-like skill had broken through to 500 layers. In the past 2.5 years, he has spent more than half a day cultivating every day. As for the task, it is only in passing, whether it can be completed or not. When it will be completed, he does not pay attention at all. After this period of hard work, his strength has grown greatly. The first is the combat strength, which has reached 200,000, and even the strongest Kinnet team under Frieza is crushable for him. The 4 divine skills also had great breakthroughs, in addition to the dragon elephant-like Ruagong breaking through to the 500 layers, the heaven-changing spiritual Dafa breaking through to the 500 layers, the Kyunkan Great Shift breaking through to the 400 layers, and the Jiuyang Divine Gong breaking through to the 200 layers. There is a lot of meat to replenish energy every day, and the progress of the dragon elephant Ruagong is much faster, catching up with the spiritual method of changing the heavens and the earth, and the Jiuyang Shen Gong. Because of the less time spent, the progress has been pulled down a lot. It's time to go and prepare dinner for today. Just after cultivating the dragon elephant Ruagong, Broly was a little hungry. Flying into the sky and letting go of his perception, Broly immediately found a suitable target, and his figure turned into a streamer, which quickly disappeared. To the southeast, 200 miles away, Broly found an earth-colored dinosaur more than 10 meters tall. The meat quality is not bad. Broly nodded, as if he had seen the earth dragon being roasted. Roar! The earth dragon found Broly, as if very unhappy that Broly had intruded into his territory, and roared, which suddenly startled a large number of birds. The 10-meter-tall body was raised, suddenly exceeding the height of the forest, and the huge head was very hideous, opening a blood basin towards Broly, revealing dozens of sharp fangs. I'm not interested in playing with you. The combat power of the Earth Dragon is only a little over 1,000, and he is not worthy of being his opponent at all. He is hungry now, and he has no interest in playing. It is still good to fight quickly. Roar! A blue ball of energy erupted from the Earth Dragon's mouth and headed straight for Broly. Broly floated in the air without moving, but the energy ball passed directly through Broly's body, booming, and a mushroom cloud rose in the distance. Broly didn't know when he came to the Earth Dragon, his palm was wrapped with a faint chi, several cold lights flashed, and the Earth Dragon was cut into several pieces, and there was no pain at all. Broly picked the best piece of meat, flew back to the lake before, cleaned the Earth Dragon meat, set it up with a wooden stick, and a small kikong wave hit the wood below, ignited the firewood, and roasted it directly. After a while, the blood-red earth dragon meat turned golden, and the transparent oil dripped down, exuding a rich fragrance. It would be nice if it had a little seasoning. Broly muttered, cut off a large piece and started eating. Soon, hundreds of pounds of earth dragon meat all entered Broly's stomach, and Broly only ate an 8-point full, and had to admire the Scion's strong stomach. After settling dinner, Broly returned to the place where they usually lived, and all three of Vegeta returned, smelling of blood and obviously having experienced a lot of fighting. In fact, when they came to Prado planet for half a year, Vegeta's combat power reached 2008, solving the highest combat power on Prado. For the next 2 years, he has been cleaning up the remaining indigenous people on the planet Prado. Now that Vegeta's combat power has reached 8,000, there are few Scions on planet Vegeta who are his opponents, and it won't be long before he can surpass King Vegeta. I have to say that Scions are worthy of being a fighting family, and fighting is the fastest way to grow, otherwise it will take at least a year for Vegeta to grow to this extent. The strength of Raditz and Nappa has also grown well. Raditz's combat power has just exceeded 800, and Nappa's combat power has reached 3000. Fighting a school of trash fish every day is so uninteresting that the remaining natives must be cleared within a month. Vegeta said impatiently. Scions can only maximize their combat effectiveness by fighting with people of equal strength, and the difference in strength is too great, and there is no effect at all, which is why Vegeta surpassed King Vegeta when he was a child, but only had 18,000 combat power when he came to Earth. There are too many natives on the planet Prado, and we can't destroy the environment here on a large scale, and it may be a little difficult to remove the natives above in a month. Nappa said. After all, they attacked the planet Prado to sell it to others. Large-scale destruction, the price will definitely be much lower. I don't care, it has to be done in a month. Vegeta said. Both Nappa and Raditz were afraid of Vegeta's power and did not dare to refute it, and Broly did not take Vegeta's words to heart at all, and his main thing at the moment was to improve his strength. A month passed quietly, and under Vegeta's coercion, he finally cleared the natives of the planet Prado within a month, among which Nappa and Raditz spent a lot of effort, except for eating and sleeping. The rest of the time they were fighting, and they never dragged mud and water, and they would never delay if they could solve it as soon as possible. In the dark universe, 4 rays of light flashed. It was the 4 Broly. There's not much time left before Frieza destroys planet Vegeta. I'm going to find a chance to leave. Broly thought to himself. Frieza destroyed Earth when Vegeta was 5 years old, less than a year away. As for defeating Frieza and saving the entire Scion race, Broly had no idea of this. First of all, he doesn't have much sense of belonging to planet Vegeta, and he has no relatives, and secondly, he still has a big gap with Frieza. Even if the means are out, even Frieza's initial form can't be beaten. The protagonist should also be born soon. I don't know if I have a chance to meet it. Kakarot was born shortly before Frieza destroyed planet Vegeta, and counting the time, it should be the time when she was just pregnant, 8 or 9 months before birth. Chapter 006. After 3 months of cosmony, the Broly 4 returned to planet Vegeta. After the news of Vegeta's completion of the mission spread, it caused quite a stir, reaching 8,000 combat strength at the age of only 4, and completing the task that many intermediate fighters could not complete in less than 3 years. Many Scions feel that Vegeta is the most promising to become the legendary Super Saiyan. Broly didn't care about the false name. He now felt more and more that Frieza's destruction of planet Vegeta must have the factor of Vegeta, perhaps feeling threatened by Vegeta's body. After living on planet Vegeta for more than a year and haven't taken a good look, it's time to go out and walk. Maybe there will be no chance in the future. Broly, after a day of cultivation, decided to relax himself a little. Walking on the high-tech street, lined with shops with a variety of high-tech goods, it is completely different from the street Broly has seen. Maybe I can also buy something that works for me. Broly muttered. He had been immersed in cultivation before, and he didn't care about anything that had nothing to do with improvement, but now he planned to find an opportunity to leave planet Vegeta, and some things might come in handy in the future. After walking around the street, Broly walked into a technology bookstore. Although it was a bookstore, there was not a single book in it, some were just memory chips. "Hello, welcome." As soon as Broly entered the point, a cat girl greeted him. The cat girl is a person from the Meow planet and is not strong in combat. A few years ago, the Scions attacked the planet Meow, but because the other party's level of science and technology was good, they did not eliminate all the natives on it like they did with ordinary planets, but subdued the cats and let them do scientific and technological research for the Scions. "Hello, I would like to buy some technology related to gravity control," Broly said. "Please follow me." Broly followed the cat girl inside, while the cat girl introduced Broly to the technology of gravity control. Half an hour later, Broly left the bookstore with a dozen more chips in his hand, not only in terms of gravity control, but also in other aspects. As for where did Broly get the money? Every time the Scions complete a mission, they will get the corresponding money according to the value of the mission planet, and the money just spent is all Broly's reward for capturing the planet Prato. After Broly continued to shop for a while, he felt that it was not interesting and wanted to go back. At this moment, a purple figure attracted Broly's attention. It was a creature with long purple ears, a thin face, a thin body, 2 bags under his eyes slightly spit out, and a strange costume similar to that of an Egyptian pharaoh. Beerus. Broly's eyes widened, making sure he wasn't mistaken. He did not expect to see Beerus, the god of destruction, on planet Vegeta, and recalled the situation in the original book, as if it was mentioned that Beerus came to planet Vegeta once before the destruction of planet Vegeta, so as to trample King Vegeta under his feet and leave a childhood shadow for Vegeta. As if sensing Broly's gaze, Beerus looked towards Broly. "Hee, interesting, I can't think of people who have cultivated to this level in wild monkeys, unlike those other monkeys, who only know how to consume energy stupidly." Beerus's voice rang in Broly's ears, and Broly didn't see how Beerus appeared beside him at all. Although Broly controlled his chi well, the gap between the two made it impossible for him to hide any secrets in front of Beerus. Hearing Beerus's words, Broly's shudder. This is a moody god, and the strength stands at the peak of the universe. As long as he is upset, he will completely disappear from the universe. Even the Dragon Ball cannot be resurrected. Of course, the Dragon Ball mentioned here is the Dragon Ball of the Earth and the Nemesis. Super Dragon Ball can still be resurrected. At their level, there is no such thing as good and evil. They exercise higher level rules, and ordinary good and evil have no meaning to them at all. Thank you Lord Beerus for the compliment. Hey, you even know my name. Beerus was a little surprised. There are records of Lord Beerus in the texts of our Scion family. Broly said he didn't know if it was recorded in the Scion texts, but he believed it was impossible for Beerus to verify this little thing. Yes, if it weren't for King Vegeta's idiot who angered me today, I might have let planet Vegeta go once. Beerus nodded. However, Beerus's words made Broly's pupil shrink, and he secretly cursed King Vegeta for that fool. But as long as you can do something that satisfies me today, I can let you go. Once again, Beerus's voice sounded in Broly's ears. Broly's brain was spinning rapidly, and he knew that if he couldn't do something satisfactory to Beerus today, maybe Beerus would destroy him before destroying planet Vegeta. Suddenly, a flash of light flashed through Broly's mind, and a confident smile appeared on his face. I heard that Lord Beerus likes good food, so I wonder if you would like to taste the food I make. Broly laughed. If it doesn't taste good, I'll destroy you. Beerus said. Lord Beerus, come with me. Broly floated into the air, and then flew in the direction of the king, and Beerus followed. After a while, Broly found a wild dinosaur. That's it. A few cold lights flashed, and the dinosaurs didn't know what was going on, so they were cut into several segments. Broly's movements were very fast, he did not dare to challenge Beerus's patience, and soon, the whole dinosaur was roasted, perhaps life-threatening. This time it was the best time Broly played. "Lord Beerus, please taste. It looks like it's pretty good." Beerus nodded, cut a small piece with his fingernail, and tasted it. The delicacy immediately invaded Beerus's taste buds, and then he was surprised, and he ate a mouthful of mountain-like dinosaurs, and soon all entered Beerus's stomach. Hiccup. Beerus burped and picked his teeth with his fingernails. "I am very satisfied with this food, and I will let you go today," Beerus said. "Thank you, Lord Beerus." Beerus's words made Broly breathe a sigh of relief. If Beerus insisted on killing him, he would never be able to escape. "I'm full, I want to sleep, go find someone to complete the mission of destroying the planet for me," Beerus said, then disappeared in front of Broly. Broly knew that Beerus would look to Frisia to complete the mission for him, and the first target was planet Vegeta. It seems that it is necessary to leave planet Vegeta as soon as possible. If it was just that Frisia wanted to destroy planet Vegeta, he would not be in such a hurry. After all, even if he couldn't fight, it was not a problem to escape, but now that destroying planet Vegeta was what Beerus meant, he felt that it was better to leave quickly. Chapter 007. After Beerus leaves planet Vegeta, Broly goes to the mission center to collect a mission, this time alone, not with the three of Vegeta. The mission planet, named Selma, is located on the edge of the northern galaxy. On the second day of receiving the mission, Broly simply packed up and left planet Vegeta. "Goodbye, planet Vegeta." Looking at the soon-to-be destroyed planet Vegeta, Broly is not sad, but as his home planet, he still feels a little strange. At this time, in the cultivation room of the palace. "Your Highness Vegeta, not long after you came back, why did Broly hurry to receive a task alone?" Nappa asked suspiciously. "It always feels like this guy Broly has his own secrets." Raditz muttered. "Don't worry so much, a low-level planet like Selma doesn't help to improve combat effectiveness, let him go if he wants to go," Vegeta said nonchalantly. Later, he devoted himself to cultivation, and although Vegeta was a genius, his current strength was inseparable from his efforts. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. In the vast universe, a spherical spaceship is sailing fast. Diddy. Arriving on the planet Selma, be prepared to land. The electronic sound of the machine made Broly withdraw from his state of cultivation. Is it finally here? Half a year's sailing life is relatively boring for Broly, except for cultivation, he can't do anything, and he can only rely on nutrient solution to maintain his life, and his mouth has faded out of the bird. Rumble. The spacecraft landed on a plane on the planet Selma, and the huge impact knocked out a circular crater more than 10 meters large on the ground, at least 5 meters deep. Broly opened the hatch and flew up from the pit, dusting himself off. "Let's get a spaceship first." Unlike the planet Pudora, Selma is a highly civilized planet, and the Selma people living on it, although their combat effectiveness is not high, they have a lot of talent in scientific and technological research. Apparently, Broly's choice of the planet Selma was well thought out. The spaceships on planet Vegeta are equipped with monitors, and no matter where they go, they will be discovered by the people of the Frisia Legion, and if you want to get rid of Frisia's tracking, you must get a new spaceship. Moreover, the planet Selma is located on the edge of the northern galaxy, which is easy to be ignored by Frisia. Diddy. Just as Broly was about to act, his combat power detector suddenly transmitted a message. "My people, drop the task at hand and return to planet Vegeta as quickly as possible." King Vegeta's voice came from inside. Is Frisia going to do it? As soon as Broly heard the news, he understood what was going on. Click. With a little force, the combat power detector was crushed by him. He no longer needed it, he had been carrying it before, just to cover it up. Ignoring King Vegeta's news, Broly continued to move. After a while, a magnificent building appeared in Broly's line of sight, and in his perception, a large amount of chi had gathered here, and he should be able to find what he was looking for. Alarm! Alarm! There is an enemy breaking in. Alarm! Alarm! There is an enemy breaking in. As soon as Broly broke in, the alarm system sounded, and many Selma starmen flew out of the castle and surrounded Broly. What are you? One of the leaders questioned Broly. Scion. The corners of Broly's mouth curled slightly. It's the notorious Scions, it's hateful, I didn't expect them to set their sights on our planet. Although the planet Selma is located on the edge of the northern galaxy, because the degree of civilization is not low, it has a certain connection with the universe and knows some news about Scions. Kill him for me. The leader gave an order, and the surrounding Selma immediately shot at Broly with the laser gun in his hand. Yikes! The uninterrupted energy ball laser beam struck towards Broly, completely sealing Broly, but Broly's face did not change in the slightest. Thundered. All the laser beams hit Broly's body, completely drowning him in the flames of the explosion. Yay, that's great! The Selma starmen were very happy to see Broly killed. However, it didn't take long for the smiles on all Selma stars' faces to disappear, replaced by disbelief and shock, and Broly appeared in front of them intact. This attack is not enough to tickle me. Broly laughed. The dragon elephant Ruagong has broken through to 500 layers, and the strength of the flesh has reached a very terrifying point. How much combat power can be ignored, Broly has not tested, but this attack power of the Selma starman will definitely not be able to break his defense. How is this possible? The surrounding Selma starmen couldn't believe that the scene in front of them was real, and they were attacked so much that there was nothing at all. You're done attacking, now it's my turn. The corners of Broly's mouth hooked slightly, and then his figure flashed, leaving only an afterimage in place, and then appeared in front of the person at the head and pinched his neck. Put it in the chief. Let go, or we're welcome. Click. Broly ignored the threat, squeezed hard, and directly broke the opponent's neck. Damn, he killed the chief to avenge the chief. The surrounding Selma starmen were indignant, and the laser guns in their hands shot wildly at Broly. Broly opened his arms, a transparent light mask appeared, and the laser beam stopped strangely when it hit the light mask. It's all for you. Broly shook his arms, and all the laser beams were bounced back. Chapter 008. Thundered. The surrounding Selma were drowned in the flames of the explosion, and only a few survived. Broly was very satisfied with the effect of the great move, ignored the remaining people, and flew directly towards the center of the castle, and the remaining people did not dare to stop Broly. In the square in the center of the castle, Broly found many spaceships, and he picked the largest one. Enter the ship's control room and set the destination to the planet Idrit. These are all things that Broly thought about a long time ago. Although teleportation does not help much in battle, it is too convenient for rushing, and there is no need to waste time in spaceflight. With a whoosh, the spacecraft left the planet Selma. I don't know what happened to planet Vegeta now. Planet Vegeta in outer space, in a huge spaceship. About the Super Saiyan, and the Super Saiyan God, I have already investigated, it seems to be just a legend. A yellow-skinned, frog-like cosmic man said. His name is Kikano, he is a genius scientist of the Frisia Legion, and he invented the combat power probe and the armored spacecraft, and has a good status in the Frisia Legion. I think so too, the investigation is just to dispel my slight unease, sort of just in case. Frisia said. So, stop the attack? Kikano asked. Oh hee, you're really kidding, this time it was hard to get them together, this is a great opportunity to destroy the Scions and destroy this planet by the way. Frisia sneered. The destruction of planet Vegeta was not only his idea, but also the order given to him by Beerus, and if it was not completed, Beerus would not let him go. Or think again. Himuka said worriedly. Don't worry, Even if my instincts are wrong, I can save him immediately. Bardock said, carrying a spherical spaceship on his shoulder. In that case, let's run away with the three of us. Haimuka said. It doesn't work, with combat power detectors, it's easy to find us. Bardock shook his head. But why do you do this? A man who is so worried about the safety of his children doesn't look like a scion anymore. Haimuka said. I have been fighting the enemy, probably on a whim, and suddenly want to save people, especially this one who is rated as a junior warrior, my son Kakarot. Bardock said. The destination planet is called Earth, it is a planet far away from here, the level of science and technology and combat effectiveness there are still very low, you can definitely survive, and the Earth is not of much value, presumably it will not be targeted by the people of the Frisia Legion. Bardock said to Kakarot in the spaceship. If Bardock's instincts go wrong, we'll pick you up right away. Haimuka said. Remember, you have to live well. Bardock said solemnly. Goodbye. The ship left the planet Vegeta. In a spaceship in outer space. If we destroy the scions, our total strength will be reduced by half. Kikano said. To increase the number of troops, there will always be a way, the scions are now forced to submit to us, maybe when they will bite back. Frisia said. In any case, the scions are also a natural fighting people, and they must cut the grass and root before they can finally act. A cold light flashed in Frisia's eyes, which made people shudder, and then he left the spaceship in his small craft and came to outer space. A red ball of energy condensed on the index finger of his right hand, which grew in size at an extremely fast speed, which was Frisia's trick, the Star Destruction Bomb. You can enjoy the beautiful fireworks again. Frisia swung his right hand forward, and the energy ball fell towards planet Vegeta. Frisia! There was a roar from planet Vegeta, it was Bardock, but his little power could not stop the planet-destroying bomb from falling. Bang! Like fireworks, planet Vegeta bloomed its last brilliance, and then turned into cosmic dust. On some unknown planet. What did you say? A scion suddenly exclaimed. What's wrong? A scion next to him asked, puzzled. The Frisia army just received news that planet Vegeta was hit by a meteorite just now, and the entire planet was destroyed. The man continued. What do you say? That is, are the scions extinct? Why didn't they find a meteorite approaching? When the surrounding scions heard this, they were all shocked. We really had a big life this time, but fortunately we didn't follow the order of the Frisia army and go back to assemble. Raditz said with some gratification. Cut, just a little closer, I can become King Vegeta. Vegeta snorted coldly, not caring too much about the destruction of planet Vegeta. Vegeta, you have a brother, right? Nappa asked. Yes, I don't know if he is dead or alive, forget it, I'm not interested anyway. Vegeta nodded, and then asked for a bite of the purple fruit in his hand. What about Raditz's brother? That guy is just a low-class fighter, and he is still in the family's nursery cabin at this time, which is really useless. Raditz said with disdain. Mom seems to have told me to send him to other planets with a spaceship, and I don't care anyway. In the starry universe, when planet Vegeta was destroyed, Broly woke up from his state of cultivation, as if he felt something. Frisia, this account, sooner or later the scions will come back. Broly didn't feel sad, just muttered, and then plunged into cultivation again. The spaceship snatched from the Selma people is much larger than the previous spherical spacecraft, like a small house, and can carry out daily life. The only regret is that there is no gravity cultivation room, which is a bug-like existence, and if there is, Broly's cultivation speed will increase a lot. Chapter 009. After a year of cosmonautics, the planet Adrate has finally arrived. The spaceship slowly landed on a plain, and to Broly's surprise, there were many Adrate starmen waiting for him at the landing site. Is it the ability to predict the future? Broly guessed in his heart. The Adraith Starmen are an ancient people with all kinds of strange abilities, even if their combat effectiveness is not very high, but Broly does not dare to underestimate them. "Hello, may I ask you?" one of the Adraith Starmen asked. "Well, I don't know who I am, that is, I didn't predict that I was coming, so how did you find me?" Broly dismissed previous speculation. "My name is Broly and I'm a Scion," Broly said. Although the Scions do not have a good reputation in the universe, Broly does not hide it. "Scion. I didn't expect the Scions to have someone as peaceful as you." The Nyadrath Starman was first afraid, and then said with some shock. "How did you find me?" Broly asked. He was curious about the question. The technology of the Adraith Starman is not developed, and it is certainly not through scientific and technological monitoring that he was discovered, and he hid his chi, which should not be discovered logically. "It was through Stel Lito who found you," Nyadrath said. "Skirito. This is it." A ball of energy condensed in the hands of the Nyadrath Starman. "Gas? Didn't I hide my anger?" Broly was even more puzzled. He had already been able to control his chi at will, and before landing, he deliberately hid his chi, even the combat power detector could not detect it. "Although your control of Spilito is good, it is not perfect enough to hide our perception," Nyadrath explained. "So it is." Broly nodded. "What are you doing here on our planet? Your state of mind is peaceful, it should be different from ordinary Scions, right?" Nyadrath said. "I've heard that you Adraths have a lot of magical moves, come here to learn," Broly said. "If it's just learning the moves, I can take you to meet our great elder." Nyadrath nodded. "Thank you then." Broly thanked him. "Come with me." Broly followed behind the Nyadraths, and after a while, came to a large hall, and above the main hall, sat a huge Adrathisian. "This is our Grand Elder, Lord Pibara," Nyadrath introduced. "Hello, Scion, I heard that you want to learn magical moves," Pibara said. Broly nodded. "You seem to have misunderstood, we don't know a lot of magical moves, there is only one thing you have to learn, and moves are born in the process of learning." Pibara laughed. "One thing?" Broly was puzzled. "That's controlling Spilito," Pibara said. Swoosh! Pibara disappeared from the spot and appeared in another place. "Teleportation is." Immediately afterwards, Pibara's figure became a dozen, not a move such as an afterimage fist, each of which could sense chi on it, and even Broly couldn't tell which one was the real Pibara. Proliferation 2. In Broly's shocked eyes, Pibara's huge figure quickly shrunk, and soon became as large as the Adraith star just now. Gigantic still. "How is this done?" Broly asked eagerly. "It's all achieved through the movement, division and expansion of Science Lito, a move that every one of us Adraith will have." Pibara laughed. "If you understand Spilito's tectonic blood, you can do it too." "Got it." Broly nodded. Most cosmic people do not pay much attention to the control of chi, and a few pay attention to it. Thinking about how to enhance the power of chi, and few are like the Adraith Starman who acts chi on themselves. "Please teach me how to control Shillito," Broly said solemnly. "Come with me." Pibara nodded. The two came to a stone forest, where the stones were strange, each of which was large underneath and very sharp above. "The first thing you have to do is walk on it like I did," Pibara said, then stepping on one of the stones. The sharp stone did not pierce Pibara's foot, and Pibara did not break the fragile tip. Immediately after that, he walked quickly in the stone forest, as if walking on the ground. "It doesn't seem that difficult," Broly said. "You can't use the dance void technique." Pibara laughed. "What?" Broly was shocked, originally thinking that as long as he controlled the chi in his body so that the gravity of his body did not press on the stone tip, it seemed that there was no difficulty. If he couldn't use the dancing void technique, he really couldn't think of how the fragile stone tip could withstand the gravity of his body and the strength of walking. "Let's try it," Pibara said. Broly walked to another stone tip, and just as his foot touched the stone tip, he heard a subtle click, and the stone tip under his foot broke in two. "You can't do this, you should control the chi at one point." Pibara shook his head. "Focus on one point." Broly closed his eyes and tried again. This time he stepped on it, the stone tip did not break, and Broly walked to the next stone tip again. Click! The second stone tip immediately broke. "No, during exercise, the control of chi will be reduced." Broly quickly figured out why he had failed, but it was one thing to understand it, and quite another to do it. "I didn't expect that as soon as you practiced, you could step on the first stone tip, which is really amazing. We all practiced for months to do it," Pibara said in shock. When Broly heard Pibala's words, he was not happy. He could do it so quickly because he had cultivated the great movement and had a deep foundation. If he were asked to practice from scratch, he might not be able to do it in a few months. Chapter 010 Planet Idrit, in the Stone Forest. A figure quickly shuttled through the stone forest. This figure was none other than Broly. After a month of hard training, Broly's control of chi has reached a higher level, and he can walk in the stone forest like Pibala without damaging the stone tip. "It's remarkable that your control over Spilito has improved so much in a short period of time," Pibara said in shock. He was watching Broly grow this month. "Wu, can I proceed to the next stage of cultivation?" Broly jumped to Pibara's side and exhaled a long breath. Pibara nodded, aimed his right hand at Broly, and a breath of chi acted on Broly's body, and suddenly Broly's physical strength was all restored. "This is a restoration," Broly said in shock. He didn't expect Pibara to even make this move. "This is my trick, awesome," Pibara said proudly. "Can I learn?" Broly asked. "Yes, but the recovery technique requires higher chi control, and you can't learn it now," Pibara said. "It's okay, we can take our time, I'm not short of time." Broly laughed. Now the Adrath Starman is a treasure trove for him, and how could he leave without digging this treasure trove out? "Then let's start learning from the basics of the basics, teleportation," Pibara said. Teleportation turned out to be just a foundation within a foundation. Broly was a little surprised. Teleportation is very simple, it is to use chi to drive the body to move, but it requires another chi to pull, Pibara said. "I'll give a demonstration and you can feel the change." Broly concentrated and focused all his attention on Pibara, hooping and moving to another place. "Then you need to practice on your own and get a closer look at how I did it," Pibara said. Broly nodded. The master led the door. The practice depended on the individual. He still understood this. Time flowed like water, and 4 years flew by. In the past 4 years, Broly has stayed on the planet Adrath to learn, and he has basically learned the moves of the Adrath Starman. Of course, in addition to learning the moves of the Adraths, he did not fall behind in his own cultivation. First of all, the combat effectiveness has exceeded the 10 million mark, which can be said to be a huge improvement, but it still cannot transform into the legendary Super Saiyan. Every time he tries to transform into the legendary Super Saiyan, the berserk factor in his body erodes his sanity, and although he pursues great power, he does not want to be a monster controlled by power. The progress of the 4 divine skills is also very good. The Dragon Elephant Ruagong has broken through to the 900 layers, the Zhuyang Divine Gong has broken through to the 500 layers, the Heaven Transforming Spiritual Dafa has broken through to the 900 layers, and the Kyunkan Great Movement has broken through to the 1200 layers. Among them, the progress of the Kyunkan Great Transfer is the largest, surpassing the Dragon Elephant-like Ruagong and the spiritual method of changing the heaven and earth, all thanks to the control of learning chi from the Adrath Starman in the past 4 years. It's time to leave. The treasure trove of the Adrath Starman has been excavated, and there is no point in continuing to stay on the planet Adraith. Go and say goodbye to P-Bala. The index and middle fingers of the right hand were placed in the center of the eyebrows, and with a whoosh, Broly's figure disappeared in place. In the hall of the Adraith Starman, Broly appeared here. Broly, your instant mobile application is more proficient than mine, and I can't even sense your arrival in advance. P-Bara said. P-Bara, I'm ready to leave. Broly said. Well, welcome to the planet Adraith again. P-Bara seemed to have guessed that Broly was leaving, and there were no surprises. I'll come back if I have the chance. Broly nodded, and then said, if the planet Adraith encounters a strong enemy, you can send me a message, and I will rush over to help. The Adraith have a telepathic technique that allows them to transmit news to Broly, even if they are far away. Thank you. P-Bara thanked him. You guys taught me so much, it's what I'm supposed to do. Broly laughed. You are really different from other Scions. P-Bara laughed. So they perished, and I survived. Broly laughed. After speaking, Broly snorted and left the hall of the Adraith Starman and came to the place where he stored the spaceship. Is it going to Earth or Nemesis next? Broly thought. There doesn't seem to be anything I need except for Dragon Ball, so let's go to Earth first and see how Kakarot is doing. Broly said, preparing to enter his destination on the spaceship, but suddenly thought that he had learned to teleport. Look up the Earth's location first. Broly looked up the location of the Earth on the spacecraft's planet map, then put his right index and middle fingers on his eyebrows, and put his left hand on the spacecraft. Found it. After a while, a lightning bolt in Broly's mind in early summer. It was not really lightning, but he sensed a chi. Su. Broly disappeared with the spacecraft on the planet Adraith. Earth, Celestial Temple. Carrying a crutch, the god stood at the edge of the temple as usual, checking the situation in the nether, and the god servant Bobo stood quietly behind him. Suddenly, Broly appeared on top of the Celestial Temple with a spaceship. Who? The gods were shocked by Broly's sudden appearance. Hi, hello, Earth God, my name is Broly, I'm a Scion. Broly greeted with a smile. Scion. The gods were puzzled. It's the alien in the mouth. Broly laughed. What are you doing on Earth? Tenjin said warily. Don't worry, I have no malice, even if there is malice, you have nothing to do. Broly said, then releasing a little gas. Although it was only a little, it was extremely powerful for the heavenly god, so powerful that he felt invincible, and his body trembled unconsciously. Guests from afar, I don't know what I can help with. The god said respectfully. After sensing Broly's great strength, he decided that he must not provoke Broly. Chapter 011. This spaceship is placed here for you first, and I will go back. Broly said. Immediately jumped from the heavenly temple and flew below. When such a strong man comes to Earth, I don't know whether it is a curse or a blessing. The eyes of the gods were full of worry. No matter what Broly wanted to do, he couldn't stop it at all. Tenjin, I feel that he has no malice towards the Earth. Bobo said. After jumping off the Temple of Heaven, Broly soon came to the Karen Tat. Hello Cat Immortal. Broly laughed. Hello, distant guest, I wonder if there is anything I can do for you. The Cat Immortal's attitude was very respectful, perhaps he was reminded by the gods. Or maybe he felt Broly's powerful aura just now. I heard that you have a kind of bean here, you can eat it for 10 days without hunger, no matter how many injuries you suffer, you can heal it in an instant, can you give me some? Broly said. I'll go get it. The cat fairy said. Upon hearing that Broly wanted Sendu, the cat immortal did not have any hesitation, and Sendu was only used to replenish the physical strength of those who challenged Kalen Tat, and it was not of much use to him. After a while, the cat immortal moved 2 jars, all filled with fairy beans, adding up to tens of thousands. It's all here, if you need it, take it all. The cat fairy said. Then you're welcome. Broly said with a smile, such a good thing as fairy beans, he naturally will not give up, anyway, staying here, he will also be ruined by a kilobe. Cat immortal, how is the yield of this immortal bean? After putting away the 2 altar of immortal beans, Broly asked. The planting environment of fairy beans is extremely harsh, even if I try my best to grow them, I can harvest up to about 100 a year. The cat fairy pondered for a while and said. Immortal beans will be of great use in the future, maybe they can escape the earth, you can try your best to do a little more. Broly said, and after that, he left the Carinta. When the cat fairy heard Broly's words, he fell into deep thought, and although he didn't know why Broly said this, he decided to multiply a little fairy beans, just in case. Broly held the 2 altars of immortal beans and did not return to the heavenly god temple, but flew to the south. About 10 minutes later, Broly came to an island. On the beach of the island, an old man was lying leisurely in the sun. When Broly flew over the island, the old man suddenly opened his eyes and his face became serious. So strong, when did such a strong person appear on the earth, and he still looks like a child? The old man thought to himself. Broly did not completely hide his chi, and the combat power displayed was about 500 points, but for the turtle immortals, it was extremely powerful. Who is your excellency, is there something that came to me? The turtle immortal asked. Turtle immortal, I heard that you have a few good moves, so I specially came to see them. Broly laughed. Since cultivating the 9 Yang divine skill, he became more and more curious about attribute energy, but none of the people he knew had attribute chi. As far as he knew, the turtle immortal's heaven-shattering palm seemed to be able to transform chi into thunder and lightning, and he wanted to see how different it was from his 9 Yang divine skill. I am no match for your excellency. The turtle immortal said, not even having the courage to do it. I just want to see your tricks. You can demonstrate the heaven-shattering palm, the demon seal wave, and the turtle sect Qigong wave. Broly said. He naturally didn't want to fight with the turtle immortals. In terms of combat effectiveness, he didn't know how much stronger than the turtle immortals. In terms of the control of chi, the turtle immortals are far inferior to him, and the only thing that Broly has almost is combat experience, but this combat experience can only be improved by fighting with people of the same level. When the turtle fairy heard this, he fell silent, and Broly's patience was not bad, so he waited on the side, and after a while, the turtle fairy spoke, okay. Let's demonstrate the heaven-shattering palm of all nations first, just cast it on me directly. Broly said. Then your excellency, be careful. The turtle immortal said solemnly. Come on, though. Broly said with a smile, with the strength of the turtle immortal, it would definitely not hurt him. The turtle immortal clasped his hands together, and an aura emanated from him. All nations are shocking. When the momentum condensed to the climax, the turtle immortal suddenly shouted, aimed his palms at Broly, and tens of thousands of watts of electricity enveloped Broly's body. It turns out that it is not attribute energy. Broly shook his head in disappointment. The principle of Wangguo's shocking palm is to use its own chi to make the air have a voltage difference, thereby generating current, not its own gas with lightning properties. But this world-shattering palm is also good. The combat power of the turtle immortals is only more than 130, and because they have not cultivated for a long time, the combat power that can be exerted is not even 100, but even if the person with 200 combat power is hit by the heaven-shattering palm of all nations, it will take a lot of effort to break free. Scatter! Broly shouted, and the electricity shrouded him suddenly disappeared into invisibility. Whew! What kind of monster is this, so easily cracked the heaven-shattering palm of all nations? The turtle immortal's heart was very shocked. This was his trick at the bottom of the box. Eat this! Broly saw that the turtle immortal had a lot of physical exertion, and threw him a fairy bean. The turtle immortal once climbed the Karin tower, knew this immortal bean, ate it directly without any hesitation, and immediately returned to its full heyday. Let's demonstrate the magic seal wave next, Broly said. After the demon seal wave self-practice, I have never used it again, and there may be some unskilled, please forgive me. The turtle immortal said. He really failed to master this move, otherwise when he used it in the original book, he would not have failed due to mistakes. Let's go, Broly said. Ah! The turtle immortal began to slowly accumulate his momentum, and a pale white aura emanated from him. Demon seal wave. A spiraling force struck Broly. Broly stood there carefully feeling the energy, as if it had no effect at all. After a while, the turtle immortal had to stop because of his exhaustion. Good. Broly nodded in satisfaction. The demon seal wave is indeed very good. The stronger it is, the stronger the power of the move, it is the most suitable for dealing with those who have an immortal body. After that, Broly threw another fairy bean to the turtle immortal. After the turtle immortal ate it, Broly asked him to continue to demonstrate the turtle pai qigong wave, as the most frequent trick in the original work. He was still a little interested. Chapter 012. The turtle immortal straddled his feet, put his palms on his waist, in the shape of a calyx. Strong airflow was generated from between his palms, constantly compressing the surrounding air, and suddenly, a blue light bloomed with dazzling brilliance. Turtle sect qigong wave. The turtle cactus pushed forward with both palms, and the scorching energy quickly exploded, and the dark blue light rolled up a monstrous wave, rushing towards Broly unstoppably. Not bad, it's worthy of being an old monster that has lived for hundreds of years. Broly nodded. Because of their weak strength, it takes a lot of time for the Earthlings to improve a trace of Qi, but because of this, they have time to feel every change and be able to better use the Qi in their bodies. The trick of the turtle immortal, even a scion with 200 combat power may not be able to catch it, but it is not very difficult to dodge. Broly stretched out his right hand, grabbed the energy ball of the turtle immortal, squeezed it hard, and the energy ball collapsed directly, turning into a blue airflow and disappearing between heaven and earth. What a monster! The turtle immortal gasped, his eyes full of disbelief. Okay, I'll take my leave. Broly said that after seeing the 3 tricks of the turtle immortals, he planned to leave. Holding the 2 altars, he soared into the air, then turned into a stream of light and flew into the distance. Broly planned to go to Dr. Brive, naturally to make the gravity room, which he had planned for a long time. Brive's home was located in the heart of the western capital, and it was very easy to find, and Broly found it after a little inquiry. Ding dong! Broly rang the doorbell a few times, and after a while, someone came to open the door. Hello, I'm here to find Dr. Brive. Broly said that the door was opened by a little girl, about his age, but much shorter than him. Wow, so handsome! As if she hadn't heard Broly's words, the little girl stared at Broly motionless with red eyes. Ahem! Broly coughed before waking the little girl up. Hello, my name is Bulma, what did you come to my father for? The little girl said. I want to ask Dr. Brive to help me build something. Broly said. What is it? Maybe I can help you make it, I have already read my father's books. Bulma said. Broly knows that Bulma is a genius, and in the comic Galactic Patrol Garker chapter, 5-year-old Bulma shows amazing talent. I want to make a gravity cultivation room. Broly said. Gravity cultivation room. It is a house that can adjust gravity, at least 300 times gravity. Broly explained that with his current strength, 100 times gravity, it won't take long to adapt. The principle is not difficult, that is, the material is a little difficult, and the general material simply cannot withstand 300 times the gravity. Bulma thought for a moment and said. I'll figure out how to make the material, how long will it take to manufacture? Broly said. Give me a month, and I'll make it for you. Bulma said. Thank you then, these things will be my reward. Broly said, pulling out a dozen chips for Bulma, which he had bought on planet Vegeta. What is it? Bulma asked. Just look at it yourself, I'll solve the problem of materials first. Broly laughed. Wait a minute, I don't know your name yet? And how to contact you? Bulma said, with a look of shyness on her face. My name is Broly. Don't contact me, I'll come to you. Broly said and flew away. He seems to be able to fly, is this something that humans can do? Bulma looked at the sky in shock. After leaving Bulma's house, Broly came to the Temple of Heaven. Guests from afar. As soon as Tenjin spoke, he was interrupted by Broly. You can just call me Broly. Well, Broly, is a master like you in the universe much? The god asked. He saw everything that Broly had done on Earth just now. Of course, this was Broly didn't mind him peeping, otherwise he wouldn't be able to peek. It's not much, but in front of the real strong, I'm afraid I can't even catch a move. Broly said. He now has a combat power of up to 10 million, and there are indeed not many people with such strength in the universe, but compared with people like Beerus who stand at the peak of the universe, he is far behind. Even you can't catch a move, how powerful is that? Hearing Broly's words, the gods were shocked. Let me tell you a fact, the combat power of the turtle immortal is more than 130, and there is a demon in the universe, his combat power is 120 million, and any miscellaneous soldier under his command has a combat power that surpasses the turtle immortal. Broly said. But don't worry, the Earth is only a worthless low-level planet in the universe, and Frisia will not target the Earth at present. When the heavenly god heard this, he smiled bitterly. The safety of the Earth is actually because others can't look at it. But this safety is only temporary. There are a lot of good things on the Earth, such as Dragon Ball. If Frisia gets the news, it will definitely hit the idea of the Earth. While it is still safe, train some masters as soon as possible, otherwise there will not even be a little resistance at that time. Broly continued. Thank you. Tenjin broke out in a cold sweat. Then I'll take my leave. Broly said, picking up the spaceship and flying in the direction of Bulma's house. As for whether the Tenjin took his words to heart, he didn't care, reminding the Tenjin that it was just to add a little fun to the future. After a while, Broly landed in the courtyard of Bulma's house. Broly, you're back. Bulma was very happy to see Broly return. Broly nodded. The chips you gave me are so important, I saw a lot of things in them for the first time. Where did you get them? Bulma asked. I got it from another planet. Broly said. Are you an alien? I'm a scion and this is my spaceship. Broly nodded. It turns out that you are an alien, no wonder you can fly. Do all aliens fly? Bulma asked curiously. I can fly not because I am an alien, but because I am a martial artist, and there are powerful martial artists on Earth, and they can also fly. Broly said. Oh. Bulma nodded. Do you see that the material of this spaceship is suitable for a gravity cultivation room? Broly changed the subject and said. Bulma walked to the side of the spaceship, studied it carefully, and said, well, the material of this spaceship is very good, and it is not a problem to make a 300-fold gravity cultivation room. Then it's bothering you? Broly said. No trouble, the things you gave me are much more important than the spaceship I made for you. Bulma said. Chapter 013. When Bulma begins to develop the gravity training room, Broly prepares to go to see Kakarot, who has been in the Dragon Ball world for so long and has not seen the protagonist. I checked the location of Bunza Mountain and flew directly over. With Broly's current strength, it takes less than half an hour to circle the Earth, from Bulma's home to Bun Mountain, but it takes only a few minutes. As soon as he flew to Bun Mountain, Broly heard the crackling sound of fighting, and two figures, one large and one small, were fighting, and that small figure was Kakarot. It's only 3 points of combat effectiveness, which is also too weak. Broly frowned. Now Kakaroth is 5 years old, but he has only 3 combat strength, and it takes 5 years to improve his combat effectiveness a little, even if he is a low-class fighter. It should be that Sun Gohan raised Kakarot as an ordinary child, and did not teach Sun Wukong to cultivate when he was a child. Broly guessed. Grandpa, you see there's a man flying over there. The Monkey King discovers Broly in the sky. Teacher Wu Tian said that Crane Immortal Stream has a powerful stunt called Dancing Air Technique, which can make people fly. Could it be that this boy is from Crane Immortal Flow? Sun Gohan guessed in his heart. Broly didn't know what Sun Gohan was guessing in his heart and fell from the air. Hello, Kakarot. Broly laughed. Kakarot, we don't have this person here. Sun Gohan said, looking at Broly warily. The kid behind you is Kakarot, he looks exactly like his father, you can't be wrong, Kakarot, have you forgotten everything before? Broly pretends not to know about Monkey King's amnesia. Goku did fall his brain once when he was a child, and he doesn't remember anything before. Sun Gohan said, his vigilance against Broly did not relax, protecting Son Goku behind him. Don't worry, I won't hurt Kakarot, after all, there are not many Saiyans in this world. Broly saw the vigilance in Son Gohan's heart. Saiyan. Son Gohan didn't understand. Saiyans are a fighting race in the universe, and the tail is a symbol of our race. Broly said, wagging his tail. Goku turned out to be a cosmic person. Son Gohan saw Broly's tail and believed Broly's words a lot, but he was still shocked by this fact. Are you here to pick Goku back? After living together for a few years, grandfather and grandson already have deep feelings, and now let Sun Wukong leave. Sun Wuhan is a little reluctant, but Sun Wukong's clan came to pick up Sun Wukong, and he was not easy to refuse. No, I'm just here to see Kakarot. The Saiyan planet was destroyed 5 years ago, and Kakarot's parents also died. Broly shook his head. So it is. Son Gohan breathed a sigh of relief. Saiyans will become gorillas when they see the full moon, and their strength will increase tenfold when the time comes. It is best not to let Kakarot see the full moon. If misfortune happens, cut off his tail, don't worry about hurting him, the Saiyan tail will not take long to be reborn. Bro uses telepathy to wake up Son Gohan. After that, Broly didn't stay much and left Bun Mountain directly. A month passed quickly. Broly, the gravity cultivation room is ready. Bulma ran over excitedly and told Broly the good news. She had been working the gravity cultivation room this month. After returning from Bun Mountain, Broly accepted Bulma's invitation and lived in Bulma's home for a month. While waiting for the gravity cultivation room. Take me to see it. Broly laughed. Follow me. Bulma pulled Broly towards the courtyard, a little shy, but well hidden. At this time, the spacecraft has been changed beyond recognition, several times larger, and the appearance is completely different, which is the result of Bulma's month. The two walked into the gravity training room, and Bulma began to introduce Broly. This is the control system of the gravity cultivation room, which adopts voice control, and the maximum gravity multiplier is 500 times. 500 times! Broly was a little surprised. Originally, I could only create a gravity cultivation room 300 times, but after reading the information you gave me, I improved it. Bulma smiled proudly. You are such a genius. Broly praised. In a month, I understood those materials, and also created a gravity cultivation room, which is indeed very rare, and there are few people in the entire universe who are higher than Bulma in terms of talent in scientific and technological research. Thanks for the compliment. Bulma smiled happily, as if this month's efforts were all about waiting for this moment. The gravity cultivation room is ready, I'm leaving. Broly said. Ah, Broly, are you leaving? Where are you going? The smile on Bulma's face suddenly disappeared. It should be to find a place on Earth to cultivate. Broly said that with the gravity cultivation room, he was ready to cultivate for a while. So where do you want to go? Bulma asked. Nope. Broly shook his head. Then you live in my house is very large, there is enough place for you to cultivate, and someone prepares food for you every day, so that you can cultivate with peace of mind. Bulma looked at Broly with expectant eyes. That's too much trouble for you. Broly thought for a moment, and was not unacceptable to Bulma's proposal. No trouble at all, the information you gave me is very advanced, and its value allows you to live in my house all the time. Bulma said. Okay then. Broly nodded. Great. Bulma was delighted. Then you go out first, I'll try the gravity cultivation room. Broly said that Bulma is just an ordinary person, even if it can't withstand twice the gravity. Bulma walked out of the gravity cultivation room with some reluctance. Boost to 50 times gravity. After Bulma went out, Broly increased the gravity to 50 times in one go, and the gravity of planet Vegeta was 10 times that of Earth, and there was no need for him to slowly increase the gravity multiplier. Suddenly, there was a lot of pressure on Broly's body, which hindered Broly's actions somewhat, but this pressure was not enough to crush Broly. 50 times the gravity, you should be able to adapt quickly. Broly's combat power has reached more than 10 million, but because of the first gravity training, it takes some time to adjust. Broly then began some basic training. The sound of swishing, punching, and kicking the air constantly sounded in the gravity cultivation room, and with a little exercise, Broly was completely adapted to 50 times gravity. Chapter 014. In the gravity training room, the word 300 was displayed on the control panel, the air was dark red due to the squeeze, and Broly floated in mid-air, white ripples around his body. Suddenly, Broly opened his eyes, and a white light flashed under his eyes. The great law of changing heaven and earth has finally broken through to 1,000 layers. At this time, it has been 2 years since Broly came to Earth, and because of the assistance of the gravity cultivation room, Broly's combat effectiveness has increased rapidly, and now there are more than 40 million. Because most of the time was spent on gravity cultivation, the progress of the 4 divine skills was slightly slower, and the great method of changing heaven and earth strike had just broken through to 1,000 layers. The dragon and elephant Ruagong had just broken through to the 1,000th layer, the Zhuyang divine gong had broken through to the 600th layer, and the Kyunkan great shift had broken through to the 1300th layer. The heaven and earth spiritual Dafa has broken through to 1,000 layers, and the spiritual power has increased greatly, and it should be able to erode the fury factor of the angry state. Broly thought to himself. In the original book, Broly can master the power of a great ape under normal size, a state called the angry state. If you want to perfectly control the power of the legendary Super Saiyan, it is still a long way for Broly now, and you can only retreat to the second place and master the power of the great ape first. The movement of the breakthrough is too great, and you need to find a suitable place. Broly's right index and middle fingers were placed in the center of his eyebrows, sensing the chi on the surrounding planets, and after a while, Broly finally found a suitable planet. With a swoosh, Broly's figure disappeared into the gravity cultivation room. This planet is also too barren. Bro used teleportation to come to a planet in the next galaxy. There was very little chi on this planet, and at a glance, it was a yellow sand in the sky, and there was no green at all. Let's call it barren star. Broly said. Although the barren star is barren, it is just right to use it to break through. After all, if the breakthrough fails and loses its mind, the entire planet may be destroyed. First guide the power of the great ape out. Broly found a huge rock and sat down. Broly now has a high degree of control over chi, and he doesn't need Bru's rays, he can also channel the furious force in his tail. Roar! After a while, Broly, who was sitting still, suddenly let out a roar like a beast, and at the same time, the chi on his body became very violent, and his eyes turned scarlet. A large number of berserk factors are eroding Broly's reason, the killing mood in the primitive state is gradually liberated, and the body also tends to expand. Ah, I won't be controlled by my own power. Broly roared, struggling to hold on to the last shred of sanity, trying to control the furious force and not turn himself into a giant ape. I don't know how long has passed, but the violent power in my body was finally completely tamed by Broly. Drink! Broly shouted, the scarlet in his eyes suddenly disappeared, his eyes turned golden, and his aura suddenly increased tenfold, giving Broly an illusion of invincibility. Finally succeeded. Broly felt the power he had at this time. And a joyful expression appeared on his face. In a state of rage, his combat power reached more than 400 million, and Frieza was no longer his opponent. However, this sudden explosion of power will take a while to cultivate before it can be used handily. Broly muttered that although the surge in power was a good thing, correspondingly, the degree of control over power decreased a lot. Let's go back first. Wanting to perfectly control this power is not something that can be completed overnight, but fortunately he has enough time and can cultivate slowly. With a whoosh, Broly returned to Earth. Ugh! As soon as Broly returned, he heard a scream, and after glancing at his surroundings, Broly understood what was going on. Bulma, why do you take a bath in the daylight? Broly used teleportation to come back by sensing Bulma's chi, but he didn't expect Bulma to be in the bath at this time, so this embarrassing scene appeared. Broly, why did you suddenly break in? After Bulma found out that it was Broly, she was not as alarmed as before, but had a hint of shyness, and her small face was as red as the sunset in the sky. It's just that Broly at this time turned his back to Bulma and did not see Bulma at this time. I didn't mean it, I'll go out first, you get dressed first. Broly said hurriedly, and then walked out of the bathroom. About 10 minutes later, Bulma also came out. Bulma, believe it or not, this is really a misunderstanding, I have a move called teleportation, you can suddenly move to someone else, I didn't know you were bathing. Broly explained. I believe in you. Bulma nodded and thought to herself, it doesn't matter if you did it on purpose. Ugh! Broly was a little stunned, originally had to explain to Bulma for a long time, and even demonstrated teleportation to Bulma, but Bulma directly believed it. Then I'll go to cultivate first. Broly didn't want to stay here longer, so he hurriedly left, and this atmosphere made him embarrassed. Humph, it's really a cultivation maniac, I don't understand the style at all. Seeing that Broly was gone like this, Bulma stomped her foot angrily. Broly returned to the cultivation room, did not think about what happened just now, and began to plan his next cultivation. Because of gravity training, the progress of the four martial arts has slowed down a lot, and we must make up for it next. Broly thought to himself. As the level of the four martial arts became higher and higher, he gradually realized the benefits of the four martial arts, taking the heaven and earth transformation spiritual dafa, if it were not for it, if he wanted to master the power of the state of anger, I am afraid that he would need to practice several times more to do it. There is also a dragon elephant-like skill, as the level gets higher and higher, not only the physical strength has improved a lot, but also some other qualities of the body, such as resilience. He did an experiment in which he cut a hole in his arm, and the wound recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if he had not been injured, but when he recovered, he would consume some chi. He fantasized that if one day, he cultivated the dragon elephant-like skill to thousands of layers, would he be able to be reborn with blood dropped, holding the sun and the moon and picking the stars? There is also a point, that is, the problem of lifespan. Although the life expectancy of Scions is slightly longer than that of Earthlings, but not much longer, and one day they will pass away. As the level of Dragon Elephant Ruagong becomes higher and higher, can it be achieved that the flesh body is not bad, just like the mythical and legendary sanctification of the flesh? These are still far away, what I have to do now is to cultivate hard. Broly shook his head, stopped doing these fantasies, and concentrated on cultivation. Chapter 015. Spring and autumn came, and 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. Time is the greatest force, which can turn the sea into mulberry fields, can turn forests into deserts, and in 5 years, Broly has gone from youth to youth. Scions have strange bodies, growing very quickly before the age of 5, very slowly between the ages of 5 and 16, growing very quickly between the ages of 16 and 18, and maintaining their youthful appearance for a long time after that. Today's Broly is 17 years old, 1 meter 85 meters tall, golden ratio figure, coupled with regular exercise, there is a masculinity in his body. In 5 years, Broly has not only changed his height, but also his strength. Although the focus of cultivation is placed on the 4 martial arts, Broly's basic combat power has reached 1.3 billion, and if he enters the state of anger, it will increase tenfold, which is the horror of the legendary Super Saiyan. The dragon and elephant Ruagong broke through to the 1600th layer, the Jiuyang divine Gong broke through to the 1600th layer, the heaven-changing spiritual Dafa broke through to the 1600th layer, and the Kyunkan Great Movement broke through to the 1800th layer. Broly, I found something good. On this day, Broly was cultivating in the courtyard, and Bulma suddenly ran over, still holding a golden bead in her hand, which was the Dragon Ball. Is there something going on with Bulma? Broly laughed and touched Bulma's head, and Bulma didn't mean to dodge in the slightest. In 5 years, the relationship between the two has also become a lot closer, and they are only close to breaking the last barrier. Broly, according to the information I searched, this bead is called Dragon Ball, there are 7 in total, if you find all of them, you can summon the divine dragon and fulfill a wish. Bulma said happily. Are you trying to find Dragon Ball? Broly asked. Broly, can you come with me to find it? Bulma looked at Broly with expectant eyes. Well, I've been busy cultivating lately, just go out and relax. Broly said that he knew the original plot was about to begin, and he didn't want Bulma to go out alone. And he also wants to see the Divine Dragon, come to the Dragon Ball world. If he has not seen the Divine Dragon, wouldn't it be a big pity? Great, let's go. Bulma happily kissed Broly on the cheek. Wait a minute, are you going to look aimlessly like this? Broly said. Hehe, I have thought of this for a long time. This is the Dragon Ball radar, which I made according to a special wavelength of Dragon Ball. Bulma smiled proudly and took out a palm-sized Dragon Ball radar. Then let's get ready and go. Broly laughed. I'm ready, too. Bulma took out a box of universal capsules, which contained all kinds of universal capsules. It seems that you came prepared. Broly laughed. Hee. Bulma smiled happily and grimaced at Broly. 10 days later, Broly found a second Dragon Ball in a valley. Bulma, where's the next Dragon Ball? Broly flew up from the valley and threw the Dragon Ball in his hand to Bulma. Tick. The next Dragon Ball is 30 kilometers to the south, not far from here. Bulma pressed the Dragon Ball radar and quickly found the nearest Dragon Ball. Then let's go. Broly said, jumping into the car. Bulma got into the driver's seat and complained, Broly, why don't you learn to drive? I can drive as fast as I can. Broly said. How about you take me flying? Bulma asked. If I take you to fly, I'm afraid it won't take a day to find 7 Dragon Balls, and then we will have to go back. Broly said he didn't mind taking Bulma Fei. Humph, then let's drive to find the Dragon Ball. Bulma said that she had managed to get Broly to come out with her, and it would be too much to go back so soon. Rumble. Bulma kicked the accelerator, and the car sped forward. Bulma, not long after you learn to drive, you dare to race like this. Broly grabbed the door in fright, knowing he wouldn't get hurt, but instinctively did so. Isn't this with you around? You won't let me get hurt. Seeing Broly's appearance, Bulma smiled proudly. I'm not worried about you, I'm worried about others. Broly said. Where will there be people in this barren mountain? Bulma said nonchalantly, speeding up again, and the trees on both sides quickly retreated. After about 20 minutes of driving, a child appeared in the middle of the road, carrying a huge fish. Bulma, brake quickly. Broly reminded. Chirping. Bulma hurriedly applied the brakes, but it was still too late and knocked the child out. Broly, I seem to have hit someone. Bulma said in fear. Don't worry, he's not so easy to be killed, but you have to be careful in the future, don't race like this. Broly saw Bulma's frightened look and said comfortingly. The child he knew, it was Kakarot, and if it was an ordinary child, he would save the other party before he hit it. Ah, it hurts. After Sun Wukong stood up, he rubbed his head vigorously. You stinky monster, are you here to take my prey? Sun Wukong pulled out the Ruyi stick behind his back, pointed at the car and shouted. Kakarot, long time no see. Broly stepped out of the car. A person came out of the Yukai's belly, but it seemed familiar. Sun Wukong muttered. Kakarot, don't you know me? Broly laughed. Tail, you are the big brother back then. Sun Wukong saw Broly's tail and immediately remembered. Broly, do you know him? Bulma also stepped out of the car. Well, he's also a scion, but he lost his memory because he broke his head as a child. Broly nodded and explained to Bulma. Another Yukai came out of the belly of the Yukai. Sun Wukong muttered. Kakarot, where is your grandfather Son Gohan? Didn't he teach you that this thing is called a car, isn't it a monster? Broly asked. Grandpa passed away a year ago. Sun Wukong said sadly. It seems that because of the reminder, Son Gohan avoided the fate of being trampled to death, but he still died, but Kakarot's combat effectiveness is slightly higher than the original. Broly thought to himself. Now Kakarot's combat effectiveness is about 15 points, which is 5 points higher than the original. It should be that Son Gohan died later, and taught Sun Wukong a few more years. Let me invite you to eat fish, Grandpa said, if you come again, I must treat you well. Monkey King quickly came out of his sad mood. Broly nodded. Chapter 016. By the way, I still don't know what your name is. Sun Wukong said that the last time Broly came, he didn't say what his name was. My name is Broly and her name is Bulma. Broly introduced. Bulma, what a strange name, why doesn't she have a tail? Sun Wukong said innocently. Stupid, don't you know it's rude to say a girl's name like that? Bulma was very angry and hammered Sun Wukong's head. Girl, it turns out that you are the girl my grandfather said, and my grandfather said that you must be gentle with girls. Sun Wukong said, and did not blame Bulma for hitting him. It seems that Kakarot is still so naive and ignorant in other aspects except that his combat effectiveness is a little higher than the original. Broly thought to himself. After a while, Broly and Bulma followed Sun Wukong to his home. Dragon Ball, 1, 2, 3, 4, are 4 planets. As soon as Bulma entered the house, she saw the 4 planets on the table and immediately ran over. Just as she was about to reach for it, Sun Wukong snatched it before her. Even if you're a girl, you don't want to snatch my grandfather. Sun Wukong looked at Bulma warily. Grandpa? Is it this Dragon Ball? Bulma asked suspiciously. This is a relic left by my grandfather. Sun Wukong said, and then found that the Dragon Ball was glowing. Hey, Grandpa has appeared. This is not your grandfather, it's Dragon Ball, there are 7 of them, and it shines because it resonates with these 2 Dragon Balls. Bulma said, taking out 2 Dragon Balls from her pocket. Grandpa, do you have 2 grandfathers? Sun Wukong exclaimed after seeing the 2 Dragon Balls in Bulma's hand. This is Dragon Ball, a very magical bead, only if you find 7, you can fulfill a wish. Bulma emphasized again. So it is. Sun Wukong nodded. Can you give me this Dragon Ball of yours? Bulma asked. No, no one can take away Grandpa. Sun Wukong sternly refused. Broly. Seeing that Sun Wukong did not agree, Bulma could only cast a rescue gaze to Broly. Kakarot, you come with us to find the Dragon Ball. In the process of finding the Dragon Ball, you can meet all kinds of masters. Broly said. Grandpa is asking me to go out and practice. Okay, I'll go find Dragon Ball with you. Sun Wukong pondered for a moment and spoke. What a nasty little ghost. Bulma was a little unhappy, and the good world of the two was destroyed by Sun Wukong. Broly, Grandpa said you are very strong, can you fight me? Sun Wukong said seriously, full of fighting intent. The gap between you and me is still too big, but if you want to fight, I can accompany you to fight. Broly said with a smile, it is good to play with Sun Wukong. I'm very strong, and my grandfather trained me hard. Sun Wukong said confidently. Then come on. Broly did not argue with Sun Wukong and came to the open space in front of the house. You be careful, I'm going to start. Sun Wukong took a fighting stance, his eyes stared at Broly, and then he kicked the ground with his foot and shot towards Broly. Swish! With his hands behind him, Monkey King's attack was as slow as a snail for him, and he easily dodged it. Sun Wukong attacked dozens of times in succession, but he didn't even touch the corner of Broly's clothes. Broly, why don't you attack? Sun Wukong stopped. Broly didn't speak, shook his head, snapped his fingers, and a violent force knocked Sun Wukong out, crashed into a tree trunk not far away, and fell to the ground. Ah, it hurts, it hurts. After Sun Wukong stood up, he rubbed his head vigorously. Broly, you're so strong, I don't understand how you attack. Sun Wukong was not discouraged, but very excited. The gap between us is too big, and you'll understand what is going on later. Broly said. Broly, can you teach me cultivation? Monkey King asked. Broly thought for a moment, nodded, looked at Bulma, and asked, Bulma, did you have a belt on the gravity suit you made at the beginning? Bulma nodded, took out the universal capsule box, took out a universal capsule from it, threw it on the ground, and with a bang, turned into a black dress. Kakarot, this is the gravity suit, you wear it when you look for the Dragon Ball. Broly said that this was originally developed by Bulma, weighing 20 kilograms, which is suitable for the current Kakarot. It's so heavy. When Sun Wukong took the gravity suit, he didn't pay attention and almost fell to the ground. Broly, are you wearing such heavy clothes too? Monkey King asked. It's useless to me anymore. Broly shook his head, the gravity suit was just a product of Bulma's time when she had just studied the gravity device, and Broly had not used it. Now Broly doesn't even use the gravity cultivation room, and he wears a bracelet on his hand, which is the latest gravity bracelet developed by Bulma, and the maximum gravity can reach 1,000 times. Compared to the gravity training room, the gravity bracelet is more convenient to use. It's hard to walk. Sun Wukong changed into a gravity suit and took 2 steps with difficulty. It's because you haven't adapted yet, just get used to it. Broly laughed. Broly, let's go. Bulma said, taking out the car universal capsule and conjuring a car. Broly nodded, got into the car, looked at Sun Wukong and said, Kakarot, you use the running to keep up, so that you can have the effect of training. I'll definitely follow. Monkey King said. Let's go. Broly said. Bulma drove in front, Sun Wukong followed with difficulty, and Broly specially asked Bulma to slow down a little, otherwise Sun Wukong would have lost it long ago. After about 20 kilometers, Sun Wukong was exhausted from exhaustion. Kakarot, eat this. Broly knew that Sun Wukong had reached his limit and threw him a fairy bean. Sun Wukong subconsciously stuffed it into his mouth, and suddenly a wave of energy surged throughout his body, and his physical strength was completely restored. Broly, what you gave me to eat, it's amazing. Sun Wukong asked curiously. This is called fairy beans, eating one cannot be hungry for 10 days, and can also recover physical strength and injuries. There are 3 more here, you can eat one when your physical strength is exhausted. Broly gave the Monkey King 3. Anyway, he still has a lot of this immortal bean, and he can't use it up for a while. Thank you. Sun Wukong took the fairy bean excitedly, full of energy. Bulma, let's move on. Broly laughed and said that the most admirable thing about Monkey King is this mentality that will never be hit. Chapter 017. The twilight grew thicker, the afterglow of the setting sun was half hidden behind the ridge, and the black sky covered the entire sky, swallowing the last orange light. Bulma, it's relatively empty here, and there is a small river not far away, let's camp here today. Broly said. Bulma nodded, pressed the button, and the car suddenly smoked and turned into a capsule, and then took out another capsule, threw it on the ground, and turned into a house. Da-da-da. At this time, Sun Wukong chased after him, already tired and exhausted. Okay, Kakarot, today's cultivation is here, I'll go prepare food, you go to the river in front and wash it. Broly said. Okay. Sun Wukong lay on the ground and nodded breathlessly. Broly put on his own perception, quickly found a breath, teleported over, and found that it was a wild boar 5 or 6 meters long, with 2 sharp fangs glowing with cold light. That's it. Broly nodded. While Broly used the wild boar as prey, the wild boar also took Broly as a prey, gouged the ground twice with his foot, and then rushed towards Broly. The corners of Broly's mouth hooked slightly, and in the next moment, the figure disappeared, and then appeared above the wild boar, and a hand knife hit the wild boar's neck, and the wild boar fell. Picking up the boar, Broly teleported back to where he had been. After cleaning, the whole wild boar was put on the fire and roasted, and after a while, the blood-red wild boar turned brown and exuded a rich aroma. So fragrant! Sun Wukong ran over after taking a bath, smelled the aroma of wild boar, and drooled. I'll just have some bread in the evening. Bulma came out with 2 loaves of bread, and in order to maintain her figure, she generally did not eat meat at night. Broly cut a large piece of meat and threw it to Sun Wukong, and then picked up a piece and ate it himself. It's delicious. Sun Wukong's mouth was full of food and he said incoherently. After a while, the whole boar entered the stomachs of Broly and Sun Wukong, leaving only a pile of white bones in place. So full. Sun Wukong lay on the ground and patted his slightly bulging belly. I really don't know how your Scion's stomach formed, you can eat so much. Bulma complained that this wild boar, ordinary people can't eat it for 10 days. Scions are a fighting people, and they consume more chi and blood every day of training, and naturally need a lot of meat supplements. Broly said with a smile, this is still when he did not practice the dragon elephant Ruagong, he usually eats more when he cultivates. Okay, let's rest. Broly continued. The house I prepared has only 2 rooms, and you sleep in one room with this little ghost. Bulma said. Broly nodded. One night without a word. Early the next morning, Broly began his daily cultivation. At this time, Sun Wukong also got up and began his daily morning exercise, throwing the boulder into the sky, and then shattering it with a punch. In the process, every part of the body can be well exercised. As time passed, the sun slowly rose over the mountain. When Sun Wukong raised a pitch-black stone in front of him, the stone suddenly spoke. Wait, you see clearly, I'm not a stone. Sun Wukong lifted this strange thing, looked and looked, felt a bit like a larger turtle, looked at it for a while, put it down, and looked at Broly. Broly, I found a big turtle. It's not a turtle. It's a turtle. Broly said. Sorry, can you ask me to drink a bucket of salt water, and add some kelp if you can? The turtle said. At this time, Bulma just came out of the room, heard the turtle's words, and said, what a turtle to enjoy. Still, Bulma prepared a bucket of salt water for the turtles. Gollum. The turtle gulped down, and after a while, a large bucket of salt water was all drunk. "Thank you for your hospitality, I'm full," the turtle said. Then the turtle began to talk about it. "Here's the thing, although I am a turtle, I like to eat shiitake mushrooms, because I accidentally got lost when picking shiitake mushrooms, and now it's been a year. I've been finding my way back to the sea, can you send me back?" "Of course not, we still need to find Dragon Ball." Bulma refused without thinking about it, and having one more Monkey King already made her very upset, and she didn't want to bring another turtle. "Bulma, you look at the Dragon Ball radar, if I'm not mistaken, it seems that there is a Dragon Ball in the sea, and it will be much more convenient with the help of turtles." Broly laughed. "Tick. And that's really the case." Bulma took out the Dragon Ball radar and looked at it, and there was indeed a Dragon Ball in the sea. "Okay, let's send you back," Bulma said. "Kakarot, the car is too small for the turtle to sit down, so you carry it," Broly said. "Okay." Monkey King nodded happily. "Then let's go." The road was relatively calm, and the Broly couple arrived at the beach smoothly. "Finally see the sea," the turtle said excitedly, its eyes were full of bitterness, and it almost couldn't come back. "Is this the sea, so salty?" Sun Wukong saw the sea for the first time, ran into the sea excitedly, drank a sip of seawater, and quickly vomited it out when it was salty. "Thank you so much, you wait for me here for a while, I'll be right back." The turtle swam into the sea and turned back to the three of Broly. "It just left, it hasn't helped us find the Dragon Balls yet, I didn't bring the submarine capsule," Bulma complained. "Didn't it say it would come back, just wait for it?" Broly laughed. "Okay." About a quarter of an hour a small dot appeared on the surface of the sea, then it grew larger and larger, and upon closer inspection, a man rode on top of a turtle. "What's that?" Bulma said in amazement. "Hey!" On the turtle, an old man with a grey beard, sunglasses, beach pants, and fancy clothes greeted the three of Bulma. "Keep you waiting," the turtle said. "Turtle Immortal, long time no see." Broly laughed. When the turtle immortal heard Broly's voice, he looked over in horror, and then thought of the terrifying figure 7 years ago, and his body trembled unconsciously. "Hello," the turtle immortal said solemnly, no longer looking like that hanger. Chapter 018. "Broly, do you know this old man?" Bulma asked curiously. She could see that the turtle fairy seemed to be afraid of Broly's appearance. "I met him when I first came to Earth, he was a martial arts teacher known as the God of Martial Arts, and Kakarot's grandfather was his apprentice." Broly laughed. "In front of you, the God of Martial Arts is a joke." The turtle immortal smiled self-deprecatingly. "Grandpa's master." Sun Wukong heard Broly's words, but his eyes lit up, and he looked at the turtle immortal curiously. Sun Wuhan once told him that the turtle immortal is a very powerful master. "Ryubang, are you the child that Sun Gohan adopted?" The turtle immortal noticed the wishful stick behind Sun Wukong, who once told him that he had adopted a child with a tail. Sun Wukong nodded. "Who among them saved you?" The turtle immortal looked at the turtle. "It was this young man who agreed to send me back, and it was the child who carried me back," the turtle said. "In return, I'll give you a gift, but unfortunately I don't have anything for you to see," the turtle fairy said and looked at Broly. "Just give me the beads around your neck." Broly pouted, the turtle immortal really didn't have anything he could see. "Dragon Ball!" Bulma saw the beads around the turtle fairy's neck and exclaimed. When the turtle immortal saw Bulma's appearance, he knew that this bead was not simple, but he did not dare to regret it, took it from his neck and threw it to Broly, who gave it to Bulma. "Great, collected another one." Bulma was very happy and put away the Dragon Balls, plus one on Sun Wukong's body, there were 4 in total. "I'll give you something too." The turtle immortal looked at Sun Wukong. "Come on, immortal bird." After a moment, there was silence. At this time, the turtle came out to remind him and said, "The kid of the immortal bird died of food poisoning last year, is that so?" "Sorry, I forgot." The turtle immortal said. "How can an immortal bird die?" Bulma complained. "I named him the immortal bird in the hope that it would never die. Well, let's take this instead." The turtle immortal explained, and then thought about what to send to Sun Wukong. "Come out, Du Yun." However, after a while, there was still no movement. "Don't worry, let the somersault fly for a while," the turtle immortal said calmly. Swoosh, a golden cloud suddenly flew from the sky, stopping in front of Sun Wukong and them. "Do you want to eat this?" Sun Wukong circled around the somersault cloud. "This cloud cannot be eaten, ride on the somersault cloud, and fly in the sky as you like." Black lines appeared on the forehead of the turtle immortal. "Broly, this somersault cloud seems to be good," Bulma said. "This cloud is not something that anyone can sit on, it must be pure in mind." Broly said that the so-called purity of mind is not much different from a fool in his eyes. "He's right, only 6 pure people can sit on it, I'll show you," the turtle immortal said. After speaking, he walked to the side of the somersault cloud, jumped upward, snapped, passed through the somersault cloud, and fell to the ground. "It seems that this old man's heart is not pure either." Bulma laughed. "I'll try." Sun Wukong walked to the side of the somersault cloud, snapped, jumped up, did not fall, and then flew up in the sky. "Ha ha, roar!" Sun Wukong got his beloved toy, whistled loudly, played with fun. And the somersault cloud carried him through the sky. "This kid can actually sit on the somersaults." The turtle immortal's heart was a little shocked. If he wanted to sit on the clouds, his heart must not have a little evil thought, and he doubted whether there was such a person in the world. "Cockroach, come down when you've had enough, we're going to continue to set off. For your cultivation, try to use Dao Du Yun as little as possible in the future," Broly said. "I see." Sun Wukong jumped down from the somersault cloud. "Grandpa Turtle Immortal, let's leave first." After the 3 of Broly left, they found the 5th Dragon Ball in a village, and Sun Wukong easily defeated the Oolong, but did not bring the Oolong as in the original book. At this time, Bulma wanted to be the only one with her and Broly. How could she bring someone to disturb her and Broly? After finding the 5th Dragon Ball, Broly and his group set off towards the location of the 6th Dragon Ball, passing through a desert area, because their car cannot drive in the desert and can only be walked. So tired. Sun Wukong was wearing a gravity suit, tired and exhausted, but he was still gritting his teeth and insisting, walking step by step. "Broly, let's find a place to rest." Bulma couldn't stand the heat either. "Okay, it's nice under that boulder, just rest there," Broly said with a smile. He didn't have any effect, the dragon elephant Ruagong made his physical quality improve a lot. Bulma ran under the boulder and suddenly felt a lot cooler. "It's so comfortable, I must develop an air-conditioned suit in the future, so that I am not afraid of heat." Bulma says that as long as she has the idea, it won't be too difficult to develop it. So hungry, so tired. Sun Wukong also ran in, and as soon as he came in, he lay on the ground. "Cockroach, eat this fairy bean." Broly took out a fairy bean and threw it to Sun Wukong, and the 3 fairy beans that were given to Sun Wukong before, Sun Wukong has already eaten. Click click. After Sun Wukong ate it, he immediately recovered. "Hey, someone's coming!" Broly exclaimed. He felt a breath approaching, but it was not very strong. "Broly, what's wrong?" Monkey King asked. "Cockroach, do you want to see your cultivation results?" The corners of Broly's mouth curled slightly, and then he said, "Take off the gravity suit on your body, and then an enemy will come over, and you will go over and knock him down. I will definitely defeat him." Sun Wukong said happily, took off the gravity suit on his body, and threw it on the ground, and the ground fell into a piece. "Wow, that's so easy. Sun Wukong felt extremely relaxed all over, jumped excitedly, and hit the boulder above his head. Ah, it hurts. Sun Wukong rubbed his head, causing Bulma to laugh. At this time, there was a noise, and Sun Wukong walked out and saw yellow sand rolling up in the distance, as if something was approaching. Soon, he could clearly see that it was a young man dressed in green, with long hair, and a knife pinned to his waist. This person was none other than Li Ping, the desert thief. Chapter 019. Li Ping stopped in front of Sun Wukong and jumped off the motorcycle. What are you? Monkey King asked. I am Li Ping, the thief who dominates this wilderness. Li Ping said arrogantly, holding the long knife at his waist in his right hand. For the sake of you being a child, I don't want to bully the small with the big and hand over the money and universal capsules on my body. I can spare your life. I don't have the money or the universal capsule, but I'll beat you. Sun Wukong said seriously. Ha ha ha, you kid actually want to defeat my desert thief Li Ping. It's a big joke. Since you refuse to cooperate obediently, don't blame me for being unkind. Li Ping laughed and pulled out the long knife at his waist, and the blade glowed with cold light. I'm very strong. Sun Wukong said, posing in a fighting posture. Li Ping threw the scabbard into the sky, then swung his knife and slashed at Sun Wukong, and when he was about to cut Sun Wukong jumped into the air. However, this jumped far away, and hurriedly braked before stopping. The body has become too relaxed, and I can't adapt to it at once. Sun Wukong said, his expression was very excited. He found that his strength and speed had increased a lot. Damn, it was actually avoided. Li Ping saw that he didn't hit the knife, and he was a little angry, and then swung his knife and slashed at Sun Wukong. Look at me. Sun Wukong pulled out the ruyi stick behind him. While when the two collided, a spark burst out, and then the knife in Li Ping's hand flew out directly. How is this possible? Li Ping was shocked. How could he not have imagined that Sun Wukong's young body had such great power that he couldn't even hold the knife? You are not my opponent. Sun Wukong said and put away the ruyi stick. Damn, my desert thief Li Ping is not so easily defeated. Li Ping was not convinced. How could he be defeated by a child? If you have any moves, let's use them. Monkey King said. Wolf Tooth Wind and Cloud Fist. Li Ping rushed towards Sun Wukong like a hungry wolf, and the speed of his punches increased several times, making people look a little dazzled. Bang! However, at this time, Li Ping's movements stopped abruptly, and a scream came out of his mouth, and Sun Wukong didn't know when he moved in front of him and punched him in the stomach. Li Ping covered his stomach with his hands, and the severe pain made him bend like a boiled shrimp. It's impossible, how could my wolf-tooth Fenjiun fist be cracked like this? Li Ping's eyes were full of disbelief. His strongest trick had no effect at all. You're punching too slowly. Monkey King said. After this period of training, his strength has improved a lot, and the gap between Li Ping and him is too big. Thump! Li Ping fell to the ground and completely passed out. Not bad, the combat effectiveness has been increased to 50 points. Broly nodded. During this time, Sun Wukong's growth rate was quite fast, which was related to Sun Wukong's perseverance and the foundation he had laid before. Broly, I feel like I'm a lot stronger, can you fight me again? Sun Wukong ran back excitedly, and the battle with Li Ping was not enjoyable at all. It seems that you are inflated. Broly shook his head, his figure flashed, appeared in front of Sun Wukong, and flew Sun Wukong out with one finger. Bang! Sun Wukong crashed into a boulder, and the boulder shattered like a spider's web, burying Sun Wukong. After a while, Sun Wukong climbed out of it, his skin blue and his face swollen. Ah, it hurts, Broly, you're too strong. Sun Wukong said excitedly. Easily defeated by Broly, he was not discouraged, but more full of fighting spirit. Practice hard, maybe one day you can fight me. Broly laughed. I will definitely defeat you. Sun Wukong said confidently. That 20-kilogram gravity suit is no longer suitable for you, change it to this one. Broly took out a universal capsule and threw it to Monkey King. The weight of this gravity suit is 40 kilograms, which is twice as heavy as before. After Sun Wukong changed into a gravity suit, he felt his body become dull again. It's the same feeling again. Bulma, let's move on. Broly said. Bulma nodded, and she had almost enough to rest. I'm going to start cultivating. Monkey King was full of energy and ran to the front, no longer walking in a straight line, but shuttling under the boulders on both sides, walking in the shape of Z. Seeing Sun Wukong working so hard, Broly silently raised the gravity bracelet on his hand from 500 times to 600 times, and suddenly the sand under his feet was sunken. Broly, what's wrong with you? Bulma asked worriedly. It's just that you can't adapt to it, it's okay. Broly laughed, suddenly increasing gravity 100-fold, and he couldn't fully control it yet. After a few days of hurrying, Broly and his party came to Fried Bread Mountain. This is a mountain of flames, how do we get the Dragon Balls? Bulma said. I'll try it. Sun Wukong volunteered. Do Yun. Sun Wukong sat on the somersault cloud and circled the outside of the flame mountain twice, and his tail was set on fire. So hot, so hot. Sun Wukong saw a lake and quickly jumped down. Broly, do you have a way to get the Dragon Balls out of the flame mountain? Seeing the defeat of the Monkey King, Bulma can only hope for Broly. Just put out the flames. Broly said. Such a fire, even artificial rain cannot be extinguished. Bulma said with a bitter face. Shout. At this moment, a large axe flew towards Broly and Bulma, and Broly clamped the axe with his right index and middle fingers. Who are you? Are you trying to steal my treasure? A giant man walked out with 2 horns on his head. It was the Bull Demon King, the owner of the Flame Mountain. Are you the Bull Demon King? Bulma saw the fierce and evil look of the Bull Demon King, and her heart was a little scared. Kakarot, your opponent has appeared. Broly had no interest in getting his hands dirty. Broly, are you calling me? The mountain of fried bread is too hot, I can't get in at all. Sun Wukong immediately borrowed a Ruyi stick and jumped over. You really came to steal my treasure? The Bull Demon King was furious and punched Broly. Kakarot, it's over to you. Broly retreated with Bulma to the side, ready to watch the battle between the Monkey King and the Bull Demon King. Chapter 020. Uncle, you are the Bull Demon King, you look very strong. Sun Wukong dodged the Bull Demon King's punch and looked at the Bull Demon King with excitement. Anyone who comes to rob me of my treasure, I will not let go. The Bull Demon King was very angry, picked up the axe that Broly had just thrown on the ground, and slashed at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong drew a Ruyi stick and fought with the Bull Demon King. Dang dang! The axe and the Ruyi stick collided, bursting out fierce sparks, and now Sun Wukong's combat effectiveness is much higher than when he fought with the Bull Demon King in the original work. Even if he was wearing a gravity suit, he still fought with the Bull Demon King. Click! After all, the Bull Demon King's axe was an ordinary axe, and after colliding with the Ruyi stick dozens of times, it broke in half. Do you have a wishful stick in your hand? The Bull Demon King asked. He couldn't think of any stick other than the Ruyi stick that could break his axe so quickly. Yes, Grandpa gave it to me. Sun Wukong nodded. Grandpa? Are you Son Gohan's grandson? The Bull Demon King exclaimed. Well, my name is Sun Wukong, Uncle Bull Demon King, do you know my grandfather? Sun Wukong nodded and asked curiously, he had never heard Son Gohan mention the Bull Demon King. Sun Wuhan is the eldest disciple of Teacher Wushan, and I am the second disciple of Teacher Wushan. The Bull Demon King said proudly, as if he was saying something very proud. It turns out that you are also a disciple of Grandpa of the Turtle Immortal. Monkey King said. Have you seen Teacher Wu Tian? The Bull Demon King asked eagerly, and he now continued to borrow a banana fan from the turtle immortal to extinguish the flames of the fried bread mountain. Well, I met Grandpa Turtle Immortal not long ago, and he also gave me Duyun. Sun Wukong said with a smile and called out Duyun. Great! When the Bull Demon King heard this, he was very happy. Gaku, can you ride a somersault cloud to help me borrow a banana fan from Wushan Sensei? Of course you can. Sun Wukong nodded. Don't bother so much. At this time, Broly came over. He didn't want to wait so long, just to put out the fire in Bread Mountain. He could easily do it. You are? The Bull Demon King asked. His name is Broly, he's awesome. Sun Wukong introduced the Bull Demon King, and then looked at Broly. Broly, can you extinguish the fire in Fried Bread Mountain? It's simple. Broly nodded and then faced the Fried Bread Mountain. Broly, how the hell is he going to put out the fire in Fried Bread Mountain? Sun Wukong was a little curious. Ha! Broly gathered momentum, suddenly drank loudly, and a strong wind roared out, blowing so that Sun Wukong and the others could not open their eyes. So strong, how do I feel that he is stronger than Teacher Wushan? The Bull Demon King was very shocked, he saw such a strong momentum for the first time. After a while, the strong wind stopped. The mountain of fried bread is gone. Everyone was stunned and looked at the fried bread mountain in shock, and at this time, the fried bread mountain had been razed to the ground. Is this really something that people can do? Bulma said stunnedly. Just one loud drink, I lost the mountain of fried bread. Broly is too powerful, I must become as strong as Broly. Sun Wukong said excitedly. The castle is gone, I can finally go home. The Bull Demon King said excitedly. Broly, let's go find Dragon Ball. After Bulma came to her senses, she said to Broly. Broly nodded. Gaku, my daughter Kiki went to find the Turtle Immortals to borrow a banana fan. Now the flame of the fried bread mountain is extinguished, the banana fan is no longer needed, can you help me find Kiki back? The Bull Demon King suddenly remembered. But I don't know your daughter. Monkey King said. Here's her picture. The Bull Demon King took out a very cute photo, dressed in pink. Okay, I'll go find her now. Sun Wukong took the photo of Kiki, got on the somersault cloud and set off. Broly and Bulma searched for almost half an hour in the ruins of Fried Bread Mountain before finally finding the Dragon Ball under a boulder. Found it, it's the 7 planets. Bulma was thrilled. We can summon the dragon by finding the last Dragon Ball, have you made any wishes? Broly asked. In the original book, Bulma was to ask for a Prince Charming, and this is certainly not the wish now. I haven't figured it out yet. Bulma said. As the daughter of the richest man, she actually lacks nothing and comes out to find Dragon Ball, purely to come out and play with Broly. If you don't have any wishes, give me this wish, and when you think about it later, I will accompany you out to find Dragon Ball. Broly said. Bulma nodded. Let's go back. Broly said. When the two returned to the previous place, Sun Wukong had already returned, and there was an extra girl, it was Kiki, the daughter of the Bull Demon King. I didn't expect the Bull Demon King to have such a lovely daughter. Bulma muttered. Kiki definitely looks like her mother. Broly said that except for Kiki's good talent for learning martial arts, he really couldn't think of Kiki who was like the Bull Demon King. Kakarot, we're leaving to find the next Dragon Ball. Broly then shouted at Monkey King again. Gaku, when I grow up, you must come and marry me. Kiki said shyly. Marry what? Sun Wukong asked suspiciously. Nasty, you know that. Kiki's little face turned red. Well, if you want, marry it. Sun Wukong said without care. I'm so sorry. Kiki covered her face shyly. It seems that something happened between Kakarot and Kiki. Broly heard the words of Sun Wukong and Kiki, but he didn't expect that Sun Wukong didn't go to find the Turtle Immortal, and actually met Kiki in another way. In that case, help Kakarot. Broly thought to himself. Bull Demon King, I see that your daughter Kikai has a good talent in learning martial arts. You can send him to the Turtle Immortal to learn martial arts. Just in the future, Sun Wukong will also go there to learn martial arts. Let them have more contact. Broly suggested to the Bull Demon King that if Kiki also became a martial artist, maybe he would not insist on making Sun Gohan a scholar in the future, and Sun Wukong's life might be better. Seems like a good idea. The Bull Demon King heard Broly's suggestion and nodded. Sun Wukong can sit on the somersault cloud, the character is definitely trustworthy, and the ability is also very good, and Kiki seems to be a little interesting to Sun Wukong, and it is really good for the two to contact early. The Bull Demon King's own martial arts were taught by the Turtle Immortals, and he believed in the teaching level of the Turtle Immortals, at least much better than himself. Chapter 021. After leaving Fried Bread Mountain, Broly and his party continued to set off towards the location of the last Dragon Ball, and after several days of hurrying, they came to a desolate Gobi desert. Buzz! Broly suddenly woke up, his right hand reached out, and a ball of energy was launched into the air. Rumble! A shell that was coming towards them was intercepted by Broly, creating a flame in the air, and the strong wind blew Bulma and Sun Wukong unable to open their eyes. Who is sneaking up on us, abominable? Bulma was so angry that if it weren't for Broly, they would have been hit by a shell. On the boulder not far away, there was a strange robot standing, and the robot was controlled by a guy who looked like a Shiba Inu, and he was very surprised at this time. It was actually intercepted. Kakarot. Broly naturally found him quickly and signaled to Sun Wukong. Okay. After understanding Broly's meaning, Monkey King immediately ran towards the robot. It's not good, it's all a bunch of monsters, I have to run away right away. Shiba Inu Shu was very frightened and immediately controlled the robot to escape, and at this time he didn't want to deal with Dragon Ball. There are still people looking for Dragon Balls, and the last Dragon Ball must be in their hands. Bulma said angrily. After a while, Sun Wukong returned, carrying the robot just now. Broly, this guy was defeated by me, but it's too unbeatable. Monkey King said. Stupid, it's just a robot, the guy inside must have escaped. Bulma roared loudly, but he didn't expect that Sun Wukong didn't even know this. So it is. Monkey King said. The Dragon Balls are in their hands, we can chase them over. Broly said. Okay, let's go right away. Bulma turned on the Dragon Ball radar and chased towards the location of the last Dragon Ball. About half an hour, Broly and his party saw a castle, and according to the Dragon Ball radar, the last Dragon Ball was in this castle. In such a desolate desert, there is such a castle. Bulma said in surprise. Shall we go straight in? Monkey King asked. To be able to build such a large castle in such a desolate place, the owner of the castle must not be simple, maybe there are many traps installed inside. Bulma said. I'll take you inside. Broly laughed, put his hands on their shoulders, and disappeared in place. At this time, in the castle, the little dance with long hair scattered, Pirav with the word fried rice printed on his body, and Axiu, who had just escaped, were watching the surveillance outside the castle. They're chasing here. Ashu said in fear. Don't be afraid, the castle is full of mechanisms, wait for them to come in, use the mechanism to catch them and snatch their Dragon Balls, so that I can summon the Divine Dragon and fulfill the desire to dominate the world. Pirav fantasized happily. We're already in, how are you going to catch us? Broly's voice suddenly sounded in his ears, and Pirav turned his head in horror. How did you get in? Pirav asked in both shock and fear. Kakarot, the three of them will be handed over to you. Broly said that he was not interested in talking nonsense with Pilaf and brought the Dragon Balls from the table. The Dragon Ball is mine. Pirav wants to snatch it back. Bang! Sun Wukong knocked Pirav unconscious with a punch, and then moved in front of Axiu, kicked Axiu in the stomach, plopped, and Axiu fainted to the ground. The last little dance saw that Sun Wukong was so powerful, and directly passed out by himself. Great, Dragon Ball has found it. Bulma took the dragon from Broly's hand and was very excited. Let's go summon the dragon, Broly said. The three came to the outside of the castle and placed the 7 Dragon Balls on the ground, and a faint light flashed on the 7 Dragon Balls. Come out, Shenlong! Bulma shouted and retreated to Broly's side. A bolt of lightning rose up and rushed straight into the sky, as if tearing the sky apart, and then the sky was covered with dark clouds, and in a blink of an eye, it changed from day to night. Groan! A loud dragon groan resounded in the sky, and then an oriental divine dragon appeared in the sky, with green skin, scarlet eyes, sharp claws, and 2 horns on its head. This is the divine dragon, it's spectacular. Bulma was both excited and scared. It's spectacular. Broly's heart was a little shocked, what he saw on the screen and what he was in was completely different. Those who collect the 7 Dragon Balls, say your wish, any wish can be granted, but only one. The loud voice of the divine dragon sounded in the ears of the three. Broly, go make a wish. Bulma said. Shenlong, I want to learn the Realm King Fist of the Northern Realm King. Broly said. The Realm King Fist is a move that can multiply your combat effectiveness, which is very buggy, and the only drawback is that the load on the body is too large. In the original work, Monkey King was rarely used after transforming into a Super Saiyan, and it was not until the time of Dragon Ball Super that he bloomed again and was superimposed on Super Blue. Shenlong pondered for a while and said, I can't let you directly learn the Realm King Fist, it has already exceeded my ability. Don't you have any wish to come true? Bulma complained. When Shenlong heard this, a black line appeared on his forehead, saying that any wish could be fulfilled, and that was just to improve his own qualifications. Then tell me the method of cultivating the King Fist of the realm. Broly said that he was not disappointed that he had not been able to directly learn the Realm King Fist, in fact, he still felt that his ability to cultivate was more reliable. The wish is very simple. A bright light flashed in the scarlet eyes of the divine dragon, and then a burst of information appeared in Broly's mind, which was the cultivation method of the Realm King Fist. Thank you. Broly thanked that the Realm King Fist was not too difficult to learn, and with his qualifications, it would not take long to learn. Your wish has been fulfilled, then, take your leave. The divine dragon reformed into 7 Dragon Balls and flew all over the world, and Broly did not intercept it. Anyway, the journey to find the Dragon Balls is a cultivation for Sun Wukong. Broly, what is the Realm King Fist? Sun Wukong asked curiously. It's a very powerful move, but your current strength is still too low to learn the Realm King Fist, I can teach you later. Broly said. Great, I'll work hard to cultivate. Sun Wukong said happily. Broly, the wish has come true, where are we going next? Bulma asked, finally coming out, she didn't want to go back just like that. Chapter 022. Kakarot, next you go to the Turtle Immortal to cultivate, teach people, he is better than me. Broly thought for a moment and said. Okay, next time we meet, I hope to have a good fight with you. Sun Wukong nodded. Sun Wuhan once told him that the Turtle Immortals are powerful, and he will definitely learn a lot when he goes to the Turtle Immortals. In a few months, it will be the world's first martial arts conference, when the world's masters will participate, I will also go, I hope you can give me a little surprise by then. Broly laughed. Earth's martial arts conference is impossible to have an opponent who interests him, to participate, purely for childhood dreams, after all, in his previous life he was an authentic Dragon Ball fan, now come to the Dragon Ball world, if you don't go to a martial arts conference, it is really a pity. Is it true that masters from all over the world will come? Sun Wukong was very excited. Broly nodded. I'm going to work harder to cultivate. Sun Wukong said with a firm gaze. This is an 80 kg gravity suit, change it after you fully adapt to the current gravity suit, see you at the martial arts conference. Broly took out a universal capsule and gave it to Sun Wukong. Thank you. After Sun Wukong took the universal capsule, he directly sat on the somersault cloud and flew away. Broly, where are we going? Bulma asked. Let's have a good time, and I'll show you around the world. Broly laughed. With a gravity bracelet, he could cultivate even when playing. You'd better be. Bulma happily kissed Broly. The following month, Broly took Bulma around the world, where they could be seen on the seaside, desert, and glaciers. On this day, Broly and Bulma came to a small village. Tap-da-da. A tractor laden with salutes ran out of the village at full power, as if to flee. Did something happen up front? Bulma stopped the tractor. The driver dragged his family down from the tractor, wiped his sweat and said, "There is a monster in front, don't go forward, everyone is fleeing now." What monster? Bulma asked, not worried at all. During this time she had seen Broly's strength. On Earth, there was no way anyone could be his opponent. It's a monster that specializes in destroying villages, called Pig Deer Butterfly, and several villages have been destroyed. The driver said in fear. Pig Deer Butterfly, there seems to be such a monster in the original work. Broly thought to himself. The Pig Deer Butterfly was raised by the Crane Immortals and Turtle Immortals when they were young, and was later used by Tianjin Rice and Dumplings to deceive people's money, and finally exposed by Sun Wukong, and the two also fought a battle. Let's go first, and then wait, maybe the Pig Deer Butterfly will catch up. The driver took the whole family into the car and hurriedly fled outside. Broly, how about we go meet this Pig Deer Butterfly? Bulma suggested. As you like. Broly spread his hands. The two walked into the village and saw the Pig Deer Butterfly that was destroying the village. Dark blue skin, the whole was like a wild boar, the head was born with antlers, and the back also had butterfly-like wings. It looks so ugly. Bulma said in disgust. As if hearing Bulma's words, the Pig Deer Butterfly erupted 2 rough breaths from his nostrils and rushed towards Bulma. Broly! Save me! Bulma saw the fierce appearance of the Pig Deer Butterfly and hurried to the back of Broly. Bang! Broly casually punched out, and the Pig Deer Butterfly flew out, fell violently to the ground, plowed a long ravine on the ground, and broke several bones in his body, and he couldn't even stand up. Broly, you're amazing! Bulma excitedly praised. Fierce Broly, easily defeated by Broly. Who are you who actually injured the Pig Deer Butterfly? At this time, 2 people ran over, both wearing green martial arts uniforms and a hat on their heads. One of them was tall, the other was very short. These 2 people are Tianjin Rice and Dumplings. They used Pig Deer Butterfly to cheat the villagers of money, but they did not expect to encounter hard stubble and injured Pig Deer Butterfly. It turns out that you raised the Pig Deer Butterfly. When Bulma heard this, she was very angry and immediately understood what was going on. If you find out, then I can only leave you behind. Tianjin Fan sneered. Tianjin Rice has a combat strength of 150, and Dumplings have a combat strength of 80, and there is still some gap before participating in the 22nd Martial Arts Conference. Broly thought to himself. Give me death. Tianjin Rice attacked Broly, and Broly was able to defeat Pig Deer Butterfly, which shows that Broly's strength is not low, and he is not careless. Bang! When Tianjin Fan was about to attack Broly, the smile on his face stopped abruptly, and Broly punched him in the stomach, causing him to spit out a mouthful of bitter water. Brother Tien! Seeing this, the dumpling immediately flew over, but was ejected by Broly's finger. Tianjin Fan covered his stomach with his hands, and the severe pain made it impossible for him to continue fighting. Who the hell are you and how can you be so powerful? Tianjin Fan's eyes were full of disbelief. Broly's strength was much stronger than the Doubai he had always admired. If you want to know who I am, come to the world's first martial arts conference, I am waiting for you there. Broly laughed and did not choose to kill Tianjin rice and dumplings. Bulma, let's go. After the two left, the dumplings flew back again, and the pain in Tianjin rice was relieved somewhat. Brother Tian, are you all right? Dumpling's face was full of worry. I'm okay. Tianjin Fan shook his head, looked in the direction Broly left, didn't know what he was thinking, and after a long time, said, Dumpling, let's go to the world's first martial arts conference. Brother Tian. Dumplings don't understand why Tianjin rice does this. I will practice even harder, and I will definitely be able to defeat him when the time comes. Tianjin Fan said. Well, I'll accompany you. Dumpling saw Tianjin Fan's firm eyes and nodded. After Broly and Bulma left, ready to go to the next place, the car was speeding on the winding road, and Bulma's driving skills were much better than at the beginning. Broly, why did you let that three-eyed participate in the martial arts conference? Bulma asked. Add a little fun to the martial arts conference. Broly said with a smile, thinking in his heart, who is stronger than the original, and Tianjin Fan, who appeared early, who will be more powerful? Is that guy awesome? Bulma asked. Tianjin rice was defeated by Broly's punch, she didn't feel anything powerful. It's more powerful than the current Kakarot. And it won't be necessary when the martial arts conference comes. Broly laughed. Chapter 023. In the blink of an eye, several months have passed, and it is only one day before the martial arts conference begins. Broly and Bulma came to the scene of the martial arts conference, because the registration needs to be a day in advance, and it can only be registered on site, not online, and Broly's operation is a bit out. I want to sign up for the world's first martial arts conference. Broly walked over to the registration place and said to the person who registered. Just report your name and age, fake names are allowed. The staff said. Broly, 18. Although pseudonyms were allowed, Broly felt that it was not necessary and directly reported his real name, and he did not need to hide anything. Well, it's okay to participate in the qualifiers tomorrow, I wish you good results. The staff said. Hi Broly, Bulma. Broly had just finished signing up when he heard Sun Wukong's voice, and when he looked back, Sun Wukong was walking towards him, followed by the Turtle Immortal, Klin and Kiki. Kakarot, your strength has improved a lot. Broly laughed. I have practiced very hard with Grandpa of the Turtle Immortal, and this time will definitely surprise you. Sun Wukong smiled confidently. Goku, are the two of them your friends? Klin asked quietly. They are Broly and Bulma, and Broly will also participate in the martial arts conference, and he is super strong. Sun Wukong introduced. Hello, my name is Klin. Klin greeted politely. Goku, let's go sign up first. The Turtle Immortal reminded. Kakarot, then we'll see you tomorrow. Broly said. Sun Wukong nodded. While Broly was chatting with Monkey King, there were two people staring at them in the dark, and Broly noticed it early in the morning, but didn't care. He really came, and I must defeat him this time. Tianjin Fan said that during this time, he also practiced hard, and his strength improved a lot. And although he was defeated by Broly's move last time, there are still many moves that have not been used, making him a little unwilling to lose. Brother Tian, come on. Dumpling said. After Broly and Monkey King separated, they came to a hotel. Hello, open 2 rooms. Broly said. I'm sorry, there are so many people coming to watch the game, now there is only 1 room left. The staff said, giving Broly a look. 1 room is 1 room. Before Broly could speak, Bulma said first, and after speaking, her face was a little blushing, and she buried her head, not daring to look at Broly. Then let's have a room. Broly laughed. During the previous play, Broly confessed to Bulma, and the two are now boyfriend and girlfriend. Hello, this is your keycard. The staff handed the keycard to Broly. One night without a word. Early the next morning, the two left the hotel and came to the scene of the martial arts conference. Last night, nothing happened to Broly and Bulma, except that sleeping in the same room for the first time made the atmosphere a little awkward, and neither of them slept well. Broly is not Megami Yanagita, but considering that Bulma has just turned 18, it is still too early, and he is ready to wait a little longer. When Broly and Bulma arrived, the Monkey King had already arrived, and today they all changed into red martial arts uniforms, and Kiki was the same, only pink. Broly, here you are. Monkey King said. Kakarot, today is a competition. Are you still wearing a gravity suit? Broly said. I'm used to it, and I'll take it off when I meet a powerful opponent. Sun Wukong nodded, he was still wearing the 80-kilogram gravity suit. Not any opponent will give you the opportunity to take off the gravity suit, or it is better to take it off now, even if it is cultivation, it is not bad for this day, and if you lose the game, there is no way to fight with the people behind. Broly said. It seems so, then I'll take it off now. Sun Wukong nodded and took off the gravity suit on his body with difficulty, after all, 80 kilograms is not light. Bang! The gravity suit was thrown on the ground like a boulder hitting the ground. Goku, do you usually wear such heavy clothes when you train? The turtle immortal was so surprised, he taught Sun Wukong to cultivate for so long, and he didn't find it. Well, after taking it off, my body is much more relaxed. Sun Wukong said, moving his body a little. What kind of monster is this? Klin was shocked. You must know that when they usually practice, carrying a 40-kilogram turtle shell already makes him feel very tired, and Sun Wukong has always been wearing such a heavy dress. The draw is about to begin, let's go first. Broly said. The turtle immortal nodded, and the group walked towards the inside of the martial arts hall. Broly, come on. Bulma said. Don't worry. Broly turned around and beckoned to Bulma. After entering the martial arts hall, the queue began to draw lots, and soon everyone got their serial numbers. Goku, which number 1 did you get? Klin asked, knowing that Sun Wukong usually wears gravity suits when training, he is very reluctant to be in a group with Sun Wukong. I'm number 57. Monkey King said. Great, you're in the first half of the second group, I'm the number 98, in the first half of the third group, Kiki is the number 76, in the second half of the group, so that everyone doesn't meet before the quarterfinals. Klin laughed. Broly, which one are you? Monkey King asked. I was at number 137, the first half of group 4. Broly laughed, he didn't really care which group he was divided into, it was the same as who hit him, if he wanted to, no one could catch his move. Then I have to play until the finals to meet you. Sun Wukong thought that he actually wanted to fight Broly quickly. You better try to beat the opponent in front, it won't be so easy. Broly laughed. Well, I'll work on it. Sun Wukong nodded. Hey! At this time, someone patted Sun Wukong's shoulder. You are the desert thief Leaping. Sun Wukong turned around and saw Leaping, he was shocked, he did not expect that Leaping would also come to participate in the martial arts conference. After being defeated by you last time, I practiced very hard, and I guessed that you might come to participate in the martial arts conference, so I came to take a look, but I didn't expect you to be really here. This time I will definitely beat you down and prove that my desert thief Leaping is powerful. Leaping said. I'm not going to lose either. Sun Wukong smiled confidently. Chapter 024. Ask the number 137 to come to the fourth ring for the match. While Broly was chatting with Sun Wukong and the others, the host's voice resounded throughout the martial arts hall through the megaphone. Kakarot, I'm going to the game first. Broly said. Broly walked into the ring and found that his opponent was an extremely fat and tall fat boy, and his body size was very scary, but such a person is generally strong outside. This young man lost. Zalem just stood still and let him push, and he couldn't push Zalem down. Yes, I'm afraid this young man can't even catch a punch from Zalem. Looking at the big and small figures on the stage, the players who had not yet participated in the competition began to talk, but Broly couldn't beat a group of blind rookie chickens. Humph, I didn't expect the first battle to be so easy, and I met a little white face like you. Zalem said arrogantly. Strength is not good, there is a lot of nonsense. Broly pouted disdainfully, other people's villains talk a lot, at least the strength is not bad, there is a wave of capital. Watch me drop you. Enraged by Broly's disdainful words, Zalem strode towards Broly, his hands trying to grab Broly. However, just when Zalem's hands were about to catch Broly, Broly's figure suddenly disappeared, and then appeared in mid-air, kicking Zalem in the stomach with a volley. Zalem was kicked out by Broly like a leather ball and fell outside the ring, and the entire martial arts hall seemed to shake. Suddenly, the entire martial arts hall was silent, and no one expected that the result of the match would be as big as they imagined, and the referee was the first to react and announced, 137 player wins. So strong. Klin was shocked. Broly didn't use his real strength at all, the one named Zalem was too weak. Monkey King said. Goku, are these people really weak? Why do I feel strong? Klin, you can rest assured to go to battle boldly, now you are already very strong. Sun Wukong said that he could not perceive chi yet, but he could roughly sense the strength of a person. Klin was still a little scared. The qualifiers followed, and Broly met one opponent after another, including several who appeared in the original book, such as the beautiful Lan Fang, but Broly did not pity the Jade and punched the other party. Another example is Nan Wu, although the other party has a reason not to lose, but he was easily defeated by Broly. Soon, the places in the quarterfinals came out. Leaping vs Tianjin Rice. Kiki vs Son Goku. Klin vs Dumplings. Jackie Chan vs Broly. Because of Broly, there are more masters of the 21st Tianxia First Martial Arts Conference than the masters of the 22nd Tianxia First Martial Arts Conference in the original work. Below there are leaping contestants and Tianjin Rice contestants to compete on stage. After a short break, the first game of the quarterfinals began immediately. Tianjin Fan walked towards the ring, and when passing by Broly's side, he glanced at Broly, and then stepped into the ring. Broly, this person doesn't seem to be simple, that leaping should not be his opponent. Sun Wukong said seriously, he had fought with leaping and was relatively clear about leaping's strength. Just read it. Broly laughed. In the ring, Tianjin Fan looked at leaping and said with contempt, let's shoot. Damn. It's even more arrogant than my desert thief leaping, I will definitely let you see how powerful I am. Leaping was very angry, and his dignified desert thief leaping was actually underestimated by others. Tap-da-da. Leaping attacked Tianjin Fan, the speed was very fast, almost in the blink of an eye came to Tianjin Fan, and a punch smashed into Tianjin Fan's head. Just when Leaping thought that his punch was about to hit Tianjin Fan suddenly shot out and grabbed his fist. Such a slow attack can't hit me. Tianjin Fan sneered, and then kicked Leaping out. Leaping stabilized his figure in time when he was about to fall out of the ring. Damn, look at my wolf tooth wind and cloud fist. Li Pingshi displayed his trick and turned into a hungry wolf and pounced on Tianjin Rice. It's still too slow. Tianjin Fan quickly punched, blocking all of Leaping's attacks, and finally held Leaping's fist with both hands. No matter how Leaping struggled, he still couldn't break free. How is this possible? Leaping was shocked. The battle is over. Tianjin Fan said lightly, and then with both hands, he threw Leaping into the sky, and then leaped up, appeared above Leaping, clasped his hands into fists, and smashed Leaping to the ground. Bang! Leaping fell to the ground and passed out. 1, 2, 3, 8, 9, 10. The host ran over to read the seconds, and then announced loudly, the Tianjin Rice contestant has won. Young Master Leaping. Puella flew into the ring and carried Leaping back. It's awesome, it's over the battle so quickly. Clin said in shock that if he had faced Shang Leaping, he could have won, but it was by no means so clean. Tianjin Rice has not yet exerted its full strength. Sun Wukong said seriously. No, how could he be so strong? When Clin heard this, he was even more shocked. There are really a lot of masters of the martial arts conference. Compared with Clin's worries, Sun Wukong is very excited and can't wait to compete with the master immediately. Below there are players Monkey King and Kiki players to compete on stage. The first game is over, and the second game starts right away. In particular, the Sun Wukong player and the Kiki player are both disciples of the martial arts god Wushan teacher. This match can be said to be a battle within the same door. Who will win? Let's stay tuned. A few words from the host immediately mobilized the atmosphere of the scene. Gaku, please advise. Kiki said very politely. Kiki, I won't show mercy to my subordinates. Sun Wukong said seriously, for him, every battle should be treated with heart. Me too. After Kiki finished speaking, he attacked Sun Wukong, and the figures of the two disappeared into the ring, and then there was a crackling fighting sound from the ring. The audience could not see the figure of the two clearly, but the fierce fight showed that the game was very exciting. I can't imagine that even Kiki has 100 combat power, and his martial arts talent is not much worse than Clin. Broly thought to himself, with his strength, he could naturally see Kiki's reality at a glance. In the original work, Kiki only practiced with the Bull Demon King for a few years to reach the quarterfinals, although there is a certain element of luck in it, but it can also be seen that her martial arts talent is extraordinary. Chapter 025. Wu. In the ring, the figures of Kiki and Sun Wukong appeared at the same time, and the fierce battle made Kiki gasp, but Sun Wukong did not react. Wonderful, really wonderful. The host cheered vigorously. Gaku, I can't imagine that you are so much stronger than me. You should not have used all your strength. Let me see how strong your total strength is. Kiki said. She is not stupid, and it can be seen from the state of Sun Wukong at this time that Sun Wukong did not use his full strength. Well, then you have to be careful. Sun Wukong nodded seriously. With a swoosh, Sun Wukong rushed out quickly, several times faster than before. So fast! Kiki was shocked, her eyes rolled left and right, looking for the location of Sun Wukong, but she could only find a little afterimage, and her body was in a tense state to prevent Sun Wukong from suddenly attacking. Suddenly, Sun Wukong appeared behind her and grimaced at her. Found it! Kiki kicked back, and then her kick passed through Sun Wukong's body. Obviously this is not Sun Wukong's real body, just an afterimage. Oops! Kiki also realized that something was wrong at this time, but it was too late, and Sun Wukong appeared behind her again, and a hand knife hit her in the neck, instantly knocking her unconscious. 10 seconds later, the host announced, Monkey King player wins. Kiki also woke up quickly, rubbed her neck, and said, Gaku, you are so powerful, you are worthy of being the person I chose to be my husband. Gaku is so hateful, there is such a cute girl who likes him now. Clin was envious. After Sun Wukong and Kiki stepped down, the host shouted loudly, below there are Clin players and Dumpling players on stage for competition. Brother Tian. Dumplings, go. Tianjin fan said. Clin, come on. Don't worry, Gaku, I will definitely defeat that little ghost. Clin laughed, he didn't think the dumplings were so powerful. 10 minutes later. Clin was knocked off the ring and lost badly. Now at this stage, Clin is still a little weaker than dumplings, especially Clin's first participation in the martial arts conference, lack of combat experience, Dumplings can dance air arts, and soon was forced off the ring by Dumplings. Gaku, Kiki, and I have already lost, we can only look at you. Clin said. Sun Wukong nodded. In the fourth game, it was Broly's turn to play, and his opponent was the Turtle Immortal who became Jackie Chan. Broly, come on! As soon as Bulma saw Broly on stage, she cheered Broly on off stage, and at the same time declared her sovereignty, because she saw many women staring at Broly with red eyes. Turtle Immortal, do I beat you down, or do you jump off yourself? Broly looked at the Turtle Immortal with a playful smile on his lips. Even if I know it's not your opponent, I want to give it a try. The Turtle Immortal said seriously. Aside from his narrowed personality, he is still a highly respected martial artist, and when facing a strong opponent, he must also fight hard instead of choosing to retreat. Okay then, let you do it first. Broly pouted. The Turtle Immortals took a fighting posture, slowly condensing the momentum on their bodies, and suddenly, they turned into several Turtle Immortals and surrounded Broly. Such a move is of no use to me at all. Broly shook his head, he could sense the chi, and soon discovered the location of the Turtle Immortal. Bang! Suddenly a punch was thrown, and the Turtle Immortal appeared exactly in that position and punched the Turtle Immortal in the stomach, but Broly controlled the strength and did not knock the Turtle Immortal down with a punch. So fast! When Broly punched, Sun Wukong and Tianjin Fan were both pupil shrinkage. After a while, the Turtle Immortal slowed down. If there are any other moves, let's use them, otherwise there will be no chance. Broly said. When the Turtle Immortal heard this, his heart was also bitter, and he finally came to participate in a martial arts conference, and the first opponent in the 8 finals met Broly. Ugh! The Turtle Immortal drank loudly, and the originally thin body suddenly swelled, and the momentum on his body also increased a lot. It seems that the Turtle Immortals have recently practiced. Broly muttered. The Turtle Immortal put his hands on his waist, forming a calyx, and a strong airflow was generated between his palms, constantly compressing the surrounding air, and suddenly, a blue light bloomed from between his palms. It's this trick again, even if it is used with all my strength, it is useless to me. Broly said. Turtle Sect Qigong Wave. Pushing his palms forward, the scorching energy exploded, and a dark blue ball of energy rushed towards Broly like a wild horse out of control. Boring! Broly casually slapped his hand and directly slapped the Turtle Sect Qigong Wave of the Turtle Immortal flew out. Bang! A huge explosion sounded in the distance, followed by a mushroom cloud. Isn't the Turtle Sect Qigong Wave a trick from teacher Wu Tian? How can this grandfather too? Clin muttered suspiciously. So strong, it actually resisted the Turtle Sect Qigong Wave so easily. Sun Wukong and Clin's focus is completely different, full of fighting intent. That guy's strength is like a bottomless pit. Tianjin Fan became a little unconfident in his strength. Brother Tian. Dumpling glanced at Tianjin Rice worriedly. Wu. In the ring, the Turtle Immortal changed back to his previous thin appearance. Just now this Turtle Faction Qigong Wave has used all his strength, and there is no physical strength to fight anymore. You're stronger than I thought. The Turtle Immortal said solemnly. I shouldn't have to knock you out of the ring next. Broly laughed, the strength he displayed was not even the tip of the iceberg. Host, I admit defeat. The Turtle Immortal said knowingly, and then jumped off the ring. Jackie Chan jumped off the ring, Broly won the victory. The moderator happily announced. Broly, you're the best. Bulma cheered when she saw that Broly had won, as if she had won the game herself. Chapter 026. After Broly won, the quarterfinals were over, and the semifinals followed, the first of which was Son Goku vs Tianjin Fan. Clin, Goku, come on. Dumplings, Brother Tian, come on. I will, X2. After the two stepped into the ring, the moment the host announced the start of the match, the figures of the two disappeared at the same time, and then a fierce collision sounded in the ring. The violent collision caused a circle of white ripples to appear in the air, making the entire sky look like a broken spider's web. It's so strong, I can't keep up with the speed of the two at all. Clin was very shocked, barely able to see a little of the afterimage, and completely unable to see the movements of the two. Gaku will definitely win. Kiki believes in Monkey King very much. Before I know it, Gaku has surpassed me. It seems that the era of the god of martial arts has completely passed, and now it belongs to the world of young people. The turtle immortal thought to himself. Kakarote's improvement is so great, it's really unexpected. Broly whispered softly, Kakarote's combat power actually reached 200 points, which was much stronger than this time in the original book. Strong opponents are really the biggest motivation for Sion to improve. In the original book, every great improvement in Sun Wukong's strength is due to the emergence of powerful enemies, forcing him to become strong. In the ring, after the two tried to attack, they both stopped, had a general understanding of each other's strength, and exuded a strong fighting intent. I can't imagine that besides him, there is such a powerful opponent. Tianjin Fan said, which can be regarded as recognizing the strength of Sun Wukong. Your strength is also very good. Sun Wukong said with a smile. The ultimate winner must be me. Tianjin Fan said, then put his hands on both sides of his head and drank, Sun Fist. The bare head is like a glowing sun, shaking so much that you can't open your eyes. It's a good idea to use Qi to enhance the intensity of light, but unfortunately it's still not the attribute energy I want to see. Broly thought to himself, shaking his head a little disappointed. After using the Sun Fist, Tianjin Fan immediately rushed towards Sun Wukong. The opportunity was only for a moment, and once it was missed, it was gone. Bang! When Tianjin Rice moved in front of Sun Wukong suddenly punched him in the stomach, and upon closer inspection, Sun Wukong was wearing a pair of sunglasses and was not shaken by the Sun Fist. How is it possible? When did you put on your sunglasses? Tianjin Fan covered his stomach with both hands, and when he cast the Sun Fist, Sun Wukong obviously did not wear sunglasses. I borrowed it from Grandpa Turtle Immortal just now. Sun Wukong said with a smile. It's so fast, I don't even notice that the sunglasses are missing. The Turtle Immortal's heart was very shocked. If it were not for Sun Wukong, he would not have found that his sunglasses were in Sun Wukong's hands. Grandpa Turtle Immortal, the sunglasses are still for you. Sun Wukong said with a smile. Damn, you won't be so lucky next time. Tianjin Fan said viciously, and the buffer for a short time had already allowed him to recover. If there is any move, I will definitely not lose. Sun Wukong said seriously. Ugh! Tianjin Fan straddled his feet, clasped his hands together. And his expression was very uncomfortable, as if he was brewing something. Brother Tian! Dumpling shouted a little worriedly. Ha! Tianjin Fan drank loudly again, and two arms grew on his back, which shocked Sun Wukong. He had never seen such a move. It's the Four-Demon Fist. Dumpling's eyes lit up, and Tianjin Rice did not use the move he imagined. Let's take it. Tianjin Fan swung four arms towards Sun Wukong, and all four arms punched at the same time, which was equivalent to twice as fast, and Sun Wukong barely resisted, but still received one or two punches from time to time. Gaku is in danger. Clin said worriedly. Gaku, come on. Kiki's little pink fist was clenched tightly, indicating that she was also very worried at the moment. Kakarote's habit still can't be changed. If you use all your strength, maybe the battle is over. Broly complained. Tianjin Rice's combat effectiveness is only about 180, which is lower than Wukong, plus Sun Wukong's combat talent. If he uses his full strength at the beginning, Tianjin Rice will always be pressed by him. If it was Broly himself, he would definitely not have any hands without knowing the details of the other party. Bang bang! Sun Wukong's flaws became more and more, and his lightning-fast fist hit his face, and he was like a human flesh sandbag, completely powerless to fight back. The Monkey King fighter has no way to retreat, and is about to fall off the ring. Is this match going to end like this? The host explained passionately. Sun Wukong was beaten and kept retreating. Seeing that he was about to fall out of the ring, Sun Wukong jumped up and jumped into the middle of the ring. It hurts, it hurts. Sun Wukong screamed a few times in pain, and was violently attacked by Tianjin rice, which did not cause him to suffer multiple injuries. Since you have 4 hands, then I have 8 hands. Sun Wukong smiled, and then 3 more hands appeared on each side, a total of 8 hands, but he didn't really grow 2 hands like Tianjin rice, but because the speed was too fast, it looked like he had 8 hands. Bang bang! The two fought again, and this time the situation was completely reversed, and Tianjin Fan became the beaten party, and the screams continued to sound. In the end, Sun Wukong kicked Tianjin rice and flew out. Seeing that Tianjin rice was about to fall outside the ring, it suddenly stopped, floated in the air, and then flew back to the ring. You can actually dance the air art. Sun Wukong was a little surprised. He often saw Broly flying in the air, and he was no stranger to air dancing. Your strength is stronger than I thought, and you actually forced me to this point. Tianjin Fan said. Hehe, I've practiced very hard. Sun Wukong said with a smile. Next, I will use the strongest move. I hope you will not be killed. Tianjin Fan said, and then flew over the ring. Brother Tian. Dumplings were worried. Dumpling, it's okay, as long as I don't use all my strength, I will be fine. Tianjin Fan said. You want to use the Qigong cannon, but this trick can't help Kakarot, just don't destroy the ring, otherwise the next match can't continue. When Broly saw the appearance of Tianjin rice, he knew what Tianjin rice was going to do next. Chapter 027. Tianjin rice floated above the ring, the right hand was placed on the left hand, the little finger of the right hand and the index finger of the left hand touched, and the thumbs of both hands were against each other, forming a box, through this box, aiming at the Monkey King below. Qigong cannon! Tianjin Fan shouted, and an energy bomb suddenly emitted and struck towards Sun Wukong. Turtle sect Qigong wave! Sun Wukong put his hands on his waist. His palms were calyx-shaped, and an energy ball was formed between his palms, and with his loud drink, his palms pushed upward, and the energy ball rushed out unstoppably like a dragon out of the sea. The moment the two shock waves collided, the dazzling brilliance drowned everything like the rising sun. The huge energy mass expanded in an instant, and then a rumbling loud sound resounded through the heavens and the earth, and the energy-destroying energy-inspired waves of qi, as if the end of the world was coming. So strong! The turtle immortal blocked his hands in front of him, and he couldn't open his eyes because of the violent wind, but fortunately the explosion was in mid-air, otherwise the entire audience of the martial arts hall would suffer. After everything disappeared, Sun Wu stood panting in the ring. Obviously this move just now made him consume a lot of physical strength, but his face was full of smiles. In the sky, Tianjin rice was constantly falling, and the Qigong wave had almost consumed his physical strength, and the remaining bit of physical strength was also exhausted by resisting the aftermath of the explosion. Bang! Not surprisingly, Tianjin rice fell outside the ring, announcing the end of the match. Brother Tian! The dumplings quickly flew to the side of Tianjin rice, checked the situation of Tianjin rice, and found that in addition to serious physical exertion, there was not much else, and they were relieved. Broly, can you give me a few more fairy beans? Monkey King asked. Broly guessed what Sun Wukong was going to do and threw him a bag of fairy beans, about 20 or 30. Thank you. After Sun Wukong got the fairy beans, he took out one and took it, and the physical strength consumed was completely restored, and then he took out another one and walked to Tianjin rice and dumplings. This is a fairy bean, Eating one can restore all your physical strength. The dumplings did not hesitate, he just saw Sun Wukong take one by himself, and his physical strength quickly recovered, so he gave the fairy beans to Tianjin Rice, and Tianjin Rice also recovered immediately. "Brother Tian, are you all right?" Dumpling asked happily. Tianjin Fan nodded. "Tianjin Rice, your strength is very strong, I hope to have the opportunity to fight with you again in the future," Sun Wukong said with a smile. "I won't lose next time." Tianjin Fan said that he originally only regarded Broly as an opponent, but he did not expect to meet such a strong enemy as Sun Wukong. "Here's a Broly contestant and a dumpling contestant on stage." At this time, the host's voice sounded again. "Dumplings, just fight as hard as you can, don't force the rest." Tianjin said that he knew that Dumplings could not be Broly's opponent. "Brother Tian, I know." Dumplings flew into the ring. "Little ghost head, let you strike first." Broly folded his hands to his chest and pouted. The dumplings flew into the sky. And a golden ball of energy formed on the index finger of the right hand, which was immediately pointed at Broly. Dong Dongbo. When the energy ball was about to hit Broly, Broly suddenly shifted some distance, and the energy ball exploded in place, leaving a black trace. Dong Dongbo. Seeing that the dumpling missed the blow, another whole wave was launched. "Don't play such a trick." Broly was not interested in playing with dumplings, but saw that he made the same action as dumplings, and a whole wave was launched. Such a simple move, he learned it just now, and because his combat power is stronger than dumplings, the power of Dong Dong wave is much greater than that of dumplings. Rumble. 2 cave waves exploded in the air, and the aftermath of the explosion caused the dumplings to fall on the ring. "If that's the only way you do, you can declare the game over," Broly said lightly. Dumpling stood up again, opened his palms, and aimed at Broly, who suddenly felt a wave of energy acting on him. This energy is not strong, but it makes Broly a surprise, because this energy is energy with spatial attributes. Dumplings seem to have special energy, which can restrict the actions of others. It should be the special energy in space, and this spatial attribute energy should be related to his spatial energy. Broly guessed. It's a pity that this kind of power is innate, and there is no way to learn it. Being able to see the attribute energy is already an unexpected surprise. Broly shook his head, he felt that he should not be greedy and insufficient. It was already very good to have the fire attribute energy cultivated by the 9 Yang divine skill. The gap between your strength and mine is too big, and such an ability can't control me at all, Broly said, and with a slight struggle, he broke free of his restraints. "Get down!" After breaking free from the shackles of the dumplings, Broly punched out, and the fist did not directly hit the dumplings, but the strong chi knocked him out. Dumplings! Tianjin Rice flew over and caught the dumplings. "Brother Tian, I'm fine." Dumpling shook his head, and Broly's punch didn't hurt him much. "Finally you can fight Broly." Monkey King is very excited, and the next final is the battle between him and Broly. "Goku, Broly doesn't seem to have been serious, can you beat him?" Klin asked. "You won't know until you've fought." Sun Wukong said with a smile. He didn't care if he could beat his opponent, he enjoyed the process of fighting. After a little rest, the finals are about to begin. The following is to invite the Monkey King player and Broly to the stage, and the winner of the two will win the championship of the 21st Tianxia No. 1 Martial Arts Conference. The host shouted loudly. "Broly, come on, you can definitely get the championship." Bulma shouted excitedly. "Goku, come on." Kiki also shouted loudly, as if she was fighting with Bulma. As soon as Broly and Son Goku stepped into the ring, Son Goku took a fighting pose, and he couldn't wait to fight Broly. "Kakarot, don't test step by step, just use your full strength." Broly said that he knew the habits of the Monkey King very well, and he didn't want to be tempted like that. "Then you have to be careful." Sun Wukong was stunned for a moment, and then said, "Su." Sun Wukong rushed out, the figure disappeared instantly, and then appeared in front of Broly, and a whip leg with a howling wind kicked towards Broly. Chapter 028. Broly panned back for a distance, easily dodged Sun Wukong's kick. Sun Wukong rushed up again, a right hook punched Broly's head, Broly body side, dodged again. Swish! Sun Wukong attacked violently, punching and kicking with the sound of breaking the air, but he couldn't even touch the corner of Broly's clothes. "Kakarot, you can't surprise me with such strength." The corners of Broly's mouth curled slightly. Abominable! Seeing that all his attacks were in vain, Sun Wukong had a feeling of strength hitting cotton, and for a while his strength and speed increased a lot. The strength of that monster is really like a bottomless pit, and even Sun Wukong can't make him serious. Tianjin Fan muttered, and had a new understanding of Broly's strength. Broly is so fast that Goku can't beat him at all. Klin said. "Goku, come on, knock him down!" Kiki shouted. After Sun Wukong saw that he used all his strength, he still couldn't touch Broly, so he simply stopped. "Broly, can you show me your true strength? Then I'll be a little more serious." Broly laughed. Hearing Broly's words, Sun Wukong's whole body instantly tensed, staring at Broly intently, and his eyes did not dare to blink. "Kakarot, the eyes are deceptive, you need to learn to sense the opponent's chi." Broly's voice suddenly came from behind Sun Wukong. The Broly that Sun Wukong was staring at before slowly faded, just an afterimage. He hurriedly turned around, and Broly was standing not far behind him, but did not attack him. After learning to sense the opponent's chi, you can find the opponent's position at the first time, and even if you don't look at the opponent, you can know the opponent's movements. 7 or 8 Broly appeared in the ring, and the voice seemed to come from all directions, and Sun Wukong did not know which Broly was real. "Is this an afterimage fist?" Klin said. "It always feels a little bit like an afterlife." Tianjin Fan muttered, he found a clue, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. Broly uses not an afterimage fist, but a multiplication learned from the Adrath Starman, not to mention that Sun Wukong cannot sense the opponent's chi, and even if he learns, he can't tell which one is the real Broly. "Well, there's only so much I can tell you, and the rest needs to be experienced by yourself." Broly appeared in front of Sun Wukong, one knee on Sun Wukong's stomach. Sun Wukong spat out a mouthful of bitter water, covered his stomach with both hands, plopped, and fell to the ground. "It's time to count the seconds." Broly looked at the host. "Oh, okay." After the host reacted, he ran to Sun Wukong's side and began to count, 1, 2, 3. Buzz! Sun Wukong struggled a few times and tried to stand up, but fell down again. "Goku, come on!" Klin and the others are cheering hard for Sun Wukong. 8, 9, the host continued to count. "Ugh!" Sun Wukong roared, held his breath, and stood up at once. It is worthy of being the protagonist, this willpower is really tenacious enough. Broly thought to himself, if he himself was attacked to this extent, he didn't know if he would be able to stand up like the Monkey King. The Monkey King player stands up, and the game continues to begin. The host announced loudly. "Goku, good." Klin and the others were also very happy. However, an unexpected scene appeared, and Sun Wukong jumped off the ring. "I admit defeat." The situation reversed. And the Monkey King player actually jumped off the ring on his own initiative. The host was stunned for a moment, and then reacted. Broly won the championship of the 21st Tianxia First Martial Arts Conference. "Broly, you're amazing!" Bulma shouted, happier than she was to win the championship herself. "Goku, why did you admit defeat?" Klin asked a little puzzled. "Broly is too strong, even if I keep going, I can't beat him." Sun Wukong said with a smile, without any discouragement on his face. But I will cultivate harder and fight him again next time. I will also work hard to cultivate, I can't be pulled too far by you. Clin laughed that he didn't have the confidence to surpass Monkey King and Broly, but he didn't want to be too far behind. Sun Wukong, we'll see you at the next martial arts conference. Tianjin Fan came over to say goodbye to Sun Wukong, and then left with dumplings. I received the prize money for the championship, how about you eat? Broly walked over with Bulma, holding the prize he had just received. Great, you can have a full meal again. Sun Wukong said happily. In the restaurant, Broly ordered a large table of food, and everyone ate together. I'm afraid the prize money for the champion is not enough for this meal. Bulma saw the tall stack of bowls in front of everyone and muttered softly. After an hour, everyone was full. Kakarot, where are you going to practice next? Broly asked. Continue to go to Grandpa Turtle Immortal. Monkey King said. Goku, I have already taught you everything I can teach, now you need to go outside and see it yourself. The Turtle Immortal said that he had nothing left to teach. Kakarot, there is a Karentat in the forest to the north, you can go there and see. Broly suggested. Broly actually knows about the Karentat, it seems that he must have climbed up and received guidance from the Karen Immortals. The Turtle Immortal was very shocked in his heart, in fact, how did he know that the Cat Immortal was not qualified to guide Broly at all, even the gods did not. Karentat, what is that place? Sun Wukong asked suspiciously. Karen Tower is a martial arts holy place, where the Karen Immortals live, and everyone who climbs the Karen Tower can get the guidance of the Karen Immortals, and the strength will increase greatly when the time comes. Before Broly could speak, the Turtle Immortal spoke. Oh, then I'll definitely go. Sun Wukong nodded, and then looked at Clin. Clin, do you want to come with me? I'll forget it. Clin shook his head, he knew that he had not yet reached the level of the Monkey King, and there was still a lot to learn from the Turtle Immortals. Bulma, can you lend me the Dragon Ball radar? Monkey King asked. Of course you can, are you going to look for Dragon Ball again? Bulma took out the Dragon Ball radar and handed it to Son Goku. I want to wait for the Dragon Ball to recover and retrieve my grandfather's relics. Monkey King said. So it is. Bulma nodded. Everything is settled, then we will leave first. Broly said, ready to go back with Bulma. Goodbye. Chapter 029. After the end of the 21st Tianxia First Martial Arts Conference, Broly wanted to travel in the universe, the earth was too calm for him, which was not conducive to his strength. What, Broly, you're leaving? When Bulma heard the news, she roared, and then her eyes were filled with tears, and she was about to cry. I'm just out to practice, and I'll be back in a while. Broly saw that Bulma was about to cry, and his heart was a little flustered, and he quickly explained. How long is a while? Bulma asked. Maybe 3 years, 5 years at most. Broly assured. Can you take me with you for so long? Bulma looked at Broly with expectant eyes, 3 to 5 years of separation was too long for her. Broly wanted to refuse, after all, Bulma did not have the slightest strength, and taking her would add a lot of trouble, but seeing Bulma's expectant eyes, Broly was a little unbearable. All right. After hesitating for a long time, Broly decided to take Bulma with him. Great! Hearing Broly's promise, Bulma's face immediately turned cloudy, making Broly a little suspicious of whether Bulma had pretended to be just now. Broly, do you have any plans this time, and what do you need to prepare? I'm going to look for Super Dragon Ball, I need a Dragon Ball radar that can cover the entire universe, and just prepare some more meat. Broly said. Super Dragon Ball? Bulma asked suspiciously. Earth's Dragon Balls are made by Tenjin, he is a Namek who is exiled on Earth. The ability of Nameks to make Dragon Balls is given by the Dragon God Salama, and Super Dragon Ball is made by the Dragon God Salama. Broly laughed. Each Super Dragon Ball is the size of a planet, and its abilities are much stronger than Earth's Dragon Ball. Is there really a god in the world? Bulma asked. Well, they are just a little stronger, like the heavenly gods of the earth. His strength is far worse than mine. Broly said. Broly, so you're so powerful? Bulma's eyes shone with adoration. How long does it take to make Super Dragon Ball radar? Broly asked. Bulma pondered for a moment and said, about a day or two will do. 3 days later, a spacecraft lifted off from Bulma's home and entered Earth's atmosphere. Wow, it turns out that the Earth is so beautiful to see from the outer space of the Earth. Bulma was thrilled to see the whole Earth for the first time. Earth is indeed a very beautiful planet. Broly nodded. In terms of the environment, the Earth is much more beautiful than planet Vegeta. I'll take a look at the location of the first Super Dragon Ball first. Bulma took out the Super Dragon Ball radar, shrunk and shrunk again, and finally found the location of the first Super Dragon Ball. The first Super Dragon Ball is at SU8, 9210XY position, and at the speed of our spacecraft, it will take about 3 months to arrive. Then let's go. Broly nodded. Okay. Bulma's slender fingers tapped quickly on the control panel, and suddenly the direction of the spacecraft changed, and the speed increased a lot. Bulma, I went to the cultivation room to cultivate first. Broly said, saying and leaving. It's really incomprehensible. Bulma pouted unhappily. The vast universe is full of stars. A streamer passed through quickly, and upon closer inspection, this streamer was a huge spaceship. At this time, in the spaceship's cultivation room, the word 800 was displayed on the control panel. The air was squeezed dark red, and Broly was floating in mid-air, with white ripples around his body. Broly, the position of the first Super Dragon Ball is almost here. The loudspeaker in the cultivation room sounded Bulma's voice, and Broly withdrew from his state of cultivation. It's been 3 months so soon. There are no years of cultivation, and Broly has not noticed that time flies so quickly. He sometimes helps the month as soon as he cultivates, and eats a fairy bean when he is hungry. Walking out of the cultivation room and coming to the control room, Bulma looked at him with an unhappy expression. What a cultivation maniac! Originally thought that staying in the same spaceship would allow more time to be alone with Broly, who knew that it would take 10 days and a half to see Broly, so she could only spend time in scientific research. When Broly heard this, he touched his nose awkwardly. Did you find the first Super Dragon Ball? Broly changed the subject. According to the Dragon Ball radar, the first Super Dragon Ball is there, but I have checked, and there is no Super Dragon Ball there. Bulma said. You bring up the picture and show it to me. Broly said. Okay. Bulma tapped her hands quickly on the control panel, and then a picture appeared on the screen, an earthy yellow planet. This is Super Dragon Ball. Broly said. Isn't this a planet? Bulma asked suspiciously. Super Dragon Ball is originally the size of a planet, and for countless years in the universe, the surface is covered with dust. It is not surprising that it looks like a planet, and there are even creatures living on it. Broly explained. So it is. Bulma nodded, and then asked, so what do we do now? Let's land on it first. Broly said. Okay, I'll land right away. When Broly's planet was about to land, there were 3 people on top of Super Dragon Ball, one of them purple-skinned, short, the other earthy yellow skin, slender, and the last green skin, tall and burly. These 3 are none other than Gura's mech troops. The purple-skinned one is Captain Shaza, the earthy yellow-skinned is Nez, and the green-skinned is Diri. Captain, there are very few natives on this planet, they have all been solved, and you can notify King Gula to send someone to receive it. Dri said. Well, I've already sent a message to King Gula. Shao said. It's a pity that the environment of this planet is not good, otherwise you can take a good rest after completing this task. Nez said. Tick. At this time, the combat power detector they were carrying suddenly sounded. There are spaceships about to land, and one of them has 8,000 combat power, and he actually came here at this time, which can only be considered his own bad luck. Shao-Tsa sneered. Chapter 030. The spacecraft landed smoothly on the ground, the hatch opened, and Broly and Bulma walked out of it. Hey! As soon as he got off the spacecraft, Broly exclaimed, because he sensed that there were 3 chi approaching, and these 3 chi were not weak. Broly, what's wrong? Bulma asked. It's okay, 3 people came over, and they don't look like the natives of this planet. Broly said. Can aliens be seen so soon? Bulma said excitedly. After a while, the 3 of Shao-Tsa flew in front of them. Their spaceship looks good, so we made a special trip. Shao-Tsa laughed. It's them. Broly quickly recognized them when he saw the 3 of Shao-Tsa, but he didn't expect to meet them on the first stop after leaving Earth. Is this an alien? It's ugly. Bulma said disgustedly. Dre, quickly solve the 2 of them and bring the spaceship back. Shao-Tsa said. When Dre heard this, he walked out with a cheeky smile on his face, but this smile made people feel cold behind their backs. Bulma, you back off first, I'll solve these 3 ants first. Broly said. Then you be careful. Bulma quickly retreated to the side of the ship. It's useless to run anywhere, die obediently. Dre sneered, and then slammed into Broly like a galloping bison. Dre was really interested, and he even planned to tease them. Shao-Tsa laughed. An 8,000 combat strength, whatever you want to play with Dre, the final result is the same, just to pass the time. Nez laughed. However, a scene that surprised them appeared, and when Dre rushed in front of Broly, his movements stopped abruptly, and the smile on his face turned into a painful look. Broly hit Dre hard with an elbow blow, and the force was transmitted from the contact point to Dre's whole body, and the inside of his body had been completely shattered. With a plop, Dre fell to the ground. Dre is dead. Shao-Tsa and Nez were unbelievable, but there was indeed no data from Dre on the combat power probe. The 2 looked at each other, and then attacked Broly left and right. Shao-Tsa, as the captain of the mecha unit, but the combat effectiveness is not the highest, but the dead Delri, he can become the captain, relying on a flexible mind. However, his combat power is not much lower than that of Dre, about 170,000, while Nez's combat power is slightly lower than that of Shao-Tsa, about 165,000. Due to the frequent missions together, the 2 cooperate closely, with Nez fighting close to each other and Shao-Tsa sneaking up on the periphery. Zzz. Nez's body emitted a high-voltage electric current, which enveloped Broly. Play with electricity? It just so happens that I will too. The corners of Broly's mouth were slightly hooked, his hands were together, and the momentum condensed between his palms, and then he shouted, all nations are shocking. Ugh! A thick electric current enveloped Nez, causing Nez to let out a scream. The heaven-shattering palm of all nations was much more powerful in Broly's hands than in the hands of the turtle immortals, but in just a few breaths, Nez was electrocuted into a pile of black charcoal. Shao-Tsa didn't have time to look for an opportunity to sneak up on Broly on the periphery, and saw that Nez was killed by Broly, and almost without any hesitation, turned and fled behind. If you want to escape, can you escape? Broly said with a playful smile, and then the figure disappeared in place. And then appeared in front of Shao-Tsa, stopping Shao-Tsa. Continuous energy waves. Shao-Tsa's right palm opened and launched a series of energy balls at Broly, instantly enveloping Broly. Thundered. The explosion drowned out Broly, and a smile appeared on Shao-Tsa's face. Are you tickling me? However, Shao-Tsa's smile soon disappeared, and Broly emerged intact from the smoke of the explosion, his attack having no effect at all. I am King Gula's subordinate, if you kill me, King Gula will not let you go. Shah knew he couldn't escape and could only pray that Gula's reputation would stop Broly. "Don't worry, if he comes to me, I will send him down to accompany you." Broly laughed. Immediately teleported in front of Shahza, the energy knife in his hand went directly through Shahza's chest, and Shahza died with unwilling eyes. Chi condensed into a knife, is a move newly developed by Broly, which has good practicality, but the control of Chi requires relatively high, otherwise it will disperse when touched. "Broly, who are they?" When Broly returned, Bulma asked. "They are the subordinates of the cosmic demon Gula, who are supposed to occupy this planet, and we just happened to be here." Broly said. "Cosmic demon, Broly, can you beat him?" Bulma asked worriedly. "Don't worry, I can easily defeat him." Broly laughed. Now that his basic combat power has reached 3 billion, as well as hidden cards such as the Fury State and the Realm King Fist, Gula is an ant to him. "Broly, you're amazing!" Bulma said adoringly. "By the way, is this planet really Super Dragon Ball? You'll know right away." Broly laughed, then gathered momentum, punched the ground, and spider web-like cracks spread around, and finally spread throughout the planet. A golden yellow light emanated from the cracks, shaking so much that people could not open their eyes. "Ugh!" Bulma felt the ground shake and almost fell, but fortunately Broly picked her up and flew into the air. "Broly, spaceship!" Bulma said. Broly quickly moved to the side of the spaceship, pressed a button, and the spacecraft turned into a universal capsule, which was put away by Broly. The rock layer on the surface of the planet fell off, revealing its true face. "Is this Super Dragon Ball? It's so big." Bulma was shocked to see it with her own eyes and feel completely different from what others had described. "Bulma, do you have a way to make Super Dragon Ball into a universal capsule?" Broly asked. "Such a large Super Dragon Ball, there is no way to carry it. Super Dragon Ball is too large to make a universal capsule." Bulma said that turning a planet into a universal capsule is currently not yet possible. "So how do you take it away?" Broly mused. "He can take it away with teleportation, but he has to find other Super Dragon Balls, and even a few Super Dragon Balls in the 6th universe, and he must find a way to pack the Super Dragon Balls." Chapter 031. Bulma, let's go to Namex first. Broly thought for a while and decided to use Namex's Dragon Balls first to get a way to carry Super Dragon Balls. "Do you want to make a wish with the Dragon Balls of Namekex?" Bulma immediately guessed Broly's thoughts. Broly nodded. "I'll check the location of Namex first." Bulma opened the mini notebook on her wrist, checked the planet map, and quickly found the location of Namex, and said, "Namex is in SU83, 9045YX, and it will take about 2 months to pass from our position." "Then let's go," Broly said, took out the spaceship universal capsule, threw it at the Super Dragon Ball, and with a bang, it turned into a spaceship again. "What about this Super Dragon Ball?" Bulma asked. "Put it here first, we can't take it away, it's not so easy for others to take it away, and even if it is taken by others, we can go and get it back." Broly laughed. When Broly set off for Namex, the North Galaxy, on the planet Gula. This planet was not originally called Planet Gura, but after being occupied by the Gula army, it was set as a base camp, thus renamed Planet Gura. In one of the main halls, Gula is sitting on the upper throne, holding a glass of red wine in his hand, leisurely tasting. At this time, a dog-headed cosmic man walked in, looking a little flustered. King Gula, Lord Shaiza, Lord Nez, and Lord Dri have just lost their vital signal. The dog-headed cosmic man trembled and prayed, afraid that Gula would be angry and kill him. This kind of thing has not happened before. What? When Gula heard this, he was very angry, and the red wine glass in his hand was directly crushed, and the red wine flowed out along the seams of his fingers, like bright red blood. "Who did it?" Gula asked. "I don't know, according to the news that the 3 adults finally sent back, they have completed their mission and are about to return, but suddenly an unexpected enemy appears. The 3 adults are not opponents, and they are all killed. The dog-headed man said. Abominable. When Gula heard this, he became even more angry. The loss of a mech unit was no big deal to him. He was angry that someone had done against him. Something like this had not happened for a long time since he dominated the universe. Lakshad saw where they disappeared last. I'm going to personally tear the people who fought against me to shreds. The bruises on Gula's forehead burst out, and his fists clenched with a click. Yes, King Gula. When the dog-headed man heard this, he quickly retreated, and he was glad that he had saved a life. Shout! However, before he could get out of the hall, a ray of light pierced directly through his chest. Gula's finger was pointing at him, with a sneer at the corner of his mouth, and said lightly, I almost forgot, it was you who ruined my good mood. 2 months later, Broly and Bulma stood in the control room, and through the glass cabin, they could see the nearby Nemesis star, about 10 times the diameter of the Earth, and the surface was basically wrapped in green vegetation. It's really weird that there are 3 stars around, Bulma said. Namex is located in a 3-star system, so there is no night, which is very suitable for plant growth, but a long time ago, Namex suffered a natural disaster and has not fully recovered until now. Broly said. Let's land quickly. I really want to see what the Dragon Ball of Namex looks like. Bulma was very mobile, her hands tapping quickly on the control panel. On a towering stone pillar of Namexan, there is a building that resembles a beetle. Inside the building is a huge Namex man, the great elder of the Namex man, who survived the natural disaster that year, and now the Namex people on the Nemesis are his children. Niru, there are 2 distant guests who are about to descend on Namex, you go and pick them up, don't conflict with them, whether Namex can survive that calamity in the future is all up to them. The great elder said, his voice a little weak. Yes, Grand Elder. Niru trusted the great elder's words. The ship landed slowly in a hilly area, and Broly and Bulma had just come out when they saw a man waiting for them. Is this the Namex man? It's really strange. Bulma muttered softly. However, the Nemesis had a special hearing, and although Bulma spoke very quietly, he was still heard by Niru, and the corners of his mouth twitched unnaturally, but he remembered the words of the great elder and did not conflict with the 2. The great elder asked me to pick you up. Niru is concise and concise, he is not good at communicating with others. Foreseeing the future? This ability is really magical, but unfortunately there is no strong power, even if you see some fragments of the future, you have no ability to change. Broly thought to himself. Lead the way. Broly said. Niru flew straight away, and Broly put the ship away and followed closely with Bulma in his arms. After a while, the 3 of them arrived at the great elder's residence. Guests from afar, welcome to Nameseem. The great elder said with a kind face and a smile. Ahem. After speaking, coughed twice. Great elder. An anxious look appeared on Niru's face. It's okay. The great elder waved his hand, signaling Niru not to worry. He knew that his lifespan was running out, but there would be nothing to do now. Hello, I would like to use the Dragon Balls of Nameseem. Broly did not deter and directly stated his purpose, and it was best for him to solve it peacefully. Niru, go get the Dragon Balls. The great elder did not hesitate and directly agreed to Broly. Great elder. Niru glanced at Broly. He sensed danger from Broly's body, and was obviously not worried about the great elder being alone with Broly. It's okay, if he wants to disadvantage me, you can't stop it. The great elder said. Seeing that the great elder said this, Nero could only go to carry out the great elder's order. Distant guest, I foresee that there will be a catastrophe in the future, I wonder if you are willing to help. The great elder said. If it's within my reach, I'll help. Broly said that he didn't know if the great elder said that the great tribulation was Frisia, and if so, he would also solve Frisia without the great elder. Thank you. A smile appeared on the great elder's face. It wasn't long before Niru returned, holding 7 Dragon Balls. Is this the Dragon Ball of Namex? It's a lot bigger than Earth's Dragon Ball, and much smaller than Super Dragon Ball. Bulma muttered. Chapter 032. Does Earth also have Dragon Balls? When the great elder heard this, he was a little shocked. Yes, the Dragon Balls of Earth were also made by the Nemesis, and now they are the gods of Earth. Broly explained. I can't imagine that there is still a Namex wandering outside. It should be the person who survived the natural disaster. If you have the opportunity, I hope you can take him to Namex. The great elder said. I'll bring him when I have the chance. Broly nodded. Niru, go and help them make a wish. The great elder said that the divine dragon of Namex must be in the language of Namex to make a wish. The 3 of them came to a gentle area outside the house, and Niru placed the 7 Dragon Balls on the ground. Come out, Shenlong. Niru said in name seeing. The 7 Dragon Balls flashed a light, and then a lightning bolt rose up and rushed straight into the sky, and the sky was shrouded in dark clouds, changing from day to night. Groan. A dragon groan resounded through the heavens and earth, and a fat divine dragon appeared in the sky. Is this the divine dragon of Namex, which is much larger than the divine dragon on the ground? Bulma said in shock, and at the same time a little scared in her heart. She took Broly's arm. Those who collect the 7 Dragon Balls, say your wish. Any wish can be granted, but only 3. Polenga said. If you have any wishes, you can grant 3. Niru turned around and said. Can you realize 3? It is worthy of being an authentic divine dragon, and it has 2 more wishes than the divine dragon of the earth. Bulma muttered softly. The first wish, I want to learn the word of God. Broly said. Since you are looking for Super Dragon Ball, the language of the gods must be used. Niru translated Broly's words and said a lot of things to Polenga that Broly couldn't understand. This wish is very simple. A bright light flashed in Polenga's scarlet eyes, and then a message appeared in Broly's mind, which was the word of God. The second wish, I want a box that can put Super Dragon Balls in and carry it with me at the same time. Broly said. Niru again relayed Broly's to Polenga. This wish is also very simple. A flash of light flashed, and a colorful box appeared in Broly's hand, only the size of a palm. The third wish, I want a block that can travel through the universe. Broly said that there are still several Super Dragon Balls in the 6th universe, and he has no ability to go to the 6th universe, so he can only ask the dragon for help. After Niru translated Broly's words, Polenga pondered for a while, and then pretended to say, this wish is simple. A bright light flashed in the scarlet eyes again, and a transparent square appeared beside Broly. Your wishes have all come true, then, I take my leave. Polenga reformed into 7 Dragon Balls and flew in all directions of Namex. My wish has come true, help me say thank you to the great elder. Broly said that the purpose of coming to Namex has been achieved, and he has no plans to stay here any longer. I'll relay it. Nero said indifferently, and then flew back to the great elder's room. Broly, what's the use of this shuttle block? Bulma asked curiously. There are a total of 12 universes like ours, our universe is the 7th universe, and the Super Dragon Balls we are looking for are distributed in the 6th universe and the 7th universe. And when we find all the Super Dragon Balls of the 7th universe, we will go to the 6th universe, and then we will need this shuttle block. Broly explained. His shuttle block is far worse than Whice's shuttle block, only has the ability to shuttle through the universe, and the speed is much slower than Whice's shuttle block. It turns out that the universe is so big. Bulma said in shock. Let's hurry up and put that Super Dragon Ball away, and then go find the rest of the Super Dragon Ball. Broly laughed and took the ship out. In fact, his shuttle block can also replace the spaceship to navigate the universe, but he cannot cultivate in the shuttle block, and for him, the spaceship is still better. Bulma nodded. After 4 months of sailing, Gula finally came to the location where Shaiza was killed. King Gula, it's about to reach the target planet, but this planet has some weirdness. A cosmic man said to Gura. How weird? Gula asked. This is a picture of the planet, King Gura, please take a look. The cosmic man brought up the picture of the planet and saw an orange, crystal clear planet. I've never seen such a strange planet before, and this planet wasn't like this when Lord Shaiza was on their mission. The cosmic man said. Idiot, this is not a planet, but a treasure that we don't know about. Gula said that although he does not know Super Dragon Ball, he can see at a glance that Super Dragon Ball is not simple. Check it for me, be sure to find out what this is. Gula said. King Gula, are we still going to track down Lord Shaiza's killer? The cosmic man asked. Let them go first, and then go to them to settle accounts after finding out the origin of the treasure. Gula thought about it for a moment and said that after 4 months, his anger had subsided a lot. Yes, King Gula. By the way, I forgot to say, I don't want the news of this treasure to reach the ears of my father and my stupid brother, otherwise you will all die. Gula sneered. It won't get out. Everyone present broke out in a cold sweat, afraid that Gula would kill them. In the cultivation room, Broly was cultivating when he suddenly sensed a very powerful chi. Good evil chi, it should be Gula who found it. Broly stopped his cultivation and walked out of the cultivation room to the control room. Bulma, how long until we arrive? Broly asked. Bulma immediately calculated the flight time and said, it will take another day. You control the spaceship to move on, I'll go out first. Broly said. Broly, has something happened? Bulma asked, not understanding why Broly was doing this. The cosmic demon I told you about is on Super Dragon Ball, I plan to solve him first, and you follow him. Broly said. Can't you take me with you? Bulma frowned. The number of people on the other side is large, I am worried about your safety, or wait until I solve them all, you will come back. Broly said. Then be careful yourself. Seeing that Broly had said this, Bulma did not insist any longer. Broly nodded and disappeared into the spaceship. Chapter 033. On the Super Dragon Ball, Gula is sitting there leisurely, waiting for his subordinates to find the origin of the Super Dragon Ball. Who? Suddenly, his face changed, and he turned to see that not far from him, there was a person standing there, that person was none other than Broly. Hearing Gula's voice, Gula's men ran over and surrounded Broly. Aren't you looking for me? I'm coming by myself. The corners of Broly's mouth curled slightly. You killed Shaiza. Gula said angrily. Good. Broly laughed. It turns out that you have not escaped here, and you have concealed the detection of the combat power detector, why don't you keep hiding, but you want to come out and die? Gula sneered. Are you sure you can kill me? Broly laughed playfully. No one has dared to provoke me, King Gula, for a long time, and I will crush your bones one by one to let you know how stupid your actions are. Gura's voice became sharp and harsh. There is so much nonsense, hurry up. Broly said impatiently, hated that such a person without strength pretended to be forced in front of him. Kill him for me. With Gula's order, his men attacked Broly. A bunch of dead trash fish. Broly pouted, kicked one of the cosmic people who rushed to the front, and then struck the back with his elbow, hitting the other cosmic in the abdomen. Yikes! Immediately, several energy balls flew towards Broly, and were slapped out by Broly, just falling in the crowd, booming a few times, and many people from the Gula Legion were killed. Give me all to die. Broly didn't have the patience to fight one by one, and a series of energy balls were launched from the palm of his hand, and the exploding flames swallowed all the people of the Gula Legion. Gula, the subordinates are dead, now it's your turn. Broly said. Find death. Gura's figure suddenly disappeared, and immediately appeared in front of Broly, punching him. Broly stretched out his left hand to hold Gula's fist, squeezed it hard. Gura let out a scream, and then punched Gula's face with his right hand, and the combat power detector that Gula was carrying shattered in response, and the whole person flew out. Broly quickly caught up with Gula again and kicked Gula to the ground. Bang! Gula smashed into the surface of Super Dragon Ball and glided a long distance before stopping. Damn, it actually made King Gula shed noble blood. Gula wiped the blood stains from the corners of his mouth, his face became gloomy, and he roared hysterically. Gula, I know you can transform, hurry up and transform, otherwise you won't even have the chance to transform. Broly said. It seems that you know me well, who are you? Gula sneered. I haven't hidden my identity, it's just that you haven't discovered it yourself. Broly laughed, wagging his tail. He is not worried about his identity being exposed, but he is going to find Super Dragon Ball next and does not want some trouble to interfere with his progress in finding Super Dragon Ball. Tail, Scion, how is this possible? When Gula saw Broly's tail, his eyes widened, and he roared loudly, how can a Scion have such high combat effectiveness? Because I'm the legendary Super Scion that your frozen demon clan fears. Broly had a smile on his lips. Legendary Super Scion? That's just a joke. Gula sneered. Whether it's a joke or not, you'll know if you try it. Broly said. Damn Scion monkeys! Gula was furious. Stimulated by Broly's breezy smile, and instantly moved in front of Broly, but his anger could not change the gap in combat effectiveness. Bang! Broly punched Gula in the stomach, and Gula spat out a mouthful of bloody phlegm, and the severe pain made his eyes bloodshot and his body bent like a shrimp. Is it still a joke? Give you one last chance to become the final form, and next time I will not be soft. Broly sneered, his laughter full of killing intent. Ah, bastard! Gula roared angrily. His Grand Universe Emperor was actually given alms by others, but he did not rush up like this, but began to transform, and from Broly's cold eyes, he knew that Broly would really kill him. If he was killed like this, he would be too wronged, and he decided that after the transformation, he must torture Broly fiercely, only in this way can he vent the anger in his heart. A white flame emerged from Gula's body, and Gula's body grew larger at a speed visible to the naked eye, with two sharp horns growing on his head, similar to curds. However, Gula's transformation did not stop like this, and his body continued to change. His head became slender, several tentacles grew on his head, the armor on his shoulders was open, and his muscles were further expanded, looking very ugly. Ha! Gula continued to roar, the breath on his body continued to grow, and his body began to become petite, slowly turning into a harmless appearance of humans and animals. My stupid brother has only transformed 3 times, but I have 4, I have never transformed like this since I was born, it is your honor that you can see this form. Gula paused slightly, as if he was saying something very proud to Broly. Ugh! With Gula's roar, his body continued to grow larger and stronger at the same time, extending backwards from the 4 corners of his head. His mouth was covered with a mask, his eyes turned red, pupils disappeared, the other 2 shoulders protruded like chest protectors, 2 horns grew from his back, and his arms grew like knife-like protrusions. Drink! Gula gulped again, his breath grew explosively, the surrounding hurricanes were dispersed, and everything returned to calm. Scion monkey, I will make you regret giving me the opportunity to transform. Gula sneered, clenching his fists, very confident in his strength at this time. Let you use the strongest power, just want you to die, the legendary Super Saiyan is more powerful than you think. Broly laughed. Damn Saiyan monkeys, less big talk. Gura's figure flashed, and then appeared in front of Broly, a hand knife hit Broly, and with a whoosh, Broly's figure disappeared, and then appeared above Gula and kicked over. Gula also reacted in time to dodge Broly's kick. Bang bang! Immediately, a fierce collision sounded in the air, and the figures of the two flashed in various places in the air, and a circle of white ripples made the sky seem to be shattered. Chapter 034. Bang! Gula was punched by Broly and flew out. His body was like an unloaded cannonball, falling to the ground, and at the moment when he was about to land, Gula's figure stopped abruptly, and then kicked the ground with his foot and rushed towards Broly. Savage monkey, give me death! The mistake made by that fool Frieza made you lucky enough to survive, let me make up for it. Gula yelled as he attacked Broly. You're not much better than Frieza. Broly reached out and grabbed Gula's tail and spun it around a few times, throwing Gura out. Bastard! After stabilizing his figure, Gula fired a series of energy balls at Broly with both hands, and Broly did not dodge, but none of them hit Broly. A sinister smile appeared at the corner of Gura's mouth, and the ball of energy he launched stayed around Broly, sealing Broly in all directions. Give me death! Gula shook his right hand, and the energy balls in all directions struck towards Broly. Thundered. The flames of the explosion engulfed Broly, and a strong wind spread around. Is that all you attack? Before the smoke cleared, Broly's voice came from inside, and the smile on Gura's face completely disappeared. Impossible! Gula couldn't believe that his attack didn't hurt Broly in the slightest. As I said, the legendary Super Saiyans are more powerful than you think. Broly laughed. How could Gula's little trick be concealed from him just now? He wanted to test his physical strength, and without using the chi bonus at all, Gula's attack still didn't cause him any damage, which shows how strong his physical body is. I killed you! Gula was completely enraged by Broly, his face became hideous, and he attacked Broly like crazy. Swish! Broly dodged left and right, easily dodging Gura's attack, and in anger, Gula lost his mind, and the attack was even less threatening to Broly. Gura, it's time for the battle to end. Broly was no longer interested in playing with Gura. Bang! Broly hit Gula in the stomach with a hook, and a force passed through Gula's body, and Gura's movements stopped abruptly, his eyes were round and his eyeballs were protruding. Don't worry, in the near future, I will definitely send Frieza and Kurd down to accompany you. Broly said in Gula's ear. A dark blue light lit up from Broly's hand, and immediately formed a ball of energy, which was launched against Gula's stomach and rushed into the sky. Nope! When death came, fear appeared on Gura's face, and he roared unwillingly, but he couldn't stop it from happening, and was pushed by the energy ball and flew into outer space. After a while, a cloud of light lit up in outer space, and after blooming with brilliant brilliance, it disappeared into invisibility. The invincible enemy at the beginning, after a few years, I am no longer qualified to fight to the fullest. Broly muttered. At first, he still tried to escape from planet Vegeta, but now the entire Frozen Demon clan is a group of ants in his eyes, and he is not qualified to be serious. Put away the Super Dragon Ball first. Broly flew above the Super Dragon Ball, took out the colorful box he got from the Namex Divine Dragon, and silently recited a few words in his mouth, and a burst of light shot out from the colorful box and shone on the Super Dragon Ball, and the Super Dragon Ball became smaller at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then flew into the colorful box. Done. Broly closed the box, put it away. Then sensed Bulma's chi and disappeared in place. In the spaceship, Bulma walked around the control room, her face a little anxious, and her mouth kept muttering, Broly, you must be fine. Bulma, I'm back. Broly's figure suddenly appeared next to her, and she didn't notice it for a moment and crashed into Broly's arms. Broly, it's great that you're back. Seeing that Bulma came back safe and sound, her mood suddenly became better and she hugged Broly's neck. Makes you worry. Broly saw that Bulma cared so much about herself, and her heart was a little moved. Broly, was that cosmic demon defeated by you? Only then did Bulma realize that she was in Broly's arms, shyly withdrew, and quickly changed the subject. Well, Super Dragon Ball was also taken back by me. Broly nodded. I'll check the location of Super Dragon Ball in the next moment. Bulma took out the Dragon Ball radar and looked at it. The nearest Super Dragon Ball is no longer within the range of the North Galaxy, and it will take about 5 months from where we are now. Then let's go. Broly said. It doesn't matter to him how far away the distance is, what he has now is time, and he can also cultivate on the spaceship anyway. Bulma nodded. Planet Frisia. Frisia sat on top of the flying machine, and next to him stood a pale green-skinned man, none other than Frisia's right-hand man, Sabo. King Frisia, news has just come that King Gula is dead. A fat red man walked in, and it was Frisia's other right-hand man, Dodoria. Who killed my waist brother? Frisia's complexion did not change, as if something had happened that had nothing to do with him. It's not clear, it seems that the Mecha troops under King Gula were killed, and King Gula personally went to take revenge, and was killed. Dodoria said. Let people take in the people of the Gula Legion and occupy those planets under my brother's rule. Frisia said, a smile on his lips. Yes, King Frisia. Although my brother is waste, it is absolutely unforgivable for someone to dare to provoke our frozen demon clan. Let people find out who killed my waste brother. Frisia said, exuding a murderous aura. I'll do it right away. Doria trembled unconsciously. I have had great power since I was born and have never practiced because no one can make me feel threatened, and now it's time to cultivate for a while. Frisia sneered. Chapter 035. In the Dark Universe, Broly's spaceship is sailing fast, dragging a long tail behind it, like a shooting star, flashing by. After completing the basic cultivation of the day, Broly came to the control room. Broly, our spacecraft has not much power energy, and we must replenish the energy as soon as possible. Bulma said. Is there a tech planet nearby? Let's go and replenish the energy on it. Broly said that after sailing in the universe for so long, the energy he carried in the first place has almost been used. There is a planet called Fidar, which should be able to replenish energy. Bulma says she's looked it up before. Then go to planet Fidar. Broly nodded. Bulma's jade-like fingers tapped a few times on the control panel, and the spacecraft suddenly changed course and flew towards the planet Fidar. After 3 days of sailing, the spacecraft successfully landed on the planet Fidar. The planet doesn't seem to be peaceful either. Broly said that he sensed that there were many people fighting, but the energy of the battle was not very strong. Broly, has something happened? Bulma asked suspiciously. He didn't sense chi like Broly. We'll just go over and see. Broly hugged Bulma, snorted, and disappeared in place. In a plain of planet Fidar, dozens of rabbit-like men are chasing a truck with a cart of blue spars on their motorcycles. Big brother, the guards of the Fidar Starman have caught up. A stocky man with a handful of hair on the top of his head and pointy ears said. His face was not worried, but full of smiles. Then kill them. A man who looked similar to the man before, but was tall and thin, said. Big brother, look at me. With a bloodthirsty smile on the face of the man before, he took out a laser gun, stuck his head out of the window, and shot at the guards behind. Yikes! A few flashes of light flashed, and suddenly several people were knocked off the motorcycle. Broly appeared in midair with Bulma, just in time to see the scene in front of him. Broly, it's a Tianjin stone. Bulma saw the spar in the truck and said happily that the Sky Stone is the power source of all machines. It seems that the Fidar Starman has encountered robbers. Broly muttered. Just as he was about to start and intercept a car of Tianjin stones, suddenly a hemispherical spaceship flew over, and there was a special sign on it. The 3 people in the truck had horrified expressions on their faces when they saw the sign. Big brother, it's a galaxy patrolman. Damn, they chased after them so quickly. The hatch of the spacecraft opened, and inside came a galactic patrolman, dressed in a special costume, with a communicator on his ear and several laser guns pinned to his waist. Pardas, I will definitely hold you in the galactic prison today. The galactic patrolman said. Myers, I didn't expect you to catch up so quickly, but it's not so easy to catch me. Pados laughed. Galaxy Patrol, Myers. After hearing this name, Broly suddenly remembered that there was a hidden master in the Galaxy Patrol organization, a trainee angel named Myers and the younger brother of the angel Weiss. I didn't expect to meet him here. Broly was a little surprised. Just come to a planet to replenish energy, you can meet such a master. Mels jumped from the spaceship, the flying machine on his shoes activated, and chased after Pados and his group, because of the limitations of angels. He could not use the power of angels, and could only rely on other forces to complete the task. Kill him for me. Pados gave an order. The three of them shot madly towards Myers, who dodged left and right, easily dodging all the attacks, while still approaching Pados and his group. Damn, run away! Seeing that he couldn't help Myers, Pados interrupted the run, took out the spaceship, and the three people sat on it, while also controlling the truck to crash into the guards of the Fidars. Not good. Seeing that the Fidars were in danger, Myers had to give up pursuing Pados and stop the truck. Myers, goodbye. Seeing that his conspiracy had succeeded, Pados had a sinister smile on his lips. However, his smile immediately stopped, and a person appeared outside the spaceship, looking at them through the glass compartment of the spacecraft. This person was none other than Broly. Who are you? Pados said in horror. You are not qualified to know yet. Broly said disdainfully, kicking a whip leg on the spacecraft, and the spacecraft fell to the ground. With a bang, the spacecraft crashed on the ground and exploded, and Pados and his group were not lightly injured, unable to move and lying inside the broken spacecraft. Thank you. At this time, Myers stopped the truck and came to Broly. It's just a show of hands, and even if I don't do it, they can't escape. Broly laughed. Myers is an angel after all. Even if he does not use the power of angels, it is very not simple. In the original work, Sun Wukong and Vegeta, who can already transform into Super Blue, were released by Myers with an anesthesia gun, although this is due to the carelessness of the two, but it cannot be denied that Myers is powerful. Myers did not speak, which was considered acquiescence. My spaceship has no energy, I want to take some Tianjin stone, I don't know. Broly asked. You're talking about these blue gold stones, they are from the Fidar star, I can't be the master. Myers said. This adult helped us catch this hateful power, and I am willing to send some blue gold stones to this adult as a reward. A Fidar star said he was supposed to be the captain of the guard. Then thank you. Broly said, motioning for Bulma to follow the captain of the guard to recharge the spacecraft. I still don't know what your name is. Myers asked. My name is Broly and I'm a scion. Broly said. Scion. Mels was a little surprised when he heard this, but when he saw Broly's tail, he believed this fact, and then said, Scions have a bad reputation in the universe, and they have helped Frisia do a lot of bad things in the past. So they are now extinct. Broly laughed. You are really a strange scion, ordinary scions are not as powerful as you. Myers said with a smile, although he could not use the power of angels, his vision was still there, and he could see through Broly's strength at a glance. Broly, the energy supplement is full. Bulma came over. Mels, I leave first, I hope that the next time we meet, you can use your real strength to fight me. Broly laughed, and then boarded the ship with Bulma and left the planet Fidar. It seems that he saw something, what an interesting scion. Myers laughed. Chapter 036. In the dark red cultivation room, the word 1000 was displayed on the control panel. Broly was doing basic cultivation, sweat dripped down his resolute face, and a pool of water had formed on the ground. 9998,9999, 10,000. After doing 10,000 push UPS, Broly stood up with a carp. Phew, finally adapted to 1,000 times gravity. After such a long period of training, Broly can finally move freely under 1,000 times gravity, and his combat power has successfully exceeded the 5 billion mark. Broly, the second Super Dragon Ball has been found. Bulma's joyful voice came over the loudspeaker. Broly heard this and came to the control room. Broly, look, this is the second Super Dragon Ball. Bulma brings up the picture while their spaceship is on the periphery of Super Dragon Ball. It's 2 planets, I'll go out and put away the Super Dragon Ball now. Broly nodded. Immediately came to the outside of the spaceship. Since the dragon elephant Ruogong broke through 1,000 layers, Broly found that he could survive in the universe. Taking out the colorful box, Broly silently recited a few incantations, and the 2 planets were put away. At this time, deep in the 7th universe, in a special space, a young man with white hair is leisurely watering flowers and plants, wearing a special costume, a halo around his neck, and a scepter in his hand. This man is none other than the angel of the 7th universe, Beerus, the god of destruction and master Ves. Hey, someone is collecting wishing balls. Suddenly, a startled cry came out of his mouth, and then the scepter in his hand knocked on the ground, and a light curtain popped up on the scepter, showing the scene where Broly put the Super Dragon Ball away. Immediately afterwards, Whis checked Broly's previous affairs, left Earth from Broly, found the first Super Dragon Ball, then went to Namek, made 3 wishes to the Dragon of Namex, and then killed Gura, came to the planet Fidar, and met Myers. This scene was all presented in front of Whis, which made Whis more and more interested in Broly. What a funny guy, seems to know a lot of things. Whis laughed. Immediately Whis hit the ground with his scepter, and a colorful light shrouded his body, leaving the god of destruction realm and flying towards the universe. After putting away the 2 planets, Broly returned to the spaceship. Suddenly, a light flashed, and then a figure appeared in front of him. It was the angel Whis who had left the god of destruction realm. Whis. After seeing the appearance of the person coming clearly, Broly subconsciously exclaimed, "You really know me?" Whis said, with a smile that has remained unchanged for 10,000 years. "I have seen portraits of you and Lord Beerus in Scion texts, and I met Lord Beerus once when I was on planet Vegeta." Bro used the same way that he fooled Lord Beerus to fool Whis, and it was none of his business as to whether Whis believed it or not. Although Whis's strength is much higher than that of Beerus, his temper is not as moody as Beerus, and because of the limitation of his angelic status, he cannot intervene in things in the universe at will. Therefore, when Broly faced the angel, he was not as nervous as facing Beerus, but deliberately a little happy, to say that the best teacher in the 7th universe is none other than Ves. The wishing balls are distributed in the 6th and 7th universes. Although you get the method to travel through the universe from the Amix Divine Dragon, but the universe is not casual. If it is discovered by Lord Xiongpa, it will be erased. Whis laughed. Lord Xiongpa won't care about a small person like me. Broly said weakly, he really hadn't thought about it so much before. Although Lord Xiongpa does not care about the wishing ball, if he secretly takes the wishing ball away without his permission, he will be very angry. Whis laughed. You didn't come to me today to tell me this. Broly said. What a smart fellow, you must have a general understanding of things in the whole universe. Whis praised, and then asked. Know a little. Broly nodded. The 7th universe still lacks a ready destruction god, I wonder if you are interested in taking it. Whis laughed, explaining his intentions. Is there any benefit to serving as a reserve god of destruction? Broly did not say yes or refuse. I can guide you in cultivation, and when you officially become a reserve destruction god, you can also get a destruction energy, and even Lord Xiongpa cannot destroy the preparatory destruction god of other universes. Whis laughed. It has to be said that becoming a ready destroyer is very tempting for Broly. What are the obligations of becoming a reserve destroyer, and what does it mean to officially become a reserve destroyer? Broly continued to ask, believing that there was no such thing as a free lunch. There is only one obligation to prepare the god of destruction, and that is to wait for the previous god of destruction to succeed him after his next office. Weiss said. Preparing for the god of destruction is also required by strength, and before entering the realm of God, you are not qualified to become a god of destruction. Weiss went on to explain. Broly understood that even if he promised to become a reserve destruction god now, he would have to wait until he entered the realm of God before he could officially take office. Why choose me? There are many people in the universe who are stronger than me, right? Broly asked. Your potential is very huge, maybe you can surpass Lord Beerus, and your chi is very violent, which is very suitable for the requirements of the god of destruction. Weiss explained. If I don't agree, there will be no consequences. Broly said. I won't do anything to you, but when Lord Beerus wakes up, he knows that I have asked you to be a reserve destroyer, and may destroy you, and if I become a reserve destroyer, Lord Beerus will not be able to do anything to you. Weiss gloated. Okay, I promise. Broly smiled wryly. Firstly, the situation is stronger than people, and he has to agree, and secondly, it is not harmful for him to become a god of destruction, at most it is a little more binding. However, if there is no great strength, even if you do not become a prepared destruction god, is there no bondage? If he has the strength of the Supreme, no matter what his status, does anyone dare to disrespect him? Oh, that's great! Weiss laughed. If Lord Beerus knew that you secretly found a reserve destroyer, I must be very angry. Broly laughed, threatened by Weiss, always a little unhappy in his heart, to find it back. Oh hee, Lord Beerus can't beat me, but for you, because you are ready to destroy the identity of the god and can't destroy you, it's still okay to talk to you. Weiss laughed. It's still too weak. Broly smiled bitterly. It is impossible to find the field now, only to wait for the strength to surpass Weiss in the future. Chapter 037. Broly, what do you mean by the ready god of destruction? Bulma listened for a long time, listening to many things she did not understand. There are two supreme gods in the seventh universe, the god of destruction and the god of the realm. The god of the realm king is responsible for creation, and the god of destruction is responsible for destruction. Broly explained. Ah, then Broly, after you inherit the position of the god of destruction in the future, won't you become a villain? Bulma said in shock. Bulma, at different heights, the perspective of the problem is also different. In the eyes of the Supreme God, there is no mortal good or evil, destruction and creation are all to maintain the balance of the universe, so that the universe develops in a better direction. Broly said. It seems that choosing you as the ready destroyer god is really the right decision, which can save me a lot of energy. Weiss laughed, clearly agreeing with what Broly said. Bulma, don't think so much, no matter what I become, I'm still the same Broly you know. Broly said, touching Bulma's head. Bulma nodded. Weiss, I want to destroy the god realm to cultivate, is that okay? Broly asked. He planned to temporarily interrupt his journey to find Super Dragon Balls and destroy the cultivation of the god realm, which was the most suitable for him at the moment. Of course, you guys stand behind me. Weiss nodded. Broly turns the spaceship into a universal capsule and leads Bulma to stand behind VES. Weiss tapped lightly in the void with his scepter, and a colorful light enveloped Broly and Bulma, and then flew out. The speed was not known how much faster than the spaceship. About 10 minutes later, VES took Broly and Bulma to the God of Destruction realm. Lord Beerus is sleeping right now, it's best not to wake him up, otherwise Lord Beerus will be angry. Weiss laughed. Well, I see. Broly nodded. Before teaching you to cultivate, let me see your strength. Weiss said that the strength he said not only refers to combat effectiveness, but also chi control, combat experience, and so on. I can't ask for it. Broly laughed that he had never met a suitable opponent all this time, and now that Viscon was his sparring partner, he was naturally very willing. Bulma, you step back a little farther first, Broly said as he turned to Bulma. Okay. Bulma quickly ran to a safe place. Broly was still a little uneasy, and VES arranged a protective light shield for Bulma. Weiss, can we get started? Broly asked, looking eager. I can do it anytime, Weiss said with a smile, looking light. Broly knew that Weiss had this strength, and a white flame emerged from his body, and then he kicked the ground with his foot, and his body turned into a stream of light and attacked Weiss. Su! The fist carried a sonic boom that broke through the air, and Weiss was slightly sideways, and he dodged Broly's fist. The control of Chi is okay, but there are still a little more redundant movements, which will affect your speed in battle and waste physical strength. Weiss laughed. With just one move, he had a general understanding of Broly's situation. As if he hadn't heard Weiss's words, Broly continued to attack Weiss, using his hands and feet together, and his speed was much higher than just now. Swish! Every time Broly attacked Weiss's side, but none of them hit Weiss, which made Broly feel like he hit the cotton with strength. And he was very humiliated. There are also some deficiencies in combat experience, so you should rarely fight with masters of the same level, Weiss said as he dodged Broly's attack. Abominable! Broly was annoyed, such a battle was the most humiliating. Ugh! Broly shouted, the aura on his body turned light green, his pupils turned golden, and the aura on his body suddenly increased tenfold. The special transformation ability, it's not bad, Weiss muttered. I don't believe I can't hit you. Broly's figure flashed, instantly turned into 8 or 9, surrounded Weiss, and then 8 or 9 Broly attacked Weiss at the same time. This seems to be the move of the Adraith Starman, and you actually learned it, but this can't hit me, VES exclaimed, but his face did not change in the slightest. Immediately, his body moved slightly, dodging one of Broly's attacks, and the others were ignored by him, but those attacks suddenly dissipated when they were about to hit Weiss. Don't rely on Chi to find the location of your opponent, know that some creatures are not Chi, and they are easy to be confused by moves like yours. Weiss laughed. Tenfold Realm King Fist. Broly didn't want to listen to Weiss's preaching at this time, he just wanted to fight well, and after a loud drink, a red flame appeared on his body. At this time, Broly's combat effectiveness increased tenfold again, reaching 500 billion. Another secret method to improve strength, it seems to have been created by the King of the Northern Realm, but this secret method is too loaded on the body, and it is recommended not to use it often. Weiss laughed. Su! Broly's figure flashed, and the next moment he appeared in front of Weiss, and a whip leg flung over. The strength and speed have increased a lot, but it is still far from the realm of gods, and today's battle is here, Weiss said. Immediately the scepter in his hand lightly hit Broly's body, and the arrogance on Broly's body suddenly dissipated, temporarily losing the ability to fight, but he was not injured, which shows how powerful Weiss is and how accurate his control of power is. Weiss, this battle is the one that makes me the most uncomfortable, Broly said. Not because the strength gap is too big, but because of the suffocation of fighting. What he likes is the kind of fist-to-flesh fight, even if he can't fight, at least it's enjoyable. Boom! Weiss smiled happily. Broly, are you all right? At this time Bulma ran over. It's okay. Broly shook his head. I already have a specific understanding of your situation, and I will formulate a cultivation plan for you next, but my cultivation plan is very difficult, you have to stick to it, Weiss said. Don't worry, no matter how hard the cultivation is, I will stick to it, Broly said with a firm gaze. If he couldn't bear this bit of suffering, how could he stand at the peak of the universe? Seeing Broly's firm gaze, Weiss nodded imperceptibly, then changed his style and said, it's time to eat. Chapter 038. Weiss, I have a lot of food, I promise to make you full of praise. Broly laughed. Oh? I've eaten a lot of planetary food. Weiss said, not too convinced that Broly would make him rave about the food. You'll know after you've eaten it. Broly laughed. The universal capsule was taken out, thrown on the ground, and then turned into several tables of delicacies, which Broly had prepared for himself before, when he was in the spaceship, although he could use fairy beans to supplement his physical strength, but when he practiced dragon elephants, he needed to use meat to replenish chi and blood. It looks delicious. Weston was attracted by the food, picked up a fork and put a piece in his mouth, and his taste buds were instantly filled. It's delicious. Weiss felt that he had never eaten such delicious food, and then began to eat, but in half an hour, several tables of food were wiped out by Weiss alone. Broly, isn't it true that the stronger the person, the greater the amount of food? Bulma asked quietly. I don't know about this, it should have something to do with it. Broly said that he could eat a few meals on his own, and he didn't know how Weiss's thin body accommodated these foods. Broly, did you make all this food? Weiss asked. As long as there are ingredients, I can make them. Broly says the food is made by the Bulma's cook, but he can make it too. That's great, I can eat such delicious food every day in the future. Weiss laughed. Weiss, after the meal is finished, can you start cultivating? Broly said that after truly experiencing the gap between him and Weiss, he can't wait to improve his strength. Okay. Weiss laughed. Immediately with a scepter, a set of clothes like a spacesuit was put on Broly's body, and Broly felt that the chi in his whole body was suppressed. In the future, when you practice, you will wear this dress. Weiss said. Broly nodded, he knew that the dress had similar effects to the gravity cultivation room, only more advanced. Come with me. Weiss said. Broly followed Ves to a strange place, like a promenade. Your cultivation today is to put those 2 stone locks on the other end of the corridor. Weiss said, pointing to the 2 stone locks on the ground. Such training seems simple, but in fact it contains mysteries, and now he is wearing special clothes, and the chi of his whole body has been suppressed, and he can only rely on physical strength to lift the stone lock. Broly walked up to the stone lock, crossed his arms through the stone lock, shouted, and lifted it up hard. It's really heavy, with my current physical strength, it is so difficult. You must know that after cultivating the dragon elephant-like skill, his physical strength has reached a very terrifying level, and even if he does not use chi, he can easily abuse Gula and Frisia. Carrying 2 stone locks, Broly walked forward with difficulty, exerting the strength to eat with each step. Forgot to tell you that from the moment you walk up this corridor, the corridor will slowly disappear, and if you don't advance fast enough, it will fall. Weiss laughed. Weiss, why didn't you say it earlier? Broly cursed Weiss in his heart, but he had to speed up his pace and walk forward. There was a bottomless abyss under the corridor. Even if he knew that he would not die, he would definitely not feel good. Watching Broly walk forward step by step, a flash of wisdom flashed under Weiss's eyes. And he muttered softly, I still underestimate his potential. As time passed, Broly doubled the completion according to the cultivation plan that Weiss had made for him. Here, and here, are all unnecessary moves, and when you fight against a master, even if it is a 10,000th of a second slower, you will show flaws. Weiss instructs Broly's cultivation and points out flaws in Broly's movements. Broly absorbs quickly, and in the course of the battle, he constantly improves his movements. Weiss, why is the stone lock getting heavier again? Broly complained loudly and quickly walked forward with the stone lock, which weighed several times heavier than when he first trained. Weiss was eating a meal on the side, as if he hadn't heard Broly's words at all, but with a schadenfreude smile on his lips. What kind of grass is this, and how did it grow so fast? Weiss, are you sure you're not retaliating for secretly adding a spoonful of mustard to your food yesterday? While mowing the grass, Broly complained loudly that the grass was not only very hard, but also grew very fast, and it would grow on the first day and grow the next day. In the blink of an eye, 5 years have passed. Da-da-da. Destroying the God realm, Broly is frantically attacking Weiss, although he can't hit Weiss, but occasionally forces Weiss to resist a move or two. Okay, that's it for today's cultivation. The scepter in Weiss's hand lightly hit Broly's body, and the arrogance in Broly's whole body suddenly dissipated, temporarily losing his combat effectiveness. Weiss, my strength has improved so much, I still can't even catch your move. How strong is your strength? Broly asked. God can't be measured by combat power, and you'll understand it when you enter the realm of God in the future. Weiss laughed. This question Broly had asked him several times, and he was vaguely fooled each time. Okay. Broly was disappointed that he didn't get the promise he wanted, but he believed he would know the answer to that question one day, and that it wouldn't be long before that day took long. Weiss, after 5 years of cultivation, I plan to give myself a vacation and come back to destroy the cultivation of the God realm after a while. Broly said. Well, don't strain yourself too tightly, this will be detrimental to cultivation. Weiss nodded. He knew that the way to learn martial arts lay in one piece at a time. Are you planning to continue looking for the wishing ball? No, I plan to go back to Earth to see my old friends. In fact, I don't need Super Dragon Ball, I just regard the process of finding Super Dragon Ball as a cultivation. Broly said. Weiss, if you have time, you can go to Earth, there are still many delicacies that you haven't eaten yet. Broly continued. As soon as he heard the food, a light suddenly flashed in Weiss's eyes, and he said, I will definitely go in the future. Goodbye then. Chapter 039. It was raining lightly in the sky, and the Turtle Fairy and Kiki were standing on the side of the road waiting. Goku went to the Heavenly God to cultivate for 3 years, why hasn't he come back yet? Kiki said that now Kiki is no longer the same child as she was at the beginning, but has become a beautiful woman standing tall. Tomorrow is the day the martial arts conference starts, and Goku will definitely come. The Turtle Immortal said. Grandpa. At this time, a young man walked to the side of the two, and the young man was holding an umbrella and could not see his face clearly. Grandpa? Are you calling me? The Turtle Immortal said suspiciously. Grandpa Turtle Immortal, it's me. The young man lowered his umbrella, revealing a resolute face, but wrapped in a ball of cloth on his head. You are. The Turtle Immortal still didn't recognize it. You're Goku. Kiki on the side immediately hugged Sun Wukong happily, and the Turtle Immortal did not recognize it, but she recognized it at a glance. You're Kiki. Sun Wukong was shocked. He didn't expect Kiki to change so much, but after studying art together under the Turtle Immortal for a while before, he quickly recognized it. You're Goku, you've grown so tall. After Kiki's reminder, the Turtle Immortal also recognized Sun Wukong coming, and was a little surprised in his heart. Grandpa Turtle Immortal, Kiki, I haven't seen you for 3 years, are you doing well? Sun Wukong asked as he removed the white cloth wrapped around his head. Well, after Klin and Leaping heard that you went to the Heavenly God to cultivate, they also went out with Tianjin Fan and them to practice. The Turtle Immortal nodded. It turns out that everyone is practicing hard. Monkey King said. Wukong, you have been cultivating with the Heavenly God for 3 years, and your strength must have improved a lot. The Turtle Immortal asked. Well, I don't know if Broly will come to participate in this martial arts conference, I really want to fight him again. Sun Wukong nodded, the fact that Broly did not come to the last martial arts conference was his biggest regret. Kakarot, long time no see. At this moment, a voice sounded behind Sun Wukong, and Sun Wukong looked back to see Broly and Bulma walking towards him. Broly, you're back. Sun Wukong was very excited. Broly nodded. Broly, will you participate in this martial arts conference? Monkey King asked. No, but if you win the championship of the martial arts conference, I can fight you. Broly shook his head. This level of martial arts conference did not mean anything to him. After 5 years of cultivation in the Destruction God realm, Broly's strength has undergone a earth-shaking change. The basic combat effectiveness has been increased to a terrifying 160 billion, which is many times more powerful than before. The cultivation of the 4 martial arts did not fall. The Dragon Elephant Ruagong was raised to 2,000 layers, the Zhuyang Divine Gong was raised to 1,500 layers, the Great Method of Changing Heaven and Earth Spirit was raised to 2,000 layers, and the Kyunkan Great Movement was raised to 2,500 layers. Among them, the progress of Kyunkan Great Transfer is the largest, because with the guidance of Weiss, his control of Qi has been greatly improved, so the speed of Kyunkan Great Transfer cultivation is relatively fast. That's a shame. But I will definitely win the championship of the martial arts conference, and I will compete with you when the time comes. Sun Wukong said, eager to try. I can't wait to fight with Broly now. In the past few years since I left, has anything happened on the earth? Everyone has changed a lot. Broly asked. After the last separation, Goku alone eliminated the Red Silk Legion, and also climbed the Karin Tower, and then won the championship of the 22nd First Martial Arts Conference in the world. The Turtle Immortal said. After the 22nd First Martial Arts Conference of the world, a Demon King who had been sealed for a long time was released, named the Vic Great Demon King, and almost killed Klin. Fortunately, Goku arrived in time and finally defeated the Vic Great Devil King, and for the next 3 years, Goku has been cultivating with the Celestial God. When mentioning the Vic Great Devil, the Turtle Immortal's heart was a little heavy. It seems that because of my reasons, Kakarot's strength is much higher than in the original work. The Great Demon King of Vic did not make a big disturbance, and Klin and the others were not killed. Broly thought. Broly, where have you been during this time? I have been to the Capsule Company, and Bulma's father said that you left Earth. Monkey King said. Went around the universe. Broly said. Broly, are there many masters in the universe? Monkey King asked. Well, the masters in the universe are like clouds, there are many stronger than you, and you can also go to the universe to see it in the future. Broly said. I'll definitely go. Sun Wukong's eyes shone brightly. Klin, why haven't they come yet? The time for registration for the martial arts conference is almost over. The Turtle Immortal said. They're already here. Sun Wukong smiled confidently. With a whoosh, a wind passed beside them, and then they saw 4 people standing in front of the registration desk to sign up. Klin, Leaping, Tianjin Rice, Dumplings. Sun Wukong shouted. Goku. Klin ran over with joy. Goku, you are so much taller than me. Originally I thought that I would definitely be taller than you this time. Klin's tone was full of envy. Haha, I don't know why I'm so tall. Sun Wukong laughed and scratched his head. Goku, long time no see. Tianjin Fan said. Tianjin Rice, I heard Grandpa Turtle Immortal say, you must have improved your strength a lot when you went out to practice, and I am looking forward to your cultivation results, Sun Wukong said. I have practiced very hard in the past 3 years, and I will definitely surprise you. Tianjin Fan smiled confidently, he had been waiting for this day for a long time. Broly is also back, but it's a pity that he won't participate in this martial arts conference. Sun Wukong said regretfully that he actually preferred to fight Broly in the ring. Hearing Sun Wukong's words, everyone noticed Broly and Bulma. Broly, you're back, it's good that you didn't participate, otherwise we wouldn't have any hope. Klin said that if he met Monkey King, he still had a glimmer of hope, and when he met Broly, he had no hope. I haven't seen each other for a long time, let's have a meal together. Broly said. Great, my stomach has long been hungry. Sun Wukong laughed, and his stomach made a grunt sound, which caused everyone to laugh. The group came to the restaurant, ordered a table of large dishes, and then began to eat. Teacher Wushan. Will you still participate in this martial arts conference? Leaping asked. If I don't participate, with my current strength, I'm afraid I will be defeated by you in a moment, and now it's the world of your young people, and the era of the god of martial arts has completely passed. The turtle immortal said. Gaku, you must have learned a lot from Tenjin in the past 3 years. Klin asked. Well, the gods taught me a lot. Monkey King said, his mouth stuffed with food. Gaku, what do you think this is? Klin took out a fairy bean. Klin, did you climb the Karin Tower too? Sun Wukong was a little surprised. It's not just me, Tianjin Rice, Leaping, and Dumplings all climbed up. We got the guidance of the Karin Immortals, and the Karin Immortals also told us about you. Klin laughed. That's awesome. Monkey King said. Chapter 040. After a meal, Broly and Bulma separated from everyone and returned to the hotel they had booked. In the silent night sky, a moaning sound came from the room. The moon blushed shyly when she heard it, and the bright moonlight shone on the two of them, covering them with a thin veil. In the 5 years of destroying the God realm, Broly has been cultivating, and Bulma silently accompanies him. How can this affectionate Broly not experience? After a night without a word, the sun shone in through the window. Bulma slowly opened her eyes and saw Broly looking at her with a smile, and a blush immediately appeared on her small face, which was covered with a quilt. Broly, don't look! Bulma said angrily. I didn't see you so shy last night. You have a good rest. I'll go and prepare something for you to eat. Broly laughed and stopped teasing Bulma. Aren't we going to the game? Bulma asked, now that the game was about to begin. Can you still go like this? Broly laughed. SHHH. As soon as Bulma remembered to get up, she took a breath of pain. There's nothing to see in this level of competition, so take a good rest. Broly said he didn't have much interest in the game and was only here to meet old friends. And even if he didn't look at it, he could easily guess who the champion was. Yesterday, he saw Sun Wukong and others, and he knew everything about the combat effectiveness of Sun Wukong and others. Sun Wukong's combat power was about 3,000, the combat effectiveness of Klin and others did not exceed 1,000, and the highest Tianjin Rice was only more than 500. There is also a Chi with a combat power of about 1,500 near the martial arts hall, and he guesses that it should be the newborn Vic Great Devil, because Sun Wukong, a strong opponent, his strength is much higher than in the original work. In any case, with Sun Wukong's combat power of up to 3,000, he can easily crush others, and the champion has no suspense at all. Bulma nodded, a happy smile on her face. Soon, Broly returned with a red date porridge, and after Bulma drank it, she went back to sleep. It seems that last night really exhausted her. Broly said with a spoiled smile, lying lightly on the side, afraid to wake up Bulma. It was not until the afternoon that Bulma woke up again, and after the two washed up, they came to the martial arts hall. At this time, the martial arts conference had just ended, and it was no surprise that Sun Wukong won the championship of the competition and easily defeated the great demon king of Bike. However, Sun Wukong did not kill him and let him go. Broly, I've already won the championship of the martial arts conference, let's fight. Sun Wukong said excitedly, the battle just now did not make him happy. Are you sure you want to fight? The corners of Broly's mouth curled slightly. Of course, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Sun Wukong said, looking eager to try. Okay then. Broly said. Let's find a spacious place, it's a bit of a mess. Sun Wukong said that with his 3,000 combat power, he would accidentally destroy the entire martial arts hall. No, as long as you can move, this game will be won even if you win. Broly laughed. Immediately, his hands moved, and a layer of light blue chi wrapped around Sun Wukong's body, restraining Sun Wukong. This move was developed by Broly in the God of Destruction realm. And he found that as long as the degree of control over chi increased, the move could be varied. What's going on? Clin and the others were on the side, still a little confused about what was going on. Broly used a strange move to bind Goku. In the end, the turtle immortals have lived for hundreds of years, and their vision is still higher than that of Clin and others. Such precise control, there is no interesting energy leakage. Ugh! Sun Wukong shouted, and a white flame appeared on his body, about to break free from Broly's bondage, but Broly's restraint showed an iron barrel, motionless. Even if our strength has improved a lot, we still can't make him serious. No wonder he didn't participate in this martial arts conference. Tianjin Fan said, a drop of sweat on his forehead. Even Goku is like this, I cannot mention it. Clin smiled wryly. Open it for me. Sun Wukong roared, and the layer of chi that bound him expanded a little, but soon contracted back. Kakarot, do you want to continue? Broly laughed. I throw in the towel. Sun Wukong said that he already knew that the gap between himself and Broly was like a chasm, and there was no way to catch up in a short time. When Broly heard this, he let go of the Monkey King. Broly, how the hell do you cultivate? Monkey King asked. I have my cultivation method, but this method may not be suitable for you, you have your own path to follow. Broly said. The heavenly god said, when this martial arts conference is over, recommend me to cultivate at the Lord of the Realm King, and when I return from cultivation, we will fight again. Monkey King said. No matter how many times he fails, he still won't be discouraged, which is what Broly admires most about Monkey King. Wait until you come back. Broly said. By the way, Clin, Tianjin Rice, Leaping, Dumpling, Kiki, the god of heaven said that you should go to his place, and he will teach you to cultivate. Sun Wukong suddenly remembered. That's wonderful. Clin smiled happily. Goku, I won't go, after marrying you, I will be an excellent wife. Kiki said, holding Sun Wukong's arm, although things have changed a little, the two of them are still ready to become married. Kiki, that's not good. Sun Wukong frowned. Teacher Wushan has taught me a lot of things, I haven't learned it yet, although I don't go to the heavenly god, I won't give up cultivation. Kiki said. Okay then. Sun Wukong nodded. Bulma and I went back first. Broly said. Goodbye, Broly. Monkey King said. With a swoosh, Bro used teleportation to take Bulma back, and although Bulma rested for a while, her body was still a little uncomfortable, so she didn't have to fly. This move is really useful, I will definitely let Broly teach me in the future. Monkey King said. Siju, Bulma's home, the two returned here. After being away for so long, I really miss the smell of home. Bulma said that growing up this big, it was the first time she had been away from home for so long. Bulma, do you have a sister? Broly asked. Well, my sister is much older than me, a novelist, and when I was a child, I went to the universe with a guy named Gake, saying that it was to find inspiration for writing novels. Bulma said. That Gark I know, is a galactic patrolman, if we have the opportunity in the future, we can go see your sister. Broly said. Bulma nodded. Chapter 041. After returning home, life was relatively peaceful, and Broly gave himself a month off, spending every day except for basic cultivation, spending the rest of his time with Bulma. The two tasted the forbidden fruit for the first time, and the essence of the food was like a flash flood, and it was out of control. Pleasant times are always short, and before you know it, a month's vacation has passed. Gentle Township, Hero Tomb, the ancients sincerely do not deceive me. Broly lamented that he had the urge to stay with Bulma like this all the time, but he knew it was impossible. There are still many powerful enemies in the future, and he needs great strength to protect what he wants to protect, and he will not wait for the enemy to come, and then roar powerlessly. I promised the Great Elder, now it's time to go and finish it. Broly's right index and middle fingers were placed on the center of his eyebrows, sensing the chi of the great demon king Vic for a moment, and then disappeared into the courtyard with a swoosh. On earth, a gentle hilly area. The great demon king of Vic was floating in mid-air, with white ripples around his body, which was more similar to Broly's cultivation of the heaven-transforming spiritual Dafa, which was a cultivation method that belonged to him. Not bad, I haven't been knocked down and I've been in a slump ever since. Broly appeared not far from him and nodded approvingly. Among the Z warriors, Bike's martial arts heart is relatively firm, and he has not given up becoming stronger, but it is a pity that he does not have Scion bloodline like Sun Wukong and Vegeta, otherwise his achievements will not necessarily be lower than the two. Who are you? Vic suddenly woke up after hearing Broly's voice, and he didn't notice when there was an extra person around him. My name is Broly and I'm a Scion. Broly laughed. What are you doing here? Vic asked vigilantly. Although Broly hid his chi, he did not dare to underestimate Broly. Just coming to him without being discovered by him showed that Broly's strength was higher than him. Do you know your background? Broly asked. Life, do you mean the relationship with the gods? Vic said. No, it's about the incident before you and the celestial god split in two. Didn't you notice that your appearance was completely different from that of the earthlings? Broly shook his head. Are you saying I'm not an earthling? Vic is not a fool, 1 point will pass. Yes, you were originally a Namesyen, and because of a natural disaster, many Namesyens died, and your parents sent you to Earth, and they died in that natural disaster. Broly said. Now that Namex has recovered a lot, I promised the Great Elder of Namex to take you to meet him. Why should I trust you? Vic asked. Bang! As soon as Vic's words were finished, Broly moved to his side and punched him in the stomach, throwing out bitterness from the beating. Is that enough? Broly said lightly. Abominable! Vic was very angry. His dignified Vic Great Devil was humiliated by others like this, forcibly endured the pain in his body, and punched over. Broly grabbed Bike's fist, unable to break free no matter how much he struggled. To tell you a truth, if you want to live well, you must learn to respect the strong. Not everyone spares their enemies like cockroach. Broly said. Then a kick flew Vic, who slid far on the ground before stopping. Can you trust me now? Broly asked. He doesn't necessarily have to take Vic to Namek, and the gods are also okay, but compared to the gods, he appreciates Vic more, and going to the Nemesis Vic is a chance. As for whether Vic can catch it, it's none of his business. I'll go with you to Namesing. Vic said. It's good if it's already like this, and you can save yourself a beating. Broly laughed. When Vic heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. If it weren't for the fact that he was not Broly's opponent, he would have rushed up and beat Broly. Broly walked to Bike's side, put his left hand on Bike's shoulder, and put his right index and middle fingers against his eyebrows, and began to sense the Great Elder's chi. Found it. After a second or two, Broly opened his eyes, a smile appeared on his lips, and disappeared from the earth. Namesing, still a piece of peace and quiet. The Great Elder sat on the seat, and Nero had been guarding his side like this, and suddenly, the space fluctuated, and Broly appeared in front of them with Bike. Great Elder, long time no see. Broly laughed. Hello. The Great Elder said, with a peaceful smile on his face, giving people a sense of closeness. He's the Namex I'm telling you about. Broly said, pointing at Bike. Child, welcome home. The Great Elder looked at Bike. Great Elder. Perhaps due to the same race, after seeing the Great Elder, Vic had a natural sense of intimacy, and the anger in his heart dissipated a lot. Child, may I see your memory? The Great Elder asked. When Vic heard this, there was a trace of hesitation. After all, no one wanted others to see their memories. The Great Elder seemed to understand Vic's thoughts, and said, Don't worry, I won't look at your privacy, I just want to see whose child you are. Vic nodded and walked over to the Great Elder's side. The Great Elder's huge hand rested on Vic Kerr's head, and then he closed his eyes, and one picture after another appeared in the Great Elder's mind. After a while, the Great Elder reopened his eyes and said with some regret, "It turns out that you are Kadez's child, but unfortunately it is divided into two, otherwise, we Nemesis may appear a super Namex person. Great Elder, I heard that you can help people develop their potential, I wonder if I can see it." Broly laughed, curious about this ability. The Great Elder nodded. Great Elder. Niru wanted to stop the Great Elder. The Great Elder waved his hand and said, "Helping someone develop their potential will only consume some physical strength and will not have any impact on my life." Hearing this, Niru stepped aside, but glanced at Broly with a reproachful look, and Broly didn't see it. The Great Elder put his hand on Vic K's head, then closed his eyes, and it didn't take long for a huge chi to emanate from Vic's body. Vic continued to rise in combat effectiveness until it stopped at 18,000. It can only go so far. The Great Elder said with some regret, if Vic had not been split into two, his strength would have improved even more. What a powerful force! Vic felt his strength at the moment and was very excited. Chapter 042. When the Great Elder was developing his potential for bike, Broly was carefully observing the process, wanting to see if he could learn it, and would not conclude that he couldn't. This ability to develop the potential of others, like supernatural abilities, was innate and there was no way to learn. It seems to be related to spiritual power. Broly muttered. Although there was no way to learn it, Broly was not disappointed, and tried to develop a move with almost no versatility, just like teleportation. Although the teleportation of the Adraith Starman requires sensing chi, it is not much worse than the teleportation of the Realm King God, and that little limit is negligible. Great Elder, the task has been completed, I will leave first. Broly said. The Great Elder smiled and nodded. With a swoosh, Bro used teleportation to return to Earth, and as for the Vic Great Devil, he first let him stay in Namek for a while, and whether he was willing to return later depended on Vic himself. After returning to Earth, Broly began to cultivate seriously. Time slipped by like flowing water, and in the blink of an eye, it had been a year since Broly returned from the God of Destruction realm. On this day, Broly was cultivating in the cultivation room, when suddenly a voice sounded in his ears. Broly. The voice was long, but at the same time anxious. Who's calling me? Broly knew that the person who called him was not near him, but through an ability similar to telepathy, which he had also learned on the planet Adraith. Broly, I'm the King of the Northern Realm. King of the Northern Realm? What are you looking for me for? Broly was a little surprised, he didn't seem to have any intersection with the King of the Northern Realm, and he hadn't even seen each other. Broly, the situation is urgent, I'll make a long story short. The King of the Northern Realm said. In my jurisdiction, there is a scion named Darens, who is looking for a suitable planet to plant a spirit tree. This tree is very evil, once it takes root, it will absorb the vitality of the entire planet, and the whole planet will become barren, and hundreds of years later, not even a single grass will grow on the land. Goku went to stop him, originally relying on the Realm King Fist. He was about to defeat Dales, but he didn't expect that after Dales ate the fruit of the spirit tree, his combat effectiveness increased greatly. Goku is not his opponent, and now it is very dangerous. The King of the Northern Realm told Broly about the matter, and Sun Wukong told him that Broly's strength was very strong, and he could only hope for Broly. You tell me where Kakarot is. Broly said that it was too time-consuming to let him search for Sun Wukong's chi in the entire universe, and it was much simpler to know the approximate location of Sun Wukong. Okay. The King of the Northern Realm immediately told Broly the location of the Monkey King. With a swoosh, Broly's figure disappeared from the cultivation room. North Milky Way, on a planet called Karp. Originally, Karp was a very beautiful planet, with 70% of its surface area wrapped in green vegetation, and the carp people living on it were also very kind. But 3 days ago, a strange tree appeared on the planet Carp, which absorbed the vitality of the planet Carp, causing a large number of deaths in vegetation. And finally even the carp people living on it did not escape the doom, and the entire planet Carp turned into a Death Star. Space fluctuated, and Broly appeared above the planet Carp. And not far from him, Sun Wukong is fighting with Dales. No, not so much fighting, but Sun Wukong was unilaterally crushed by Dales. Is this the spirit tree? Broly glanced at the spirit tree that could not be seen at the top. The king of the northern realm said that the spirit tree was an evil tree, and Broly did not pay attention to it at all. According to his understanding, the spirit tree fruit was known as a fruit that only gods could eat. If God can eat, why can't man? Ugh! On the other side, Sun Wukong screamed, and Dales stepped on his chest, and the body that was on the verge of collapse due to the use of the Realm King Fist became more serious, and the bones in the whole body were basically broken. Kakarot, give me death! A ball of energy condensed in Dale's hand and smashed towards Sun Wukong. At this time, Darren sensed the danger and hurriedly stepped back for a distance, and an energy ball grazed his afterimage and flew by. If he didn't retreat a distance just now, he would be hit by the energy ball. Bang! The ball of energy landed in the distance and exploded, raising a flame. Who are you? Dals turned around and saw Broly spreading his fingers and a wisp of residual smoke on his hand, proving that the energy ball just now was launched by Broly. Broly, you're finally here. Sun Wukong saw Broly, laughed, touched the wound on his body, and grinned in pain. Broly, are you Broly? When Dales heard this, his pupils shrank. He had heard of Broly's name on planet Vegeta. After all, Broly was the most genius scion besides Vegeta. I can't imagine that you actually know me. For the sake of you being a scion, give you a chance, leave quickly, and don't appear in front of me in the future. Broly said. Haha, even if you are an elite warrior, my current strength is not as good as the original King Vegeta. Darren's laughed maniacally. Dale's current combat power has reached 30,000, although it is much worse than when he appeared in the original work, but if it is on the planet Vegeta, where the highest combat power does not exceed 20,000, it is indeed the strongest. You are given a chance, but you don't cherish it, then don't blame me. Broly shook his head. There was only one chance. Dales himself looked for death, so he couldn't blame him. Give me death! Dales spread his 5 fingers and aimed at Broly, firing several energy balls in succession. Broly stood there without moving until the energy ball exploded and the raging flames engulfed him. Haha, what about elite warriors? I'm the strongest scion. Dales was very happy to see that he had killed Broly. Kakarot, I haven't seen you in a year, and your strength has improved a lot. However, Dale's laughter soon stopped, and Broly appeared next to Sun Wukong at some point, and fed Sun Wukong a fairy bean. After eating the fairy beans, Sun Wukong's injuries were all healed immediately, and his combat effectiveness also improved somewhat. I learned a lot of powerful moves from Lord Realm King, including the Realm King Fist that you made a wish from the Divine Dragon. Sun Wukong said with a smile. The load on the body of the Realm King Fist is too great. It is not a last resort, it is best not to use it. Otherwise it is easy to make it like you were just now. Broly said. Hehe, Dale's strength is too strong, don't use the Realm King Fist, I'm not an opponent at all. Sun Wukong smiled cheekily. Chapter 043. Abominable. Darls was furious when he saw that Broly ignored him like this, and a ball of energy was thrown towards Broly and Kakarot. Broly casually slapped the energy ball and flew out. There is something to talk about later, solve Darren's first. Broly said. Need help? Darren's is strong. Sun Wukong said with a solemn face. He used the Triple Realm King Fist and was still not Darren's opponent. Kakarot, you underestimate my strength too much. Broly laughed. 30,000 combat power is only, even if it is 100 times more powerful, 1,000 times, what can it be? In front of him is still an ant, he can pinch to death at will. At this time, Darls angrily rushed to Broly's body and punched Broly. Broly reached out and grabbed Darls's fist, letting Darls struggle, but he couldn't break free. Ugh! Bro squeezed hard, and Darren's let out a sharp scream. There is only one chance, you have missed it, now you can say goodbye to the world. Broly said that he did not have the heart of the Virgin like the Monkey King, and if it were not for the sake of being a scion, he would not even give Dales that chance. So, Bro used his force to flick Dales out, and then launched a ball of energy casually. Bang! The energy ball expanded sharply the moment it touched Darren's, and then exploded, and the exploding flames completely engulfed Darren's. Broly, there's actually no need to kill him. Monkey King flew to Broly's side and frowned. Kakarot, everyone's code of conduct is different, I have my code, I can't change you, and you can't ask me what to do. Broly said. Okay. Monkey King said. Dare solved, Broly flew towards the spirit tree, and Sun Wukong immediately followed. In the supplementary record, he casually picked a spirit tree fruit, took a bite, and the chi in his body increased slightly, which was basically negligible, and it was not as fast as his cultivation growth. It's too chicken. Broly shook his head, this carp planet is already good, the spirit tree fruit planted is only to this extent, even if he finds a better planet, the spirit tree fruit planted will not have much effect on him. Kakarot, these spirit tree fruits should have a lot of effect on you, take them all back. Monkey King said. I still like to practice by myself. Monkey King shook his head. Since it has already been planted, it is really a pity to destroy it like this, I will put it away first. Broly said he planned to take it back for Bulma to study. Broly flew up and plucked all the spirit tree fruits. The essence of the spirit tree is all on the fruit, and after Broly plucked all the fruits of the spirit tree immediately began to wither, and finally only one seed remained, which was also collected by Broly. It's settled, and I should go back. Broly said. Wait a minute, Broly, can you send me back to Lord Realm King? Monkey King suddenly stopped Broly. How did you get here before? Broly asked. I came by spaceship before, but the spaceship was destroyed in battle, and I can go back now. Monkey King said. Okay then. Broly nodded. Immediately put his hand on Sun Wukong's shoulder and sensed the chi of the Northern Realm King. The Northern Realm King was in the Netherworld, separated by a dimension, and it was much more difficult for him to perceive. It took almost a minute for him to sense the Northern Realm King's chi. Found it. A bright light flashed in Broly's eyes. And then with a whoosh, he disappeared and smashed into the planet Kapu. The Northern King planet, a planet much smaller than the moon. The king of the Northern Realm was paying attention to the situation on the planet Karp, and was very shocked to see that Broly had easily solved Darren's. How did he collect the spirit tree seeds? If he wanted to plant spirit tree fruits, even Sun Wukong could not stop him. The king of the Northern Realm felt anxious in his heart, but he was helpless. At this time, the space fluctuated, and Broly took Sun Wukong to the Northern Realm King. Lord Realm King! Sun Wukong shouted, and Barblos ran towards Sun Wukong, but was knocked out of a bag on the head by the King of the Northern Realm with a hammer and fell to the ground. King of the Northern Realm, your planet is so small, and Beerus was too childish at the beginning. Broly laughed and said that the King of the Northern Realm had offended Beerus, provoking Beerus to make the King of the North become what it is now, and the original King of the North was much larger than it is now. You know. Lord Beerus? When the King of the Northern Realm heard Beerus's name, he was so frightened that he couldn't say anything. Not only do I know that I have been in the God of Destruction realm for 5 years, and I may succeed to the position of God of Destruction in the future. Broly laughed, he decided to scare the King of the Northern Realm. The King of the Northern Realm was so frightened that he took a few steps back and fell to the ground. Lord Realm, Broly, what do you mean by the god of destruction? Sun Wukong asked suspiciously. Kakarot, you'll know this later. Broly said. Okay. Sun Wukong did not ask, and then said, Lord Realm King, please train me more rigorously next. Knowing that the gap between himself and Broly was still so big, he became more motivated. Kakarot, I'll take my leave first. Broly said, leaving the Northern King. After Broly left, the King of the Northern Realm stood up again, took out a cloth to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, and breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Lord Realm, you seem to be afraid of Broly's appearance. Monkey King asked. No, it's not like that. The King of the Northern Realm quickly denied it and shook his head vigorously. Forget it, Lord Realm King, let's start cultivating. The next time we meet, we must surprise Broly. Monkey King said. When Broly returned to Earth, he immediately called Bulma. Broly, what are you holding? Bulma looked curiously at the spirit tree fruit in Broly's hand. She had never seen this fruit before. This is called the spirit tree fruit. It contains huge energy. Ordinary people will directly explode and die if they eat it. You study the composition of the spirit tree fruit to see if you can make the energy inside milder, so that ordinary people can also absorb it. Broly said. He naturally did this for Bulma, and he didn't want Bulma to become stronger enough to be able to deal with ordinary bad people on Earth. I'll try. Bulma nodded. Chapter 044. 3 months later. On this day, Broly was cultivating in the cultivation room, and suddenly sensed that Bulma's chi suddenly skyrocketed, and there was a vague feeling that he was going to lose control, which frightened Broly and hurriedly teleported over. Bulma, what's wrong with you? Broly asked anxiously. Broly, you asked me to reconcile the furious energy of the spirit tree fruit, and I succeeded, so I drank a bottle of energy liquid made from the spirit tree fruit myself. Bulma laughed. You are too dangerous like this. Even if you want to take it, you must tell me first. Broly said. I'm not okay. Bulma said coquettishly. Fortunately, it worked, otherwise you may explode and die. Broly said. I'm confident in what I've built. Bulma said confidently, and then said with a bitter face, Broly, my strength has increased too much at once, I can't control it at all, what should I do? She just takes a cup now, and she will accidentally crush it. You practice with me for a while, I will teach you how to control your strength, and by the way, teach you some basic punches and feet, so that you can also protect yourself. Broly said that Bulma does not have any foundation, and if its strength skyrockets, there will definitely be such sequelae. Ah, your cultivation is too hard, is there no other way? Bulma said with a crying face, she really didn't want to cultivate. There is no other way, and I just taught you to control your strength and some basic punches and kicks, it won't be too bitter. Broly said. Okay then. Bulma could only promise. After you control your power, I will take you to the universe to find Super Dragon Ball, and by the way, take you to the Galaxy Patrol Organization to see your sister. Broly said. Great, I will definitely practice well. Bulma assured. Fast forward another month, and Bulma is finally able to fully control her power. Not bad, the combat effectiveness has reached 100, and ordinary bad guys basically can't hurt you. Broly nodded, 100 combat strength, in the earth is another master, to know that an earth with a gun is only 5 points of combat effectiveness. Broly, I won't practice again in the future. Bulma said that the month of cultivation with Broly was the hardest month she had ever had. Others may not have such results as you after several years of cultivation, so you should be content. Broly gave Bulma a blank look, and when Klin and the others reached Bulma's current strength, they didn't know how many times more effort they put in than hers. With you to protect me, no bad person can hurt me. Bulma laughed. You're a little nazai. Broly touched Bulma's head dotingly, isn't one of the purposes of his hard cultivation to protect what he wants to protect? Broly, when are we going to go in search of Super Dragon Ball? Bulma laughed. Ready to go. Broly said. 3 days later, a spacecraft left Earth. Broly, when destroying the God Realm, I got a lot of information from VES to improve this spaceship, and now it is several times faster than before. Bulma smiled proudly. Now this spacecraft can be said to be the fastest spacecraft in the universe. From Earth to Namex, it doesn't even take a day. You can try to develop technologies such as space wormholes, and no matter how fast it is not as fast as directly shuttling through space. Broly laughed and said that Bulma's talent in scientific and technological research and development, he had never doubted. You don't say, I never thought of this yet, I will definitely try it when I have time in the future. When Bulma heard this, her eyes lit up. Let's check the location of Super Dragon Ball first. Broly said. Tick. Bulma took out the Super Dragon Ball radar and began to search for the location of Super Dragon Ball. There is only one Super Dragon Ball left in the 7th universe, and at the position of SU-2, 8543YX, at the speed of our spacecraft, it will take about 2 months to arrive. Bulma said. Is this through the Galaxy Patrol Organization? Broly asked. Well, the route is not far from the Galaxy Patrol Organization. If you take a detour to the Galaxy Patrol Organization, it will take 3 more days. Bulma said. Then let's go to the Galaxy Patrol Organization to find your sister first. Broly said. Bulma nodded. Half a month later, Broly's spaceship landed at the Galaxy Patrol base. As they walked out of the ship, several galactic patrolmen surrounded them, watching them warily. What are you? This is the Galaxy Patrol Organization, you can't break in casually. A galactic patrolman asked, his hand on the laser gun, and if something was wrong, he immediately attacked. My name is Broly, and we're here to find Gark. Broly said. Gark went out on a mission. Is Myers there? Broly then asked. Myers is at the base, I will contact him immediately, please do not move around at will until you confirm your identity. The galactic patrolman immediately contacted Myers to confirm Broly's identity. It turns out that you are a friend of Myers, he is the number 1 of our Galaxy Patrol Organization, and one person is in charge of 104 districts. After confirming Broly's identity, the attitude of the Galaxy Patrol team Broly was also much better. What about Gok? How many districts is he in charge of? Bulma asked. 3. It turns out that Gok is so bad, no wonder no one reads the novel created by my sister based on him. Bulma pouted. At this time, Myers came over. Broly, why are you here? Bulma's sister is here, I'll accompany her to take a look. Broly laughed. Who is her sister? Myers asked. My sister's name is Tais. Bulma said. It turned out to be Miss Tais, she seems to have gone out on a mission with Gark, I'm afraid it will take a while to return. Myers said. Where did she go on a mission? Broly asked. I'll look it up. Mels checked the mission list, and then said, I went to the planet Madama, there is a space thief who escaped there, that area was not originally in charge of Gark, the patrolman in charge of that area took leave and was replaced by Gok. Then let's go to the planet Midama to find her. Broly said. It's great that you can go over, that thief is very cunning, we are worried that Gark will not be able to catch the thief, with you there, he will not be able to escape anyway. Myers said. It's not that the thieves are cunning, but that Gage is incompetent. Bulma muttered. When Myers heard this, he was slightly embarrassed. Myers, then let's take our leave. Broly said. Goodbye. Chapter 045. Planet Madama, I seem to have heard this name somewhere. Broly muttered, he always felt that the name was very familiar. A bright light suddenly flashed in Broly's mind, by the way, Didn't Cockroach learn the fusion dance steps from the Madame Starman? Broly, what are you talking about? Bulma asked strangely. Nothing, just suddenly remembered something. Broly shook his head and thought to himself, maybe this trip to the planet Madama will have some unexpected gains. After 3 days of sailing, the spacecraft landed on the planet Madama. Bulma, you lock on to Gark's position. Broly said that Gok was wearing a liaison device for the Galaxy Rangers, and using this liaison to locate his location was not a difficult task for Bulma. Bulma nodded. Immediately pressed on the mini-computer on his wrist, a light curtain popped up, like White Jade's fingers quickly tapping on the light curtain, one after another scientific and technological symbols flashed, and soon Bulma determined the location of Gark. 2,700 kilometers to the southwest. Bulma said. Okay, then we'll go now. Broly held Bulma in his left hand, and put his right index and middle fingers against his eyebrows, sensing the chi in that position that Bulma said, and the swish disappeared. When Bro teleported over, he saw an old man fighting a lizardman. This old man's way of fighting is so strange. Broly thought in his heart, in the old man's moves, he felt a fluctuation of spiritual power. Sister is there. On the edge of the battlefield, listening to a spaceship, next to the spacecraft stood 2 figures, one of which was Bulma's sister Tais, and the other was Galaxy Ranger Gok. Although she hadn't seen her for many years, Tais was already very old when she left, and her appearance was basically unchanged, and Bulma recognized it at a glance. Sister! Bulma immediately ran over. Hearing Bulma's shout, Tais also turned her head and looked over, and at first she didn't recognize it, but upon closer inspection, she found that Bulma was still somewhat similar to when she was a child. Are you Bulma? Tais said in shock. Sister, can't you recognize your beautiful and genius sister? Bulma said, pretending to be sad. It seems that you are really Bulma, with exactly the same personality as when you were a child, but why did you come here? Tais said she never thought Bulma would come to her. I haven't come to you yet, you've been away from home for so long, and you don't know to send a message back. Bulma said with an angry hum. Bulma, who is this handsome guy? Tais noticed Broly behind Bulma at this time, and was immediately attracted by Broly's resolute face. His name is Broly, he's my boyfriend, sister, you are not allowed to beat her mind. Bulma hugged Broly's arm as if to assert her sovereignty. Big handsome guy, you can ask me for a date when you have time. As if she hadn't heard Bulma's words, Tais threw a wink at Broly. Sister, you're going too far. Bulma roared. Okay, don't tease you, I'm just helping you test this handsome guy. Tais smiled, and then said, introduce you, this is Galaxy Patrolman Gok, you saw it when you were a child. I know, only the Galaxy Patrol is in charge of 3 districts, but MERS is in charge of 104 districts. Bulma pouted. Damn, I'm a super elite who guards the galaxy. Gark roared. How come the super elite is only in charge of 3 districts? Bulma said. That's because I have only joined the Galaxy Patrol organization, and I will definitely become the most powerful Galaxy Patrolman in the future. Gok said. Bulma, don't argue with Gark. Tais said. Humph. Bulma snorted coldly. The magic god teacher seems to be winning. Tais looked at the old man and the lizardman who were fighting and said happily. Magic god? Do you mean that old man? Broly asked. His attention had been on the old man from the beginning, and he was very curious about the way the old man fought. Well, he is the strongest among the Madamas, and it is said that most of the magic of the Madamasians was created by him and has a high status among the Madamas. Tais said. Such moves are indeed more like magic. Broly nodded. Bang! At this time, the magic god punched the lizardman and flew out, and the lizardman fell to the ground, covered in injuries, and could not move. Gark, this thief will be handed over to you. The magic god carried the lizardman and flew to Broly and the others, throwing the lizardman to the ground. "Thank you, I will definitely put him in galactic prison and make him repent of his sins he has committed." Gok said that when he tracked down the planet Madama, he was no match for the lizardman at all, but fortunately, some of the things the lizardman did on the planet Midamo led to the magic god. "It's settled, I should go back, I haven't moved like this for a long time," the magic god said. "Magic god, I'm curious about your way of fighting, I wonder if I can discuss it." Broly said that although the combat effectiveness of the magic god is not high, but the opponent's fighting method, he feels that it is very useful to him. "You give me an incredibly powerful feeling, and I'm not your opponent." The magic god pondered for a moment, then shook his head. "It's just an exchange of experiences." Broly laughed, he was not interested in fighting the magic god either. "Okay then." The magic god nodded. "Tais, we're going back." Gok said. "Bulma, I'll go back to the Galaxy Patrol base first, this is a space phone, you can contact me at any time in the future." Tais said. "Sister, aren't you going back to Earth with us?" Bulma asked. "I still like life in the universe, which gives me more inspiration for my creations." Tais laughed. "Okay then, go home when you have time." Bulma said. "Well, I will." Tais nodded lightly, then got on Gok's spaceship and left the planet Madama. After Gok and Tais leave, Broly and Bulma go to a dojo with the God of Magic, the largest on the planet Madama. Lord Magic God. Some of the disciples in the Taoist hall were very respectful when they saw the Magic God, and their eyes were full of worship, which showed that the Magic God had a high status in the hearts of the Madama Starmen. After passing through several long corridors, we came to a quiet courtyard. The layout of the courtyard is very simple, which is more suitable for cleaning. The conditions are a little rudimentary, please include the sluggishness. The magic god is very respectful to Broly, all because Broly's strength is relatively strong. It's okay to have a place to live. Broly said he's not picky about where he lives. Chapter 046. In the following days, Broly discussed martial arts with the magic god every day, and the martial arts of the Madama Starman were very different from those that Broly had been exposed to before, combining chi and spiritual power, and many moves had magical effects, making it look more like magic. This new martial arts theory opened the door for Broly. He practiced the spiritual dafa of transforming heaven and earth, and his spiritual power was very powerful, but it had always been only used to resist the erosion of reason by the berserk factor, and was not used to improve his strength. Before you know it, half a year has passed. Magic God, thank you for the past half a year. Broly thanked him for his gains in the past 6 months, no less than what he had gained on the planet Adarat. We just talked to each other, and you opened a new door for me. The magic god said that Broly gained a lot, and his harvest was also not small, and Broly's martial arts theory was also a completely new theory for him. I hope to have the opportunity to discuss martial arts together in the future. Broly laughed. Planet Madama always welcomes you. The magic god said. Goodbye. Broly rides a spaceship and leaves the planet Medamo with Bulma. In the past 6 months, although his combat effectiveness has improved, it is not too big, but his real combat power has improved tremendously. According to Weiss, there is no way to measure it by combat effectiveness. The combination of chi and spiritual power will produce such a great effect. If the three of essence and spirit are fused together, what kind of changes will it have? Broly thought to himself. At the same time, he was eager to try this idea, but he knew that it could not be completed overnight, and the Madama Starman combined chi and spiritual power, and it was also successfully wiped through the efforts of countless generations, and the magic god alone lived for tens of thousands of years. The spacecraft sailed in the dark universe, time was quietly slipping away, and more than a month passed in the blink of an eye. Broly, I found Super Dragon Ball. On this day, Broly, as usual, was practicing in the cultivation room. Bulma's voice came out of the megaphone, and after Broly heard it, he came to the control room. Broly, you see, the third Super Dragon Ball is the 5 planets. Bulma brings up the picture of Super Dragon Ball, and the 5 stars can be clearly seen. Well, I'll go put it away. Broly nodded. Immediately came to the space, took out the colorful box that he got from the Nameko's Divine Dragon, silently recited a few spells in his mouth, and a light shrouded the Super Dragon Ball, and then the Super Dragon Ball began to become smaller and flew to the colorful box. After doing all this, Broly returned to the spaceship. Broly, the Super Dragon Balls of the 7th universe have all been found, are you going to the 6th universe next? Bulma said with some expectation, a little curious about the 6th universe. Well, but you should inform Whis before you go and let him say hello to the angels and destroyers of the 6th universe. Broly said. After that, Broly began to contact Whis. In the 7th universe, the God Realm of Destruction, VES was leisurely enjoying a meal, when suddenly a light flashed on the scepter. Hey, Broly contacted me, are you ready to continue to destroy the cultivation of the God Realm? It just so happens that I don't have much food in storage, let him make me some more. Whis said with a smile, and then with a gentle click, the glass ball on the scepter showed Broly's figure. Whis, hear that? Broly, long time no see. Whis laughed. Whis, I'm going to go to the 6th universe to find Super Dragon Ball, you contact the angels and destroyers of the 6th universe, don't let him eliminate us as invaders. Broly said. It turns out that you are going to the 6th universe, I thought you wanted to destroy the God realm cultivation. Whis said, looking at the few food he had left, and planning how to make it until Broly returned. Whis, you don't want me to destroy the cultivation of the God realm, but the food stored last time is almost finished. Broly said, revealing Whis' mind at once. I didn't say that. Whis laughed, not feeling embarrassed at all by being exposed. There are a lot of food on Earth, many delicacies that even I can't make, you can go to the Earth yourself. Broly said. I'll help you contact the angels of the 6th universe now. Whis said with a smile, hearing Broly mention Earth's cuisine again, and there was a light in his eyes. Thank you. Broly ended the call. Broly, can we go to the 6th universe now? Bulma asked. Broly nodded, took out the shuttle block, entered it with Bulma, and then turned the spaceship into a universal capsule and put it away. Here we go. Broly said, and then controlled the shuttle block to fly to the 6th universe. The 6th universe, destroying the God realm. The angel Bardos cleans up the debris that destroys the God realm, and suddenly receives the news that Whis is coming. I actually remembered the 6th universe, did something happen? Bardos muttered, then put down his work and came to a place. Not long after she arrived, the space fluctuated, and then Whis walked out from inside. Whis, is Lord Beerus asleep? How come you have time to come to the 6th universe? Bardos asked. Lord Beerus has been sleeping for almost 20 years, and I will come and visit my sister while I have free time. Whis laughed. Whis, am you still not clear about your thoughts? If there is no matter, he will definitely not come to the 6th universe, let's say, what is the matter? Bardos said. Sister, there is a little guy in the 7th universe who is very suitable for being a preparatory destroyer, and will inherit the position of Lord Beerus in the future, and I want to put it in the 6th universe to experience it first. Whis laughed. You actually took advantage of Lord Beerus's slumber to cultivate the god of destruction, and when Lord Beerus wakes up, I am afraid he will be very angry. Bardos laughed. This little guy is growing very fast, and when Lord Beerus wakes up, he may not be able to beat him. Whis said. It's the first time I've heard you praise someone so much, and I'm a little curious. Bardos said. He should come to the 6th universe soon to look for the wishing ball, and I hope that my sister will take more care. Whis said. It's okay to take care of it, but it's not so easy for him to take the wishing ball. Bardos laughed. She wanted to see what was so remarkable about the person that Weiss praised so much. My sister is willing to make a move, so naturally I can't ask for it. Ves gloated, as if expecting to see Broly embarrassed. Sister, angels can't leave their universe for too long. I'll go back first. Bardos nodded. In the 6th universe, a space fluctuated, and then Broly and Bulma came out of it sitting in a shuttle block. Is this the 6th universe? It seems that there is no difference from the 7th universe. Bulma looked around, no different from the cosmic starry sky of the 7th universe. The 6th and 7th universes are twin universes with many similarities. Broly said. Chapter 047. I'll take a look at the location of Super Dragon Ball first. Bulma said, and then took out the Dragon Ball radar, which quickly showed 3 Dragon Balls. Why are there only 3, and 1 more? Bulma thinks that there may be a problem with the Dragon Ball radar, and restarts the Dragon Ball radar again, which still only shows the location of the 3 Dragon Balls. Broly, do you know what's going on? Bulma asked. The last Dragon Ball may be at the junction of the 7th universe and the 6th universe. The Dragon Ball radar does not cover there. Wait for us to find these 3 Dragon Balls, just go there and look for them. Broly said. It must be so. Bulma said. You first check how far away the nearest Dragon Ball is. Broly said. The most recent one is at SU 9-4531YX, and it will take about 2 months from where we are now. Bulma said. Then let's go. Broly said. Feeling out of his pocket for a universal capsule, he opened the lid and threw it out. Boom! A puff of smoke swirled around the space, and then it was quickly dispersed by the vacuum, and a large grey-white spaceship appeared out of thin air. Broly took Bulma out of the shuttle block and got into the spaceship, and then the spacecraft flew into the distance. The 6th universe, destroying the God Realm. Bardos's scepter shows Broly and Bulma coming to the 6th universe and setting off in search of the 4th Dragon Ball. Is that the little guy? The legendary Super Saiyan does have extraordinary potential. Bardos said in a voice that only he could hear. But if you take the wishing ball so easily, Lord Xiongpa will be very angry when he wakes up. Broly had no idea that Bardos was paying attention to himself, and after the spaceship set off for the position of the 4th Dragon Ball, Broly entered the cultivation room and began to cultivate. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Broly, it's not good, you come and take a look. On this day, Broly was cultivating in the gravity cultivation room as usual, but he heard Bulma's exclamation and hurriedly came out of the cultivation room and came to the control room. Bulma, what happened? Broly asked anxiously. The position of the Dragon Ball has suddenly changed, and it was supposed to be a month away, but now it has moved in the opposite direction. Bulma said. How so? Broly frowned. Although the distance shown on the Dragon Ball radar is not far, it is actually tens of thousands of galaxies apart, and ordinary people do not have the ability to move Super Dragon Balls so far in an instant. Broly, what are we going to do now? Bulma asked. You wait first, I'll teleport over and see. Broly said. Bulma nodded. In the God of Destruction realm, Bardos is paying attention to Broly. The position of the Dragon Ball changes, it is her hands and feet, and when she sees Broly frowning because of the change in the position of the Dragon Ball, Bardos is a little proud. Little one, let's see what you can do. Bardos laughed. However, her smile soon disappeared, and Bro used teleportation to quickly find Super Dragon Ball, and knowing the location of Super Dragon Ball, he only needed to sense nearby chi and use teleportation to move over. The Dragon Ball was really moved, and the other party doesn't seem to be looking for the Dragon Ball. Why? Broly thought to himself. After thinking for a while, Broly couldn't figure out what was going on. So he didn't want to think about it, and put away the 4th Super Dragon Ball with a colorful box. Just use teleportation to find the remaining Super Dragon Balls. Broly thought to himself, and then used the Dragon Ball radar to check the location of the remaining 2 Dragon Balls. The move that will actually shuttle through the space is a bit of a mistake. Bardos quickly recovered after a moment of consternation, because Broly had teleportation, and the first puzzle she set for Broly had basically no effect. Seeing that Broly was planning to teleport to find the next Super Dragon Ball, Bardos struck twice on the ground with the scepter in his hand, and then a ripple emanated. Broly, who was teleporting, suddenly encountered a barrier halfway through, ejecting him from the gap in space. After stabilizing his figure, Broly flew to the location where he had just encountered the barrier and touched it with his hand. This place has an enchantment, teleportation cannot pass at all, can only use the flying past. Fortunately it is not very far from the location of the Dragon Ball, it will not take long to fly over. Broly muttered. Immediately flew into the enchantment, and the moment he flew in, Broly found that he couldn't move at all, just like an ordinary person completely stuck in a quagmire. What the hell is this place? Broly struggled, but the more he burst out of chi, the greater the resistance around him. There must be someone behind the ghost. Broly thought quickly in his heart, he didn't believe that these were coincidences, someone must have done something. Bardos, is that you? There are people who can tease him like this, and in the entire 6th universe, he can only think of Bardos. This little guy is quite smart. Bardos was also a little surprised to hear Broly guess that it was her and call out her name, but he didn't have any weakness. Little one, it's not so easy to take the wishing ball from the 6th universe, this is a test for you. Bardos chuckled. It's really you. Broly said. If you want this wishing ball, you have to fly over. Bardos laughed. I'll definitely get it. After knowing that Bardos was behind the ghost, Broly was not so worried, at least there would be no danger, but it would be more difficult to get the Super Dragon Ball. How do I fly over? Broly thought to himself, it would definitely not work with brute force, and the more he struggled, the greater the resistance around him. After thinking for a while, Broly tried to converge all the arrogance in his body. Sure enough, after he gathered all his arrogance, he found that he could move. The more energy leaked out, the greater the resistance, which is a test of the degree of control over chi. A bright light flashed in Broly's eyes, and he finally figured out what was going on. It's really not easy to find out the clues so quickly, no wonder Weiss praised him so much. A light flashed under Bardos's eyes. But that's not the test. Chapter 048. After Broly was able to move, he flew towards the Super Dragon Ball position, but he soon discovered a new problem, because he could not leak gas, so he flew very slowly. And the closer to Super Dragon Ball, the higher the requirements for the control of chi, and just leaking a trace of chi will produce huge resistance. This is a good place to cultivate, but now that Bulma is outside, a person may encounter danger. Broly muttered. Little one, the time flow rate inside is 100 times that of the outside, the past 100 days inside, and only 1 day has passed outside. Bardos's voice rang in Broly's ears. It's much more reassuring. A bright light flashed in Broly's eyes. He came to find Super Dragon Ball, originally for cultivation, and it was impossible for him to have such an opportunity. Time slowly passed. Broly was single-mindedly training his control of chi, originally felt that his degree of control of chi was already very high, but in this special environment, he found that his control of chi still had a lot of room for improvement. In the blink of an eye, Broly spent almost a year in this special environment. Finally free to fly. As early as half a year ago, Broly had arrived next to Super Dragon Ball, but he did not leave because he still felt a lot of resistance when he was close to Super Dragon Ball. So he continued to train his control of chi here, and after half a year, he was able to fly freely near Super Dragon Ball like the outside world. More than 3 days have passed since the outside world, and Bulma is in a hurry. Broly muttered, took out the colorful box, and put away the Super Dragon Ball. When he put away the Super Dragon Ball, this special enchantment also disappeared, and he sensed the Bulma chi, and his face instantly became cold. Destroying the god realm, Bardos was also a little surprised to see that Broly passed her test so quickly. When Master Xiongpa conducted this training, it seemed that it took 30 years to pass, and it was amazing that this little guy passed it in only 1 year. A different color flashed in Bardos's eyes. The next Dragon Ball must add a little more difficulty to him. In the Dark Universe. Since Broly left, Bulma has been waiting for Broly's return, but after a day has passed, there is still no Broly's return, and Bulma's heart begins to become anxious. So she steered the spaceship to the location of the Super Dragon Ball to find Broly, but after only 2 days of sailing, she encountered a group of space thieves, and the spaceship was surrounded. Bang! A ball of energy hit the spacecraft swayed, automatically turned on the protection function, and an energy shield wrapped the entire spacecraft. There are even protective devices. This spaceship is good, don't break it, otherwise it will be worthless. A small leader among the cosmic thieves said. Damn, the shield won't last long, just install some attack devices on the spaceship. Bulma looked at the cosmic thieves outside, and her heart was very anxious. Thundered. A shot of energy ball hit the shield. Every time it was hit by a shot of energy, the light of the shield dimmed by a point. If it were not for the cosmic thief who was afraid of breaking the spaceship, the protective shield would not last long. Broly, come back soon. Bulma prayed silently in her heart, and now she could only hope for Broly. As time passed, the light of the shield became more and more dim. Click! I don't know how many energy balls were hit, and a crack appeared on the protective shield. Haha, the protective shield is finally going to break. Stop for me, don't break the spaceship. The little leader laughed when he saw the crack. Bang! After the others stopped, the little boss hit the shield with another ball of energy, and the shield shattered like a spider's web and completely dissipated. Broly, if you don't come back, you won't see me. Seeing the shield disappear, Bulma roared, feeling a little desperate in her heart. Sorry to put you in danger. It was at this time that Broly appeared beside her. Broly, it's great that you're back. Seeing Broly return, Bulma threw herself into Broly's arms and began to cry. I will definitely not put you in danger again in the future. Broly said softly. Did something happen to you? How did you leave for so long? Bulma asked. Something happened, and it delayed a little time. Broly said, wiping away the tears from the corners of Bulma's eyes, and then a killing intent erupted on his body, and his eyes looked coldly at the space thieves outside the spaceship. Bulma, you wait here, I'll go and solve them first. Bulma nodded obediently. Broly's figure instantly came to the universe, and the killing intent in his heart skyrocketed. When the little leader saw Broly who suddenly appeared, he was a little frightened by Broly's murderous eyes, and immediately ordered, kill him for me. Yikes! With his order, one by one the energy balls flew towards Broly. Broly opened his hands, and an invisible aura enveloped him, and the energy balls stopped strangely when they encountered this invisible chi. Give it all back to you. Broly pushed forward with both hands, and all the energy balls returned the same way. Thundered. The explosions sounded one after another, and the surrounding cosmic people were all engulfed in flames, and one by one they turned into cosmic dust. Only the little leader, because he was still a little useful, Broly left him alive. The figure flashed, and Broly appeared in front of him, his right hand pinching his neck. Say, who are you? Broly's cold eyes did not contain a trace of emotion. We are members of the Cosmic Thieves. The little leader said, facing Broly's cold eyes. He did not dare to hide a little. Who is the leader of the group of thieves? Broly asked. I don't know, the identity of the leader is very mysterious, only a few people know it, my identity is too low to be qualified to know. You always know where the headquarters of the bandits are? Broly asked. Headquartered on planet Beer. You're useless. Broly said that after asking what he wanted to know, Broly killed him mercilessly. Cosmic thieves, since you provoked me, you can only blame yourself for being unlucky. Chapter 049. After eliminating the group of space thieves, Broly returned to the spaceship. Bulma, check the location of Planet Bill. Broly said that by killing this group of cosmic thieves, the anger in his heart did not disappear, and he had to uproot them to dissolve the anger in his heart. Bulma quickly searched for the planet map of the 6th universe, which they had obtained from Weiss. The position of the planet Biel at SU5, 5902X. Bulma said. Bulma, you wait for me here again, I'll go back. Broly said it was too dangerous to take Bulma over, and he didn't want Bulma to see the bloody scene. Bulma nodded obediently. Sensing the chi on Bill's planet, Broly's figure disappeared into the spaceship. Broly used teleportation directly to the sky above the planet Beer. Buzz. As soon as Broly arrived, he sensed a special chi on the planet Bill. This chi belonged to the frozen demon. He had sensed it in Gula's body, the same cold evil, the same annoying. Frost. Broly immediately thought of this name, and the mysterious leader of the universe thieves. This identity is more consistent with Frost. Whether it's him or not, none of the people on Bill's planet today want to live. Broly said that Frost was no different from other ants in his eyes. I'll set off fireworks today. A little light condensed on the index finger of Broly's right hand, and then gradually enlarged, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a ball of energy with a diameter of tens of meters. Alarm! Alarm! Huge energy reaction detected. Alarm! Alarm! Huge energy reaction detected. When Broly condensed the energy ball, the monitoring alarm device on Beer's planet immediately sounded an alarm, and one by one the cosmic people flew over and saw Broly in mid-air. What are you? A cosmic man asked with anger on his face. However, Broly didn't want to talk nonsense with this group of ants at all. His arm swung down, and the energy ball in his hand was thrown down. Not good. Watching the energy ball smash down, the cosmic thieves on Planet Bill showed a terrified look one by one, and several cosmic people wanted to prevent the energy ball from falling, and they were instantly crushed into powder by the energy ball. Just when the energy ball was about to hit Planet Bill, a figure came to the bottom of the energy ball, supported the energy ball with both hands, and then kicked the energy ball with his foot. Bang! The energy ball exploded in the universe, blooming with brilliant light, and then disappeared again. I thought you would keep hiding. Broly looked at the figure that suddenly appeared, and a smile curled at the corner of his mouth. That figure was none other than Frost, the one he guessed. Who are you? Frost looked at Broly with a gloomy face, and his eyes were full of murderous aura. Isn't this the most famous peacekeeping ambassador in the universe? How did you become the leader of the Cosmic Thieves group? What consequences would you have if this news got out? Broly laughed. When Frost heard this, the murderous intention in his heart was even worse, and then a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth and said, "This news can't get out." Oh? There are so many people here, but not everyone is so loyal to you. Are you going to kill them all? Broly laughed. Is that what you're for? Congratulations on getting there, but you have to die today. Frost said, his voice became sharp. And the terrifying killing intent made people shudder. The figure flashed, and then appeared in front of Broly, and punched Broly's head. Broly reached out and held Frost's fist and said with a smile, "I just amused you just now, and my purpose is to kill you with my own hands. You look for death." Frost was completely enraged by Broly, and his tail was like a steel whip, and he threw it towards Broly, who released Frost's fist, grabbed his tail, and then threw it out hard. Bang! Frost hit the ground, forming a large pit with a diameter of more than 10 meters, and Frost lay at the bottom of the pit. His body was half covered. Ugh! Immediately Frost flew up from the bottom of the pit, drank loudly, the green tendons on his forehead burst out, and a white flame rose up from his body, and his figure began to change. "Are you going to transform?" Broly muttered softly. A moment later, Frost's transformation was completed, with a petite figure, similar to Frisia's fourth form, probably feeling the crisis from Broly's body, skipping the previous transformation in one fell swoop, and directly turned into the final form. "No one has ever seen me like this, and it is your honor that you can see me before you die." A smile tugged at the corner of Frost's mouth. "Frozen demons are all such a face, it's really boring. I don't know where you have the confidence to say such things," Broly said disdainfully. "Boy, you are looking for death." Frost was stimulated by Broly's disdainful eyes, and instantly moved in front of Broly, but before his fist could swing towards Broly, he was kicked out by Broly. Bang! Frost glided a long distance on the ground, leaving a long ravine. "You think your little trick can hide from me?" Broly said disdainfully. Frost seemed angry, but in fact he came to paralyze Broly, and in the punch just now, he clearly saw Frost's hidden poison needle. This kind of little trick, even if Broly didn't know anything before, couldn't hurt him, not to mention that he knew Frost's despicable methods early on. Abominable! Frost got up from the ground and rushed towards Broly again, frantically attacking Broly, with poison needles hidden on his hands and feet, but all his attacks were easily dodged by Broly. Sue! Suddenly, Frost's tail unexpectedly came towards Broly, and the tip of the tail flashed a little chill. However, when he was about to pierce Broly, Broly reached out and grabbed Frisia's tail, and a bright light flashed, and Frost's tail was cut in two. Ugh! Frost let out a miserable cry. Chapter 050. "Frost, it seems that you only have this trick," Broly said indifferently, throwing the half-amputated tail in his hand aside. "Please, let me go. I will never plunder other people's planets again, I will give all my money to charity." Frost plopped down on his knees, constantly begging Broly for mercy, looking very pitiful, but if you look closely, you will find that there is a trace of malice hidden in the depths of his eyes. If it were someone else, maybe you were really deceived by your acting skills, but it's a pity that you met me. Looking at Frost, who was kneeling on the ground and crying bitterly, Broly said lightly. Compared to Frisia, Frost is more annoying. Frisia is called a real villain, and Frost is called a hypocrite. In that case, you should die. Frost's eyes were cold, and suddenly burst out, and an energy ball in his hand was thrown towards Broly, and when he knelt down and begged for mercy just now, he was silently accumulating energy. Bang! The energy ball hits Broly head-on, and the explosion of flames envelopes Broly. Haha, finally dead! Frost laughed when he saw that his plot had succeeded, but his laughter soon stopped abruptly, and Broly emerged from the flames intact. "Your ability to act is much stronger than your strength," Broly said. "How is this possible?" Frost couldn't believe his eyes, and his sneak attack with all his strength had no effect at all. "You can go to hell with peace of mind." Broly's cold voice was full of killing intent, and he instantly moved in front of Frost, and an air knife condensed in his palm, directly penetrating Frost's chest. "Don't kill me, I'll give you all my money." Frost sensed the fear of death and quickly begged Broly for mercy, but Broly was unmoved, turned his palm into a knife, and cut Frost into several pieces. Immediately after throwing a ball of energy towards Frost, with a boom, Frost was burned to ashes by the flames of the explosion. The leader is dead. Watching Frost being burned to ashes, his powerful subordinates reacted. They all knew Frost's identity and knew Frost's strong strength, but today they were killed by Broly without any ability to fight back. "Frost is dead, you can go down and accompany him." Broly flew over the planet Bill, and a huge ball of energy condensed on his fingers again, throwing it towards the planet Bill. "Run away!" Those of Frost's subordinates, seeing this scene, were so frightened that their souls disappeared, and they quickly fled towards the spaceship. However, before they entered the spacecraft, Broly's energy ball fell, submerged into the ground, and then exploded, and the entire planet Beale was like fireworks, blooming with brilliant brilliance, and finally turned into cosmic dust. I believe that it won't be long before the fact that Frost is the leader of the cosmic thieves will spread throughout the entire sixth universe. Broly muttered. When he tortured Frost, some people escaped from the planet Beer, and he did not stop it, because between killing these ants and making Frost notorious, he chose the latter. After destroying the planet Bill, Bro used teleportation to return to the ship. Broly, you're back, are things all settled? Bulma was very happy to see Broly returning. Well, it's all settled. Broly smiled and nodded. Are we going to continue looking for Dragon Ball? Bulma asked. Well, I already have 5 Dragon Balls here. You check the location of the last Dragon Ball. Broly nodded and said immediately. Okay. Bulma took out the Dragon Ball radar and began to look for it. Found it, at SU-1, 6903YX location. It will take 3 months to pass from our location. This time we won't take the spaceship over, I'll take you directly with teleportation. Broly shook his head, he was anxious to see Bardoss test, it was too much of a waste of time to take the spaceship. Bulma didn't ask why, nodded obediently and then walked to Broly's side and took Broly's arm. Broly turned the spaceship into a universal capsule and put it away, and then teleported over. As he expected, when approaching Super Dragon Ball, the two were ejected, and Broly condensed a ball of energy to protect Bulma inside. Boom! Feeling the universal capsule and throwing it into space, a cloud of smoke shrouded in smoke, and then a spaceship appeared, and Broly sent Bulma into the spaceship. Bulma, you wait for me here first, there is an enchantment here, I go inside to find the Dragon Ball, it may take a little time. Broly said. Then be careful yourself. Bulma said. Broly entered the enchantment, and as soon as he entered, he felt a huge pressure acting on his body and fell directly to the ground. Unlike before, inside the enchantment is not a cosmic starry sky, but a flat land. Is it gravity? Broly muttered, the multiple of gravity is not too big, only about 10 times that of the Earth, but he can't use the chi in his body. The closer you get to Super Dragon Ball, the greater the gravity multiplier, and the use of chi is restricted. Is it this special test? Broly thought. Little fellow, the time flow rate inside is the same as before, the past 100 days inside, and only 1 day outside, but I limit the use of chi and can only rely on the strength of my body. Bardoss's voice rang in Broly's ears. Just try the limits of my physical strength. Broly was not afraid of this test, and a glint appeared in his eyes. Immediately walked to the position of the Super Dragon Ball, with each step, gravity was strengthening. At first Broly could still move forward at a constant speed, and it didn't take long for the speed to slow down, walking was very difficult, and in the end, every step was very difficult. It's going to reach its limit. At about 300 times the gravity, Broly felt that this was already the limit of his body, but it was still a long way from the position of the Super Dragon Ball. So he began to cultivate the dragon elephant-like skill in place. Fortunately, he carried a lot of food universal capsules on his body, and the consumed chi and blood could be quickly replenished. After each breakthrough, Broly continued to move forward, and after reaching the limit of his body, he stopped to cultivate. As time passed, Broly was getting closer and closer to the Super Dragon Ball position, and at the same time, Broly's physical strength was increasing. Inside the enchantment, 3 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Broly has finally reached the position of Super Dragon Ball, and is able to move freely without any pressure. The dragon elephant Ruagong has broken through to the 3000 layers, and the harvest this time is really great. Broly thought to himself, a satisfied smile on his face. Chapter 051. Broly took out the colorful box and put away the 6th Super Dragon Ball. As before, after the Super Dragon Ball was put away, this special enchantment disappeared, and Bro used teleportation to come to Bulma's side. Broly, you're finally out. Bulma waited outside for 10 days, very worried about Broly's safety, and tried to enter this enchantment several times, but was ejected. "Sorry to worry you," Broly said with some guilt. "Broly, now there is only the last Dragon Ball left. After finding it, you can summon the Divine Dragon. I would like to see what the planetary Dragon Ball will look like." Bulma laughed. "We'll go find the last Dragon Ball now." Broly laughed, knowing that Bulma was changing the subject and acting very happy, not wanting him to feel guilty. Taking out the shuttle block, the two entered it and set off towards the junction of the 6th and 7th universes. The 6th universe, destroying the God Realm. Bardoss was shocked to see Broly pass her test so quickly, and his unchanging state of mind had changed a little, knowing that the strength of the flesh was the most difficult to improve. How many years did it take Lord Elephant to complete this training? It seems to be 300 years, and it seems that this little guy really has a chance to surpass him before Lord Beerus wakes up. I think when Lord Beerus wakes up, it will be very exciting. Is this the junction of two universes? It's really desolate. Bulma glanced at her surroundings. "Look with the Dragon Ball radar and see if the last Super Dragon Ball is here." Broly said he was just guessing, not sure. Bulma took out the Dragon Ball radar and checked it, and sure enough, it showed the location of a Dragon Ball. "Found it, the last Dragon Ball is here," Bulma said happily. "We'll go summon the Divine Dragon now," Broly said. The two sat and shuttled through the cube to the location of the last Dragon Ball, where there was only a barren planet, and Broly stepped out of the block and punched the planet. Click! A crack appeared on the surface of the planet, which then spread, and as the crack expanded, a golden yellow light spread out from the crack. In the end, the rock layer on the surface of the planet completely fell off, revealing its true face. "It's 4 planets," Bulma said excitedly. Broly took out the colorful box, this time did not put this Dragon Ball in, but released the previous 6 Super Dragon Balls, and the 7 Super Dragon Balls gathered together. "Broly, it's time to summon the Super Divine Dragon now," Bulma said expectantly. At this moment, a colorful light flashed, and then a figure appeared in front of them, and the person who came was the angel Bardoss of the 6th universe. "Bardoss, why are you here? There won't be any more tests, right?" Broly asked. "Little fellow, summoning the Super Divine Dragon must be done in the language of God. If I don't come, you can't summon it." Bardoss laughed. "Come out, Shenlong." Broly gave Bardoss a blank look, flew to the side of the 7 Dragon Balls, and shouted in the language of God. Bardoss's expression was stunned for a while, but she didn't expect that Broly could even speak the language of God, and lived for countless years, and this period was the period when her expression changed the most. What a fun little guy! The 7 Dragon Balls burst into a burst of light, extremely dazzling. And then a bolt of lightning suddenly appeared, illuminating the entire universe. Groan! A dragon groan resounded through the 2 universes, and then a huge golden divine dragon appeared at the junction of the 2 universes, and the eyes alone were larger than a planet. "Is this the Super Divine Dragon? It's really shocking," Bulma said stunnedly. "Compared with the Super Dragon of the Earth and the Nemesis, it is simply a small earthworm." Broly's heart was also very shocked. The size of the Super Dragon was probably similar to those described in the myths and legends he had heard in his previous life. "Those who collect the 7 Dragon Balls, say your wish, any wish can be granted, but only one." The loud voice of the Super Divine Dragon sounded in Broly's ears. "I want the ability to travel through time and space," Bro said in the word of God. "It's a trifle." A bright light flashed in the scarlet eyes of the Super Divine Dragon, and then Broly felt that there were 2 more attribute energies in his body, time energy and space energy. "Your wish has been fulfilled, then, leave." Immediately, Super Dragon Balls reformed into 7 Dragon Balls and flew to the 6th and 7th universes. "Little one, traveling through time and space is a big sin." Bardoss laughed. Mastering the ability to travel through time and space does not necessarily have to travel through time and space, but I think these two energies can play a huge role in battle. Broly laughed. And I'm not called Little One, my name is Broly. Even if he wants to travel through time and space, he will not say in front of Bardos that it is okay to secretly cross in the future, as long as it does not cause much impact. Presumably even if Weiss and Beerus know, he will turn a blind eye. What an interesting little fellow. Now that the wish has been fulfilled, do you plan to continue to stay in the 6th universe, or return to the 7th universe? Bardos laughed. I have a few cultivation questions I want to ask you, I wonder if you are willing to guide. Broly said. You ask. Bardos said. What is the realm of God? Broly asked. When Bardos heard this, he pondered for a moment and said, if any of the spirits breaks through a certain boundary, it is considered to have entered the realm of gods. Is the power of God the result of combining spiritual chi? Broly continued to ask. Yes, no, the power of God requires all three spiritual chi to enter the realm of God, and then fuse together. Bardos said. What's going on in the realm of God? Broly then asked. Condensing the power of God, you will enter the threshold of the realm of God. Bardos said. How to divide the realm of God? Broly asked. Little fellow, knowing too much at the moment is not good for you, and after you enter the realm of gods, you will naturally know this problem. Bardos said. Thank you. Broly nodded. He was content to learn so much from Bardos. These things were enough for him to digest for a long time. Chapter 052. Bardos returned to the God of Destruction realm after answering Broly's question, and Broly did not return to the 7th universe like this. He planned to continue to train in the 6th universe. There are still many things in the 6th universe that he has not seen, such as the scions on the planet Sherida, the assassin hit, and so on. He knew that his current strength was still far from hits, so he planned to go to the planet Sherida first to see the scions of the 6th universe. Bulma, check the location of planet Sherida. Broly said. Wait a minute. Bulma's slender fingers quickly operated, and soon found the location of planet Sherida. Planet Sherida is in the position of SU-7, 6840YX, and it takes more than 4 months to take a spacecraft. More than 4 months, it's really far enough, but we're not in a hurry now, let's take a spaceship. Broly said. Planetary Sherida was only for a glimpse, and Broly did not have the slightest sense of eagerness to test, and did not intend to teleport. Bulma nodded. In the dark red cultivation room, the word 1500 was displayed on the control panel. Refining gas, and transforming gods, refining gods and returning to the void. Broly remembered the terms in Taoism in his previous life, and he felt that the so-called divine power was similar to the Taoist Neodan technique. Qi is refined from the essence blood, God is born in the Qi, and God returns to strengthen the essence blood, and the three form a cycle, endless, endless, endless. But it's easy to say, how do you start? Broly pondered, but had no clue. I don't want to, anyway, I'm still far from that realm. Broly shook his head. Condensing the power of the gods required the spirit and energy to enter the realm of the gods, and he had not yet entered any of them. Broly, planet Sherida is almost here. At this time, the communicator in Broly's hand sounded Bulma's voice. Broly stopped his cultivation and went to the control room. Broly, we have entered outer space on planet Sherida and can land at any time. Bulma said. Find a secluded place to land. Broly said. Bulma nodded. The planet Sherida, a desolate plain, at a glance, there are only huge boulders eroded by wind and sand, and there is no greenery in sight. Broly's spaceship slowly landed from the air. At this time, behind a boulder, hiding a little girl, petite body, probably not even a year old, saw Broly's spaceship, and a bright light flashed in her eyes. Sister, I found you. At this time, another little girl appeared, about the same age as the little girl before. Her skin was a little dark, and her personality looked a little cowardly. Cal, we're not playing peekaboo today. These two little girls are Kale and Califra, and today Kafra took Kale to skip class and come here to play peekaboo. Sister, then what are we going to do? Cal asked. See that spaceship? Let's go and grab it, and then go to the universe to catch thieves. Califra said, getting more excited the more she spoke. Sister, this is not good. How can we rob other people's things casually, and the strength of those cosmic thieves is very strong, we can't beat them. Cal frowned. Ordinary spaceships land in spaceports, this spaceship landed here secretly, there must be some ulterior purpose, it doesn't matter if we go to rob his spaceship. Califra said. And our strength is already very strong, those teachers in the school are not our opponents, and it is definitely not a problem to deal with the cosmic thieves. Okay. Cal nodded weakly. She has always been unassertive, and since school, she has followed Califra. Kyr, let's go grab the spaceship first. Califra said. The spacecraft landed smoothly, the hatch opened, and Broly and Bulma walked out of it. Hey, what a familiar breath! Broly suddenly let out a startled exclamation, and he felt a very familiar breath. This breath was a little similar to his own. Is it her? Broly quickly guessed who this breath came from, just like him, the legendary Super Saiyan in the 6th universe Kyle. Scoundrel, hurry up and grab it, you've been caught by me. Califra rushed out, crossed her hands at her waist, and looked at Broly and Bulma with an angry expression. Califra. Looking at the little girl with an explosive head in front of her and a ruffled look, Broly immediately thought of Califra. You know me? Califra said with some surprise. What about Cal? Let her stop hiding. Broly laughed, and Califra's answer further confirmed his guess, that familiar aura was Cal. Cal. Califra turned around and saw that Kyle was not behind her, so she rushed behind the boulder and pulled Kyle out. Sister. Kyr looked scared. The things taught in school are too boring, I have learned them all, so I won't go back with you. Seeing that Broly not only knew her, but also knew Cal, Califra guessed that Broly's school had sent them back. You misunderstood, I wasn't sent by the school. Broly laughed. Really? Califra asked suspiciously. If I was sent by the school, how could I take a spaceship and land from space? Broly laughed. Then you guys are badass. Califra said. What kind of logic are you? If you didn't send it from the school, you became a villain. Broly said. Humph, if you are a good person, how can you land here secretly? You must be a villain, want to do something bad, fortunately I found out. Califra said cowboyishly. So what are you going to do? Broly laughed. Catch you, of course. Califra said and rushed towards Broly. The combat effectiveness has reached 5000, which is no worse than Vegeta. Broly thought a little surprised, knowing that now Califra is not even a year old. But the bear child just wants to teach a lesson. The corners of Broly's mouth curled slightly. When Califra rushed in front of Broly, Broly easily defused her attack, grabbed her clothes from the back, and lifted her up. Let go of me! Califra shouted. Chapter 053. Let go of sister. Seeing that Califra had been arrested, Kai rose up with a green flame. It's not good to be angry at such a young age. Broly saw that Cal was on the verge of losing his mind, quickly moved behind Cal, and struck Cal in the neck with a hand knife, knocking Cal unconscious. What did you do to Kyle? Califra was even more anxious, it was no matter how she struggled, she just couldn't break free from Broly's hands. Just let her sleep. Broly laughed. Big bad, my brother is the captain of the Rasa defense team, if you do something to us, he will not let you go. Califra yelled. First of all, your brother can't beat me, and secondly, I killed you, how will he know that I did it? Broly laughed. Wah! When Califra heard this, she cried directly. After all, she is now just a bare child, not even a year old, but fortunately the scion physique is strong, 3 months can run and jump. If it is an earthling, this age has to be held by others, and she can't even walk. Broly, don't scare them. Bulma said in disgust. Seeing Califra and Kale, Bulma was a little overflowing with motherhood. Bear child, don't be so naughty in the future. Broly said, putting Califra down, and at the same time using the healing technique learned from the Adrath Starman on Kyle, who immediately woke up. Cal, are you all right? Califra ran over and helped Kale up. Sister, I'm fine. Kyle shook his head. Hurry back to school. If you run out again in the future and meet bad people, you may not have such good luck. Broly said. Uncle, I see that you are quite powerful, can you teach me cultivation? Califra said suddenly. What did you call me? Broly said loudly. Uncle, you are older than my brother, what is the name of the uncle? Califra said. It seems to be 2, I can't imagine that so many years have passed. Broly said with emotion, it has been more than 20 years since he came to the Dragon Ball world. Then can you teach me cultivation? Califra asked. I'm very strict, can you stick to it? Broly said that it was not impossible to teach the 2 of them to cultivate, and both of them had very good qualifications. As long as I can become stronger, I will definitely be able to persevere. Califra said firmly. What about you? Broly looked at Kyle again. Cal. Seeing that Kyle was a little scared and did not dare to speak, Califra quickly shouted. If my sister can stick to it, I will definitely not delay my sister. Cal said. Okay, come with me. Sermon, then carried Bulma into the air, and then flew in one direction. Califra and Kyle immediately followed. About 10 minutes later, Broly came to an island. The scenery here is not good, Irma, how about we stay here all this time? Broly said. Bulma nodded. So Broly found a gentle place, threw the house universal capsule on the ground, and then transformed into a large house. You 2 come here at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning, I will teach you to cultivate, if it is late in the morning, you will not use it in the future. Broly turned to Califra and Kale and said. Uncle, we will definitely arrive on time. Califra said. You 2 go back first. Broly said. Uncle, goodbye. Both Califra and Kyle flew away. Early the next morning, Broly got up at 5 o'clock and was ready to practice, and as for Bulma, she was still sleeping soundly because she was tossed miserably yesterday. Uncle. When Broly came out, Califra and Kyle had already arrived, and looking at the 2 of them, it was at least half an hour. Good. Broly nodded in satisfaction. Immediately Broly's 2 universal capsules were thrown to the ground, and 2 gravity bracelets were transformed, and the highest gravity multiple of these 2 gravity bracelets reached 300 times, which was eliminated by Broly. Bring this with you. Califra and Kale picked one up and brought it on their wrists, and Califra asked curiously, Uncle, what's the use of this? Press the switch and press the plus dot. Broly said. Califra followed the operation taught by Broly, pressed the switch key, the gravity bracelet was activated, and then pressed the plus key, and the number on it changed from 0 to 1. The original gravity of the planet Sherida was 10 times that of Earth, and after the number of the gravity bracelet became 1, Califra was subjected to 11 times the gravity of Earth. The gravity of the planet Sherida and the gravity of the gravity bracelet interact, but not multiply, but additively. I feel a little more pressure on my body. Califra said. This is called the gravity bracelet, and the number displayed on it is the gravity multiplier of a certain planet, and your training this morning is to adjust the gravity multiplier to 5 and run 10 laps around this island. Broly said. Uncle, this is too simple. Califra laughed. Wait until you're done. Broly said. Kyr, we have to complete the task as soon as possible, but we can't let the uncle look flat. Califra said. Immediately, the two increased the gravity multiplier of the gravity bracelet to 5, and then began to run around the island, which is not small, and it is almost 100 kilometers down in a circle. After Califra and Kale went to run laps, Broly also began his own cultivation. The three of spirit and chi must go hand in hand, and now that the dragon and elephant Ruagong have broken through to more than 3,000 levels, the progress of the heaven and earth transformation spiritual Dafa must also catch up. Broly thought. Immediately Broly sat on a huge reef by the sea and began to practice the spiritual method of changing the heavens and the earth. A circle of white ripples emanated from his body, and the sea water hit the reef, but it did not affect him in the slightest. As the minutes passed, the sun gradually rose above sea level. Sister, I can't run. Kel said breathlessly. Kyr, we want to become the strongest people, how can we not persevere when we encounter this difficulty? Califra said she was just as tired but struggling to persevere. Sister, I will definitely not hold you back. Kale ran again, overtaking Califra in one fell swoop. Cal, good. Not to be left behind, Califra chased after her. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read favorites, recommendations. Chapter 054. On the sea, 2 petite figures are fighting. The collapsed energy hit the monstrous waves, and 2 petite figures shuttled through the waves, and every time the waves hit their bodies, they were evaporated by the hot energy. Bang! Califra kicked Kyr out, and Kyle glided on the sea. The sea was divided into 2 sides, and he glided until he reached the shore before stopping. Sister, I'm not your opponent. The arrogance of Kyr's whole body dissipated, and he took the initiative to admit defeat. Kyr, you are very strong, why don't you dare to fight confidently? Califra said she knew that Kyle was no weaker than her, but every time she fought, the final winner would be her. How could I possibly beat my sister? Kel said. Call, you have to believe in yourself, I look forward to the day when you surpass me. Califra laughed. Califra, Kyr, today's cultivation is here. At this time, Broly's voice came. When the two heard this, they immediately flew over, Master Broly. At this time, it has been more than 2 years since Broly came to the planet Sherida, and after more than 2 years of teaching, the strength of the 2 little guys has improved a lot, and now they have exceeded 100,000. Califra, Kale, everything that should be taught to you has been taught to you, I am leaving, and you will have to cultivate your own in the future. Broly said. Master Broly, where are you going? Califra said with some reluctance. I'm not a person from the 6th universe, I'm going back to my own universe, don't come to me, with your current ability, there is no way to cross the universe. Broly laughed. Master Broly, can we meet again in the future? Califra asked. There will be a chance, but then your strength can't be too weak and lose my face. Broly laughed. Master Broly, I will work hard to cultivate, I will definitely surprise you when the time comes, maybe even you are not my opponent. Califra turned into a ruffian again. I'll work hard to cultivate too. Kel said. Goodbye then. Broly laughed, then took Bulma and disappeared on the island. Kyr, we have to work harder to cultivate, and when the time comes, Master Broly will be surprised. Califra quickly recovered from the sadness of parting. Kyle nodded solemnly. The 6th universe, the dark starry sky. Broly and Bulma were sitting in the shuttle block and flying towards the 7th universe. It's been almost 4 years since I left Earth, and I don't know how everyone is doing. Bulma said with emotion, every time he comes to the universe, it is at least a few years. When you go back, find an opportunity to get together, Broly said. Bulma nodded. Calculate the time, come to Raditz to Earth, and I don't know if things will change because of the reasons. Broly thought to himself. This time he left the earth, but not counting the ability to travel through time and space from the super divine dragon, his own strength has also undergone earth-shaking changes. His basic combat power has increased to 5 trillion, that is, 5 trillion, and in the entire 7th universe, except for a few people such as Ves and Beerus who stand at the peak of the universe, there is no one who is his opponent. The 4 martial arts have also improved tremendously, with the dragon and elephant Ruagong breaking through to 3,200 layers, the Zhuyang divine gong breaking through to 2,800 layers. The heaven-shifting spiritual Dafa breaking through to 2,800 layers, and Kyunkan great movement breaking through to 3,000 layers. After a few days of flight, Broly and Bulma returned to the 7th universe, and after that, without taking a spaceship, Broly directly returned to Earth using teleportation. Or the Earth feels kind. Bulma said that after living on the planet Sherida for more than 2 years, she always felt like she couldn't fit in. After that, we will settle on Earth. Broly laughed. Bulma smiled and nodded. Inform everyone of our return, and then meet in a place. Broly said. I'll contact them right away. Bulma said. Bulma went to contact everyone, and Broly let go of his perception and searched the situation around the Earth, and with his current strength, he could sense the situation half of the universe. Raditz Chi is approaching Earth, and it seems that the plot has not changed because of me. Although I haven't seen Raditz for so many years, Raditz Chi, Broly can still sense it, and at the speed of the Raditz spacecraft, it can reach Earth in almost 3 days. I haven't seen me in so many years, I wonder if he remembers me. Broly laughed. Broly, I have already informed everyone that we will meet on Turtle Immortal Island in 3 days, and Goku has also returned from the King of the Northern Realm. Bulma ran over and said. Broly nodded. 3 days later, Broly and Bulma arrived at Turtle Immortal Island, not using teleportation or flying, but riding in a flying machine. Hi everyone! Bulma said. Bulma, Broly, you guys came so early. Klin said. I haven't seen everyone for a long time, I got up early this morning, haven't they come to Wukong and Tianjin meal yet? Bulma laughed. They should already be on their way. Klin said. Hey! As soon as Klin's words were finished, Leaping and Tianjin rice and dumplings came. Why did you guys come together? Klin asked. I happened to meet on the way here, so I came together. Leaping said. So that's the case, Leaping, after cultivating from the heavenly god, do you still insist on cultivating? Klin asked, because he sensed that Leaping hadn't gotten much stronger. Haha, I feel that even if I cultivate hard, I still can't catch up with Goku and Broly, so I relaxed a little during this time. Leaping laughed awkwardly. Tianjin rice, you should have been working hard to cultivate. Klin asked. Well, even if I can't catch up with Sun Wukong, I will try to narrow the gap with him. Tianjin Fan nodded, he still did not give up cultivation. I have also been cultivating, and I have also learned a lot of powerful moves from teacher Wushan. Klin laughed. Tapda. At this time, there was a noise in the air, and then Sun Wukong flew over on a somersault cloud, and brought a child, his son Sun Wuhan. Has everyone arrived? Sun Wukong held Sun Gohan and jumped from the somersault cloud. Goku, everyone has arrived, it's just you, is this working as a nanny now? Klin looked at the Gohan in Sun Wukong's hand and asked curiously. He's my son. Monkey King said. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novels. Chapter 055. What, he's your son? After hearing that Sun Wukong had a son, everyone except for Broly, who had known for a long time, was extremely surprised. Yes, his name is Sun Gohan. Sun Wukong nodded and said. Sun Gohan, so it is, you gave him your grandfather's name, but this is really unexpected, I didn't expect you to bring a child over. The turtle immortal said. Gohan, how old are you? Bulma asked. 4 years old. Son Gohan stretched out 4 fingers cleanly. Goku, looking at him like this, he should also be cultivating. Klin asked. He felt not weak chi on Son Gohan's body. Well, in the past few years, I have often gone to the Lord of the Realm King to cultivate, and it is Kiki who is teaching Gohan, and Gohan's talent is very high, much more powerful than I was at the beginning. Monkey King said. It seems that Kiki has still undergone some changes, and it has not stopped Son Gohan from cultivating. Broly thought to himself. Broly, long time no see, my strength has improved a lot in recent years, let's fight. Sun Wukong said, looking eager to try. It's rare for everyone to get together, if you want to fight, let's wait for next time. Broly said with a smile, Sun Wukong's strength has indeed improved a lot, and now he has 30,000 combat strength, but it is still not enough to see in front of him. Yes, Goku, we haven't seen each other in years. Klin said. In another part of the Earth, a milky white spacecraft fell from the sky and boomed, leaving an impact crater with a diameter of more than 10 meters on the ground. A farmer with a shotgun came to the side of the impact crater, looked at the spacecraft that was half covered at the bottom of the crater, and said suspiciously, "It's not like a meteorite, what is it?" At this time, the hatch of the spacecraft opened, and a sturdy man came out of it, with long hair, a tail coiled around his waist, and a combat power detector in his eyes. This person was Broly's former teammate Raditz. The farmer saw a person coming out of the spaceship, extremely frightened, and unconsciously took 2 steps back. Sure enough, the people of this planet are still alive, Kakarot, this fool. Raditz flew up from the bottom of the pit and saw that the Earthlings were still alive, and he was very dissatisfied. Who the hell are you? The farmer asked fearfully. Raditz used the combat power detector to detect the combat effectiveness of the farmer, showing only 5 points. Raditz said disdainfully, "The combat effectiveness is only 5, it is simply rubbish. Don't lean over, I'll kill you." The farmer pointed a shotgun at Raditz. Raditz ignored the farmer's words and continued to approach the farmer, who was frightened and fired a shot at Raditz, but Raditz reached out and grabbed the bullet. The farmer shouted in fright and kept backing away. The corners of Raditz's mouth hooked slightly, and with a snort, he bounced the bullet in his hand and pierced the farmer's chest. There is actually such a weak nation. Tick. At this time, several not weak chi were detected on Raditz's combat power detector. 456.632.139. Is that Kakarot guy going to be there? Raditz then flew towards the place where the chi gathered. The gathering of Turtle Immortal Island, Broly and the others had begun, and they all ate and drank. Suddenly, a lightning bolt appeared in Sun Wukong's head. It was not a real lightning, but he sensed a not weak chi. Goku. What's wrong? Klin asked. There is a not weak chi coming to our side. Monkey King said. Not weak chi, is it the great demon king of Bike? Klin said he didn't know about Broly's sending Big to Namex. Not Bike. Monkey King shook his head. Immediately, a black shadow appeared in their line of sight, and it continued to zoom in, and soon they could clearly see the appearance of the person coming. It was Raditz. What people? Except for Broly, no one else knew Raditz. Finally met, Kakarot, although you have grown up, I still recognize at a glance, you look exactly like your father. Raditz said. How do you know my previous name, are you a scion? Sun Wukong said in shock, then looked at Raditz's waist, and sure enough found a tail. Kakarot, what's going on this planet, don't you even remember your mission? Raditz said. Mission? Sun Wukong said suspiciously. Have you even forgotten me? Raditz said that although Son Goku was still very young when he was sent away from planet Vegeta, soon after the Scions were born, they would use memory transmitters to instill some basic information, and Sun Wukong had no reason not to know him. Broly, I don't remember anything before, do you know him? Sun Wukong really couldn't remember, and turned to look at Broly. Raditz, long time no see. Broly laughed. You? Are you Broly? Aren't you dead? How could it be on Earth? Raditz was shocked and couldn't believe Broly was alive. I am not dead, I did not return to planet Vegeta at the command of King Vegeta. Broly laughed. It turns out to be like this, it's really good, His Highness Vegeta has taken a fancy to a planet with a very good value, and there is a shortage of manpower, if you join, you will definitely be able to take that planet. Raditz said. He came to Earth to find Kakarot, but now he accidentally found Broly, knowing that Broly was the most talented scion besides Vegeta, much stronger than Kakarot. I can't imagine that after so many years, you are still doing this kind of planet-robbing business under Frieza. You must know that the original planet Vegeta was destroyed by Frieza. Broly said. Wasn't planet Vegeta destroyed by a meteorite? Raditz said in shock. That's what Frieza told you, there is surveillance outside planet Vegeta, how can it be destroyed by a meteorite? Broly said. How could King Frieza possibly destroy planet Vegeta? Raditz still didn't want to believe it. Because he was afraid of the legendary Super Saiyan among the Saiyan race, and Vegeta's birth made him feel threatened. Broly said. Legendary Super Saiyan? That's just a joke, King Frieza destroyed the Saiyan clan because of this? Raditz said. As long as Frieza feels the slightest threat, he will destroy it. Broly said. Then why did Frieza keep His Highness Vegeta? Raditz said. Frieza left Vegeta with him to see if there really was a Super Saiyan, although he was afraid of Super Saiyan, but he looked down on Super Saiyan from his heart, and he felt that even the legendary Super Saiyan could not help him. Broly said. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read favorites, recommendations. Chapter 056. It can't be true. Raditz didn't want to believe it, or he couldn't believe it, and Frieza's strength gave him a sense of invincibility. What a waste! Broly shook his head disdainfully. Immediately moved quickly to Raditz and punched him in the stomach. Raditz screamed, covered his stomach with his hands, and lay on the ground. Vegeta, I know you can hear that if there is still a bit of Saiyan blood, go and kill Frieza. Broly took down Raditz's combat power detector and said loudly. Click. Then with a hard pinch, the combat effectiveness detector was crushed. Broly, who exactly are you talking about, Frieza? Sun Wukong asked, listening for a long time. He still listened in the clouds. You have been cultivating with the Northern Realm King for so long, didn't he tell you? Broly said. Lord Realm King only taught me cultivation, and did not say anything about this Frieza. Monkey King said. Frieza is a demon in the universe, known as the Emperor of the Universe. The Saiyans used to work under him, because he was afraid of the legendary Super Saiyans of the Saiyan race, so he exterminated the Saiyans, and now only a few Saiyans survive. Broly said. Then Frieza must be very powerful, I really want to fight him. Monkey King said. You're no match for him now, not even some of his men, unless you become a Super Saiyan. Broly laughed. So how do you become a Super Saiyan? Sun Wukong asked eagerly. Your current combat power is still far from transforming into a Super Saiyan, so let's cultivate hard first. Broly said. Broly, can you transform into a Super Saiyan then? Son Goku was not disappointed that Broly said that he could not transform into a Super Saiyan yet, and continued to ask. Can't. Broly shook his head. Although his combat effectiveness under normal conditions is far more than that of ordinary Super Saiyan, because his chi is too violent, he has not been able to transform into a Super Saiyan until now. Then I must transform into a Super Saiyan before you, Sun Wukong said with a smile. Then you come on. Broly laughed. Not to mention Super Saiyan, even Super Saiyan 3 is not his opponent. On an unknown planet in the North Galaxy, Vegeta and Nappa were sitting in front of the fire, on which a sheep was roasting. The lamb smelled of a strong fragrance, but now Vegeta and Nappa had no desire to eat. Vegeta, you said that Broly said yes, planet Vegeta was really destroyed by Frieza. Nappa said carefully. Whether it's true or not, there will always be a chance to defeat Frieza. Vegeta said through gritted teeth. So are we going to Earth to find Broly now? Nappa asked. No, do you remember that legend we had the other day? Vegeta shook his head, and then a smile appeared on his lips. You're saying that the Namex have the ability to grant any wish, which should be nonsense from others. Nappa said that he felt that Namex did not have that much ability, otherwise Namex would have ruled the universe long ago. I thought it was ridiculous before, but now I think maybe it's true. Vegeta said. So shall we go to Namex now? Does Vegeta want to make a wish to bring all the Scions back to life? Nappa asked. Who would make such a boring wish? Of course, an immortal life, so that even if you can't beat Frieza now, you can defeat him one day. Vegeta snorted coldly, and Nappa shivered in fear. Namex is far away and it will take almost a year to arrive. Nappa said. For the sake of immortality, it is worth spending a year. Vegeta said, then kicked the sand under his feet and extinguished the fire. Kamizan Island. Kakarot, Raditz will be left to you, he is your biological big brother. Broly said. What? When Sun Wukong heard this, he was shocked, and then nodded, I will settle him well and not let him endanger the earth. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in Broly's ears. Broly, can you hear me? It's Elder Peebara, is there something going on? Broly said, the voice was very familiar, he could hear it immediately, after all, he had lived on the planet Adrath for so long. I have a hunch that the planet Adrath is about to encounter a crisis, and I hope you can come over to help us through this crisis. Peebara said. I'll come over. Broly said. Immediately Broly let go of his perception, searched the situation around the planet Adrath, and sensed that there were many chi that were approaching the planet Adrath, of which 5 chi were relatively powerful. Is it Team Kinut? Broly thought that it was mentioned in the original book that the planet Adrath had been attacked by the Kinuit team. Broly, has something happened? Monkey King asked. Frieza's men are about to attack a planet where I once practiced, and their elders asked me for help. Broly said. Broly, can you take me with you? Sun Wukong said that he was thinking of finding some powerful masters to fight, and Broly had just told him that some of Frieza's subordinates were stronger than him. Broly nodded so he could spend a little less effort. Broly, can you take us? Klin said he and the Tianjin restaurant also wanted to go. Yes, but let me state first, the opponent is very strong for you now, maybe you will be killed. Broly said. Although Klin, Tianjin Fan, and others are much stronger than in the original work, they only have more than 1,000 combat power, and they can only barely deal with some miscellaneous soldiers. If you are killed, you can only blame yourself for being too weak. Tianjin Fan said. Well, this is Immortal Bean, the effect is clear to you, maybe it can kill you. Broly gave each of them a fairy bean. Thank you. Klin and the others put away all the fairy beans. Dad, I'm going too. Sun Gohan said. Sun Wukong wanted to refuse, but seeing Sun Wuhan's determined eyes, he nodded, Old man Se, you seem to be also a martial artist, don't you go together? Bulma asked the turtle immortal. Now it's the world of young people, and my old bone still stays on earth. The turtle immortal said. It's obviously greedy for life and afraid of death. Bulma said disdainfully. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novels. Chapter 058. Chi Yuan / Klin's palm spread flattened upward, and a disc as thin as a cicada's wing formed in his palm, and then he shouted loudly and threw it towards a cosmic person not far away. Phew! The cosmic man did not pay attention and was cut into 2 parts. The disc continued and flew towards a small peak, cutting the small peak in 2, the tip of which fell from above, and the cut surface was smooth as a mirror. That's awesome! Leaping swallowed his saliva unconsciously, feeling that if he was cut, I was afraid that he would be the same as that cosmic person, and before he knew it, he and Clin had such a big gap. It's a trick I've worked so hard to figure out. Clin smiled proudly. Qigong Cannon. Dong Dongbo. Tianjin rice and dumplings also used a trick to kill 2 cosmic people. The strength of these cosmic people is not too strong, the combat effectiveness is higher is 2000, and the lower one is more than 1000. However, the number of people is several times that of Clin and the others, and after Clin and the others used their tricks, they consumed a lot of physical strength. The situation on Sun Gohan's side is more miserable, his combat power is only more than 900, and the gap with these cosmic people is not small, and the combat experience is very insufficient, and he has been reborn in danger several times. Swoosh! At this moment, a ball of energy struck towards Sun Gohan's back, and Sun Gohan sensed the danger and quickly hid to the side. Bang! The energy ball fell on the ground and exploded, although Sun Gohan was not hit head-on by the energy ball, but was too close to the explosion point, and was blown out by the energy generated by the explosion. Gohan, are you okay? Clin happened to be nearby and caught Sun Gohan. Uncle Clin, I'm okay. Sun Gohan said. Be careful yourself, feel the enemy's movements with your heart, and don't look for it with your eyes. Clin said, teaching Sun Gohan some lessons. Sun Gohan nodded seriously, and then did as Clin said, and the fights that were originally invisible, were clearly presented in his mind. Uncle Clin, I see it. Sun Gohan said happily, but as soon as he spoke, his attention was distracted, and he could not sense the enemy's movements. Swoosh! At this time, an energy ball flew towards the position of the 2, and Clin and Sun Gohan dodged in different directions, and immediately fought the enemy. On the other side, Sun Wukong walked towards Jill. So fast! Guldo couldn't find Sun Wuzi at once, and suddenly a sense of crisis came, and Guldo hurriedly made his trick. Time pause. Suddenly, everything around them changed color, the water stopped flowing, and the person stopped breathing, as if the world had completely stood still. Time attribute energy. Broly felt a special energy acting on his body. This energy was no stranger to him, and after making a wish to the Super Dragon to get the ability to travel through time and space, he also had this energy in his body. The time energy and space energy he obtained through the Super Divine Dragon could not be actively cultivated like hot energy, but would only increase as his strength increased, which was very similar to the superpowers of Guldo and Dumplings. Guldo held his breath. He found that Sun Wukong had come to him at some point, and was punching him in the head, as long as he used the time pause a little longer. He was about to be hit by Sun Wukong. I can't hold it anymore. Guldo's face turned red from holding his breath, and he quickly hid behind a boulder and took a deep breath. Suddenly, the surrounding environment returned to its original color, and Sun Wukong's fist continued to swing forward, but Guldo was no longer there. Why did it suddenly disappear? Sun Wukong's heart was very puzzled, but at this time, he didn't have time to think so much, and quickly looked for Guldo's location. There! Sun Wukong immediately found Guldo's location and immediately flew towards the boulder. Time pause. Guldo saw that Sun Wukong chased after him, and quickly used time to pause again. Except for Broly, everything around him was still. How could he find me so quickly? Guldo was very puzzled in his heart. He did not find a combat power detector on Sun Wukong's body, but he did not know that Sun Wukong could find the location of his opponent through Qi. Soon, he couldn't hold back again and quickly hid. Stupid Guldo, you don't need to escape, he is only 5000 combat power, and he is not your opponent at all. Guys shouted. As Gudur's teammates, they were very familiar with Gurdo, and after seeing Gurdo suddenly move so far, they knew that Guldur must have used time to pause just now. Yes. Guldo had a sudden realization. He rushed over again. See me play the last trump card. This time Guldo did not use time to pause and escape. His hands were open, and a strange cry came out of his mouth, and suddenly Sun Wukong's actions were restrained. Ugh! Sun Wukong struggled hard, but still couldn't break free. How did I get it? My body can't move. Ha ha ha, this is called the golden binding technique. No matter how hard you struggle, you can't move. Guldo smiled proudly. Abominable. Monkey King tried again, but still couldn't move. Where did the momentum go just now? Gurdo was very proud. It seems that this guy Guldo has been forced to be anxious, and even the golden binding technique that is rarely used on weekdays has moved out, and the opponent is still an ant with a combat power of 5,000. Guys laughed. I was embarrassed just now, and now I'm going to kill you. Guldo laughed. Immediately raised his hands, a tree not far away was uprooted, and then it was cut very sharply and pierced towards Sun Wukong. Gaku. Seeing this, Klin shouted, but he was too tired to deal with his enemies and could not come to help. Dad. Sun Gohan's heart was very anxious, but he was helpless. The tip of the tree was getting closer and closer to the Monkey King mortal, but Broly didn't mean to help at all, just watched quietly. Realm King Fist. Suddenly Sun Wukong drank loudly, a red flame appeared on his body, and he broke free in an instant, and then rushed to Guldo's face and punched Guldo's stomach. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novels. Chapter 059. Guldo's 4 eyes were bloodshot, his eyeballs seemed to fall out, his hands covered his stomach, and then he fell to the ground with a plop, temporarily losing his combat effectiveness. Sun Wukong's personality has not changed, and he will never kill his opponent as a last resort. Guldo, this waste, was actually knocked down by a guy with only 5,000 combat strength. It really disgraced our special combat team. Guys said with disdain. No, that guy's combat power is not only 5,000. Kenai laughed. Tick. Guys once again detected Sun Wukong's combat power, and the value displayed was still 5,000. Captain, that guy's combat power is really only 5,000. No, he improved his combat effectiveness at the moment of attack, and he usually maintains a state of 5,000, and he can freely control his combat power without transforming, which is really interesting. Kenai laughed. So that's the case, this guy is really despicable, Captain. Next let me go and crush his bones one by one, let him know how powerful our special combat team is. Guys said. Likum, you go to war. Kenai said. Yes, Captain. With a cruel smile on his face, Likum walked out step by step, moving his fingers and making a clicking sound. Next your opponent changes me, I will definitely crush your bones one by one before killing you. Likum laughed, a laugh that sent chills behind his back. You seem to be a lot better than that guy just now, I'm so excited. Sun Wukong said excitedly, it is rare to encounter so many powerful opponents at once. I hope you can laugh later. Likum said. Next, Likum did not attack immediately, but made a set of gestures that he thought was very handsome. Kainu Special Forces, Likum. You guy is so strong, I have to show real strength. Monkey King said. Ugh. Immediately, Sun Wukong roared, and a white aura erupted from his body, and his combat effectiveness was constantly improving. Diddy, that guy is really able to control the combat power freely, and the combat power has reached 30,000. Guys said. Such a combat power is not Likum's opponent. Kenai laughed. After Sun Wukong finished improving his combat effectiveness, he suddenly rushed in front of Likum and punched Likum in the face, and Likum flew out upside down. Immediately, Sun Wukong quickly caught up with Li Kum, clasped his hands into fists, raised it high, and slammed Li Kum to the ground. Boom! Li Kum fell to the ground and knocked out a large pit several meters in diameter, while Li Kum lay at the bottom of the pit, his body half covered. However, Sun Wukong's attack was not bundled, and he casually threw a few energy balls out. Boom! Several explosions sounded, and the figure of the raised grey com was completely drowned. It's so powerful, unknowingly, Sun Wukong pulled down so much. Clin sensed Sun Wukong's powerful chi, and his heart was very shocked, and he didn't even have the courage to make a move in the face of this. I also have to work a little harder, even if I can't surpass Sun Wukong, I can't be pulled too far. Tianjin Fan said with a smile, and then the figure turned into 2 and 2 into 4. Qigong Cannon. 4 Tianjin Rice used Qigong cannons at the same time, and several cosmic people who were attacking him were instantly blasted into ashes. Woohoo! Leaping gasped, looked at the 2 cosmic people who were gradually approaching him. Took out a fairy bean from his arms, and then kicked one of the cosmic people and flew out. What did you guy do? How his strength suddenly recovered? The remaining cosmic man was very puzzled, but there was no time for him to think about it, and leaping attacked again. Sun Wukong's eyes were tightly fixed on the location of the explosion, and suddenly Li Kum came out of it, except for some tattered clothes on his body, he didn't seem to be injured. Is that true? Sun Wukong muttered softly. My warm-up exercise is done and I can start now. Li Kum laughed, then suddenly burst out, and instantly moved in front of Sun Wukong. Li Kum flying legs. Li Kum kicked Sun Wukong and flew out. Sun Wukong flew out uncontrollably, a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and after flying out for a distance, he stabilized his figure, kicked the ground with his foot, and rushed towards Li Kum. In an instant, he came to Li Kum's face, punched Li Kum, but was blocked by Li Kum with his arm, and Sun Wukong attacked Li Kum dozens of punches in succession, and none of them hit Li Kum. Very good, you are more competent than I thought, look at my Li Kum elbow. Li Kum said with a smile, then turned defense into attack, and his elbow hit Sun Wukong's body fiercely. Sun Wukong smashed on the ground, and Li Kum jumped from the air and hit Sun Wukong's chest with his knee, but Sun Wukong suddenly jumped up and dodged the blow. Woo, it's dangerous, if you get hit by the blow just now, it will definitely not be good, it seems that you need to use the Realm King Fist to defeat him. Sun Wukong exhaled a long breath. Realm King Fist. Sun Wukong drank loudly, and the original white aura was wrapped with a layer of red chi, and the combat effectiveness suddenly increased from the original 30,000 to 45,000. That guy's combat effectiveness has improved again, and he is about to catch up with us. Guys said. He and Bart's combat power is only 49,000, and Li Kum is slightly stronger than them, about 55,000, and Sun Wukong's combat power at this time is already very close to them. I didn't expect to meet such an interesting guy on the planet Idrit. I don't know if he has any interest in replacing Ghidorah and joining the special combat team. Kenyu laughed. Goku's aura has risen again. Clin thought in his heart, and did not have the energy to watch the situation on Sun Wukong's side, and casually killed the cosmic people in front of him with a Chi Yuan slash. Woohoo! The successive battles made his physical exertion very large, and he was already out of breath, but he had not yet taken fairy beans, and he wanted to test his limits. Kakarote's character can never be changed. Broly shook his head. You're a funny guy, and I'll be serious next. Li Kum laughed. Come on. Sun Wukong said with a fighting intent. The two rushed out and soon disappeared, and then there was a fierce fight in midair. Bang bang! The figures of the two flashed in midair, and each appearance was accompanied by a violent impact, and a circle of white ripples spread out from the fists of the two. Twice the Realm King Fist. In the fierce collision, Sun Wukong gradually fell behind, was forced to use the double Realm King Fist, and the combat power increased to 60,000, and the situation of the battle was reversed at once. Sun Wukong suddenly burst out and instantly punched several heavy punches towards Li Kum's chest. _ Philo reminds you. 3 things to read. Favorites, recommendations. Chapter 060. Li Kum plopped, completely unconscious. Can that guy's combat effectiveness be infinitely improved? It has reached 60,000. Cold sweat broke out on Guy's forehead, a value that had surpassed them and could only be defeated by their captain. Hey, your strength has been recognized by us, are you interested in joining our special combat team? Kainu shouted at Monkey King. I'm not going to join you. Sun Wukong didn't want to think about it and refused. If you don't know how to be a villain, then you can't blame me, guys. Bart, you go together. Kainu said. Captain, that guy's combat power has reached 60,000, even if we go together, it may not be his opponent. Guy said fearfully. He must have used some special method to improve his combat effectiveness. This method will definitely not last long, you only need to drag them out for a while. Kainu said. So it is. When Guys heard this, his self-confidence recovered a lot. Bart, let's go on. 2 kinds of blue and red chi appeared on their bodies, and they immediately rushed towards Sun Wukong. The Realm King Fist is too loaded on the body, and it must be fought quickly. Sun Wukong's eyebrows frowned slightly, and the side effects of the Realm King Fist had slowly manifested. Swoosh! Sun Wukong dragged a long aura behind him and rushed towards Bart and Guys. Bart, let's not fight him head-on, drag him to death with speed. Guys said. Don't worry, I'm the fastest in the universe. Bart said. Immediately the two fled in the air. Sun Wukong chased behind, although Sun Wukong's speed was faster than the two, but in a short time could not cause an effective attack on the two. 2 scumbags! Sun Wukong couldn't help but scold, he had already felt the side effects of the Realm King Fist getting heavier and heavier. Triple Realm King Fist! Sun Wukong shouted, and the red aura on his body suddenly skyrocketed a lot, and his speed suddenly increased a lot, instantly catching up with Guys and Bart. What? Bart and Guys were shocked, just a little faster, how could the speed be so much faster in an instant? However, Sun Wukong will not give them time to think, and the side effects of the Realm King Fist make him have to fight quickly, slamming 2 blows and punching both of them in the stomach. The two were beaten and spat out a mouthful of bloody phlegm, and then fell from the air with their eyes blank. Ugh! Sun Wukong couldn't help but shout because of the side effects of the Realm King Fist. Gaku, this guy hides less strength in the end. Klin said that when he felt the breath of the Monkey King, he couldn't help but tremble. Is this the trick that Sun Wukong learned from Lord Realm King? It can multiply the strength, and it seems that there is no upper limit. Tianjin Fan thought to himself. Dad. Sun Gohan glanced at Sun Wukong, when a cosmic person attacked Sun Gohan and punched Sun Gohan out. Gohan! Klin shouted and wanted to come to the rescue, but was entangled by his opponent, and it was too late. Just when the cosmic man chased after him and wanted to kill Sun Gohan, suddenly a flash of light flashed and directly pierced the chest of the cosmic man, and the person who shot was Broly. Uncle Broly! Sun Gohan said with a smile. It's a taboo to be distracted in battle, take this fairy bean. Broly said, throwing a fairy bean to Sun Gohan. At this time, Sun Gohan already had a lot of injuries, after all. His combat effectiveness was still a little lower. Thank you, Uncle Broly. Sun Gohan took the fairy beans, and all the injuries on his body were recovered. Kakarot, leave the rest of this guy to me to solve, your body should soon be unable to support it. Broly came to Sun Wukong's side. Damn, it's a shame that you can't fight such a formidable opponent. Sun Wukong said regretfully, but his body was already on the verge of collapse, and if he continued to persevere, he would collapse immediately. Without Broly, he could only fight with his back, but with Broly to deal with Kainu, he had no need to persevere. After all, physical collapse is not a joke. The arrogance on Sun Wukong's body dissipated, and he fell to the ground with a plop. Broly did not treat Sun Wukong immediately, otherwise with Sun Wukong's character, he would definitely continue to fight with Kainu, and he no longer had the patience to wait any longer. Solve Kainu early, and go home early. You should be like this guy, you can freely control your combat power. Kainu laughed. Don't talk so much nonsense, hurry up and use all my strength. After defeating you, I will rush home. Broly said impatiently, obviously not having the strength, and pretending to be forced in front of him. Forgot to tell you, I also control my combat power, and my maximum combat power is 120,000. Kainu was not angry at Broly's words and continued to laugh. Then you use your combat power detector to take a good look at what my combat power is. Broly said, and then a burst of anger erupted from Broly's body. Tick. The values displayed on the Kainu combat power detector are constantly increasing. 30,000. 80,000. 15,000. 20,000. In the blink of an eye, Broly's combat power exceeded 200,000, and then a spark appeared on the detector, banged, and directly exploded. How is this possible? How can your combat effectiveness be so high? Kainu was shocked, his expression was no longer as calm as before, and cold sweat broke out from his forehead. Nothing impossible, no scene, only means that you are a frog at the bottom of the well. Broly said disdainfully. Haha. Suddenly, the panic on Kainu's face disappeared, but he laughed loudly, very abnormal, and then put his hand in his chest, and purple blood flowed out of it. Are you going to use that trick? Broly thought to himself. I want your body. Exchange. Kainu gulped, and then a white light mass spewed out from Kainu's mouth and went straight to Broly. You even want to occupy my body, I don't know if I'm alive or dead. Broly laughed disdainfully, and casually slapped the light mass away. How can he move? Kainu was horrified. That white light mass was Kainu's soul, and after the soul left the body, there was no way to survive for a long time, and it quickly dissipated. With only a shell left, Kainu fell to the ground with a plop, motionless, and completely dead. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novels. Chapter 061. Eat it. After Broly solved Kainu, he threw a fairy bean to Sun Wukong, and Sun Wukong was immediately resurrected with blood after eating it. Broly, the chi you just burst out is really strong, can you fight me? Sun Wukong's jumping look. After recovering from his injuries, Sun Wukong's combat effectiveness has increased a little, and now it is about 40,000 combat strength. If you want to fight, there will be a chance in the future, you better go and help Sun Gohan and Klin first, otherwise they may be killed. Broly said. At this time, Klin and the others were panting, their physical strength was exhausted a lot, several people were back to back, forming a circle, and there were more than a dozen cosmic people who had not solved. Gohan, Klin. After getting Broly's reminder, Sun Wukong immediately flew over. You guys fight slowly, I'll go back to Earth first. Kainu has been killed, the crisis on the planet Adrath has been resolved, Broly is not ready to stay here longer, and Bulma is still waiting for him on Turtle Immortal Island. With a whoosh, Broly's figure disappeared from the planet Adrath and returned to Earth. Broly, you're back. Bulma was very happy to see Broly, and although she knew that Broly was powerful, she still had some worries. Broly laughed. Broly, what about Goku? The Turtle Immortal asked. They are ready to cultivate there and will not return for a short time. Broly said, then looked at Bulma. Bulma, let's go back. Bulma nodded, took out the flying machine, and sat up with Broly. On the flying machine, Broly released his perception and prepared to search the universe for Vegeta's location, wanting to see if Vegeta would come to Earth. Hey! Soon, Broly discovers Vegeta and Nappa, but they do not come to Earth, and their destination is Namex. There is no exposure to the existence of Dragon Balls on Earth, and Namex still can't avoid it. I wonder if Frieza will go to Namex. Broly thought to himself. Immediately Broly, centered on Namex, began to look for Frieza's chi, and it didn't take long to find it, but Frieza's chi surprised Broly. With the speed of Frieza's spaceship, it should be about the same as Vegeta and they should be about the same as Namex, but how is Frieza's chi so powerful, and the combat power has reached 100 million, can he maintain it in his final form? Broly muttered softly. In the vast universe, in a huge spaceship, Frieza is sitting in front of the glass cabin of the spaceship, watching the bright starry sky. If Broly appeared here now, it would definitely be extreme, because the current Frieza is not in the final form, but in the initial form, which means that the combat power of the initial form of Frieza has reached 100 million. King Frieza, I just received news that the mission of the Special Combat Team to attack the planet Adrath has failed, and Kainu has lost the signal of life. Dodoria came over and prayed. It's such a bunch of waste, you can't even take down a special planet. Frieza said angrily. Then are we going to continue to send people to attack the planet Adrath? Dodoria asked, very apprehensive, and Frieza became angry, maybe killing him by hand. No, go to Namex first, if I get permanent life, I can play slowly. Frieza's face calmed down again. King Frieza's wish will surely come true. Dodoria laughed. After Broly returned home, he began his own cultivation. Kakarot, they are working hard, I can't lag behind, maybe one day I will really be caught up. Broly thought to himself. The gravity factor on the control panel was then adjusted to 1800. Suddenly, a huge pressure acted on his body, almost crushing him to the ground, but fortunately, he adjusted in time, and then began the basic training. Time slipped by inadvertently, and in the blink of an eye, nearly a year passed. In the dark red cultivation room, the words on the control panel had changed to 2000, and Broly floated in mid-air, a circle of white ripples emanating from his body. The great law of changing heaven and earth has finally broken through to the 3000 layers. Suddenly, Broly opened his eyes, and a bright light flashed under his eyes. Count the time, Frieza and Vegeta, they should be there for Namex. Broly muttered, then sensed the location of the two. Frieza and Vegeta arrived at about the same time, about a day away. I promised the Great Elder, now it's time to fulfill my promise. Broly said. Broly then stopped practicing and found Bulma, who was now basking in the sun by the swimming pool at home. Broly, did you end your cultivation so early today? Bulma said, with a hint of complaint, that Broly spent most of her day practicing and had very little time with her. I'm going to go out, it may take a few days. Broly said. Where are you going, can you take me with you? Bulma asked. Go to Namex, there will be a battle there, it's too dangerous to take you, obediently wait at home for me to return. Broly said. Okay then. Bulma nodded. Bro then used teleportation to leave Earth, but instead of going to Namex, he came to the planet Adrath, ready to take Monkey King and them with him, so that the trash fish would not need to be cleaned up by himself. When Broly came to Namex, Sun Wukong and the others were cultivating, and when they saw Broly coming, they all stopped. Broly, why are you here? Monkey King said. Frieza is preparing to invade Namex, I'm going to help, come and ask if you want to go together. Broly said. Great, of course I'm going. Sun Wukong said excitedly, such a powerful opponent, how could he miss it? What about you? Broly looked at Klin again. I'll go too, although I'm not Frieza's opponent, it's good to be able to fight his men. Tianjin Fa said that after cultivating on the planet Adrath for a year, his combat effectiveness has improved a lot, and he is trying to fight well. Let's go too. Klin and others said. Well, I'll take you over using teleportation now. Broly nodded. I've learned to teleport, but I can't move that far. Sun Wukong said that his combat effectiveness has improved very rapidly this year, and now there are 200,000, but at most teleporting to a few galaxies away, no further away. Sun Wukong and the others put their hands on Broly's back, and Broly sensed the Great Elder's chi, and then disappeared on the planet Ajrat. _ Philo reminds you, 3 things to read. Favorites, recommendations. Chapter 062. Namex, a beetle-shaped building. Broly came here with Monkey King and others. Great Elder, long time no see. Broly laughed. You are finally here, and I feel that a very powerful enemy is about to descend on Namex. The Great Elder was relieved to see Broly coming. At this time, the Great Elder was much weaker than when Broly saw him last time, and his life expectancy was very small. Even if Frisia did not come, it was estimated that he would not live for a few days. What I promised at the beginning, I will naturally do. Broly said. Are you the great demon of Vic Lord? Sun Wukong saw Niru and exclaimed, because Niru and Vic are too similar, and because they are both Namex people, Chi also has a certain degree of similarity. My name is Niru, and Vic is cultivating in another place. Niru said. You look like Vic so much. Sun Wukong said, carefully distinguishing Niru's chi, and found that there was still a certain difference between him and Vic Kerr. Great Elder, these friends of mine also want to contribute, but their current strength is still too weak. I wonder if the Great Elder can help them develop their potential. Broly said. The power of justice is naturally the more the better, so let me make some more contributions to Namex in my last life. The Great Elder said with a smile. What does it mean to develop potential? Tianjin Fan asked. It's about developing the hidden power in your body and not having a shaky foundation. Broly explained. And such abilities. Tianjin Fan was shocked. Which of you comes first? Broly said. I'll come first. Klin stood up and walked over to the Great Elder's side. The Great Elder put his hand on Klin's shiny head, closed his eyes, and after a while, a strong chi erupted from Klin's body, and Klin's combat power continued to rise. In the blink of an eye, Klin's combat effectiveness increased from the original 3,000 to 18,000. So strong! Tianjin Fan and the others were shocked when they felt Klin's chi, and they were much stronger than before. Is this my power now? Klin clenched his fists, very excited. He felt unparalleled strength. You have a lot of potential, but I can only develop so much. The Great Elder said. Thank you, Great Elder. Klin said gratefully. Who's next? The Great Elder asked. I'll come. Sun Gohan walked to the side of the Great Elder. The Great Elder put his hand on Sun Wuhan's head, and it didn't take long for Sun Wuhan's body to erupt with a huge chi, more than the chi that erupted from Klin's body just now. The combat strength is 30,000, surpassing Klin and the others in one fell swoop. Sermon. Worthy of being Goku's son, it turned out to be potential. Klin said, the joy of gaining great power had just diminished a lot. Your potential is too great, I came only the tip of the iceberg, and the rest needs to be cultivated hard by yourself. The Great Elder said. I'll work hard to cultivate. Sun Gohan nodded seriously. Continuously developing potential for Klin and Sun Gohan, the face of the Great Elder showed fatigue, although the development potential would not consume life, but it would consume energy. Great Elder, this is called Immortal Bean, you can restore all your strength by eating one. Broly took out a fairy bean and threw it at the Great Elder. Without the slightest doubt, the Great Elder ate the immortal beans, and then the fatigue on his face disappeared. The universe is so big, there are no wonders, I can't imagine that there is such a magical bean. The Great Elder said, feeling that his energy had all recovered. Who's next? I'll come. Leaping stood up, and after seeing that Klin and Sun Gohan had improved their strength, he also wanted to have strong strength. The Great Elder developed strength for leaping, and finally increased his combat effectiveness to 15,000, which was much worse than Klin, all because his foundation was not as solid as Klin. Immediately afterwards, the Great Elder developed strength for Tianjin rice and dumplings, and the combat effectiveness of Tianjin rice increased to 20,000, and dumplings increased to 13,000. As for Sun Wukong's refusal to develop the potential of the Great Elder, he still felt that his cultivation was better. Although the development potential will not cause the foundation to float, but the qi has increased so much, the control of the qi will definitely decrease. There is still a day or so before the arrival of Frisia. You can do the final cultivation and master your own power as much as possible. Broly said. Everyone nodded, they all understood this truth. Monkey King. At this moment, a voice came in from outside, and then the Vic Great Demon King walked in. Originally he was cultivating, but after sensing Sun Wukong's qi, he immediately flew over. You are Bike, I feel that your strength is so strong. Sun Wukong said in shock. Of course, I can definitely beat you now. Vic said confidently, the corners of his mouth curled. After being brought to Namex by Broly, he has been cultivating in Namex for the past few years, and now his combat strength has increased to 180,000. Not necessarily. Sun Wukong said with a smile, he also had information about his current strength. The momentum of the two burst out from their bodies, setting off a wave of qi. If you want to fight, go outside, there is just 1 day left, this is Sendu. Broly said, taking out a bag of fairy beans and throwing it to Sun Wukong. Thank you. Sun Wukong said with a smile, and then flew out with Bike. Tianjin rice, let's go out and fight, so that we can control our own strength faster. Klin said. Let's go. Tianjin Fan said with a smile. In the dark universe, Frisia's spaceship is heading in the direction of Namex. Frisia sat on top of his small flying machine, holding a glass of red wine in his hand, leisurely tasting it, when Dodoria walked in. King Frisia, there is still a day to reach Namek, and we have detected that Vegeta's spaceship is also approaching Namex, and it is expected to arrive at about the same time as us. Dodoria said. Vegeta dared to betray me, there is no use in keeping it, let's solve him this time. Frisia said lightly, not taking Vegeta to heart at all. King Frisia rest assured that his subordinates will definitely kill Vegeta. Dodoria said happily, he has always been out of dealing with Vegeta, and now that he has the opportunity to kill Vegeta, he is naturally excited. Where is Sob now? Frisia asked. It's almost here too, and it's expected to be 2 hours before we arrive at Namesing. Dodoria said, his body trembling slightly when he mentioned Sob. Good. Frisia laughed. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novels. Chapter 063. In the blink of an eye, a day passed. Great Elder, you'd better gather all the Namex people together, as well as the 7 Dragon Balls. When you have a last resort, you can transfer to other planets first. Broly said. I've already asked all my clansmen to lean over to me. The Great Elder said, he had thought of this for a long time. Klin, Tianjin rice, when waiting for the next battle, it is best to separate the battlefield, otherwise with Frisia's combat strength, it is just a little aftermath of the battle, and it may also threaten your lives. Broly reminded. Klin and the others nodded. Let's go. Broly said, looking up at the sky, Frisia's qi was already very close. Immediately, several people left the Great Elder's house together and flew towards the location where Frisia was about to land. Niru, you should go with you. The Great Elder said. Great Elder, I want to keep you safe. Niru said. My life is not long left, if I can defeat the demon early, then the Mexian people can get through the crisis sooner, and the clan will come soon, I will be fine. The Great Elder said, his voice very weak. Seeing the Great Elder say this, Niru could only carry out the Great Elder's order and immediately chased after Broly and the others. Namex, a gentle hilly area, where Frisia's spaceship slowly landed. The hatch opened, some cosmonauts came out, stood in 2 rows at the hatch, and then Frisia came out in a flying machine, and Doria followed behind him. I can't imagine that there are people waiting for us, but some of them don't seem to be nemesis. Are they rescuers? Frisia laughed. What a powerful chi! Clin sensed Frisia's evil and powerful chi and trembled a little unconsciously. Is this Frisia? It's so powerful. The excitement on Sun Wukong's face at this time also disappeared, replaced by solemnity. Can we defeat monsters like this? Leaping said unconfidently. Not only was Clin and the others shocked, but Broly also had some surprises at this time, and Frisia turned out to be in the initial state at this time, which was different from what he guessed. Could it be that Frisia has practiced? Broly thought. In the original work, Frisia only practiced for 4 months, and he became a Golden Frisia, whose strength is comparable to Super Blue, and although Broly's current strength is very strong, there is still a big gap from Super Blue. Kakarot, Frisia, leave it to me, you go deal with the others. Broly said that the current Frisia is not at all something that Sun Wukong and others can deal with. Broly, are you sure you can beat him? Monkey King asked. I don't know, at least the strength he is showing now is by no means my opponent. Broly said with a smile, now his basic combat power has reached 10 trillion, and 100 million is no different from an ant in front of him. When we solve the others, we will come and help you. Deo, in fact, he still wanted to fight Frisia in his heart, although he was not an opponent. Frisia, do you know who killed your brother? Broly said loudly. Is it you? Frisia shrunk. Good. Broly laughed. Tail, are you a scion? Frisia saw Broly's tail coiled around his waist. And the legendary Super Saiyan you've been afraid of? Broly laughed. The legendary Super Saiyan, you can kill my stupid brother, but today I will definitely unload you in 8 pieces and wash away the shame of the Frozen Demon Clan. Frisia said. Hearing about the legendary Super Saiyan, there was not the slightest fear in his heart. If you want to kill me, it depends on whether you have this strength. Broly laughed and threw a ball of energy at Frisia. Frisia hurriedly flew into the air, and the energy ball slammed on the flying machine, booming, igniting a flame, annihilating many of Frisia's men. However, at this moment, Broly quickly moved in front of Frisia and kicked Frisia out. Boom! Frisia flew out uncontrollably, smashing several towering boulders, and finally completely submerged into a mountain-like boulder. Ugh! Frisia's cry sounded, and a purple light came out of the boulder, and then the boulder was crushed into powder by the burst of energy, and Frisia's figure reappeared in front of Broly. Frisia, transform, your strength is not even as good as your brother Gula. Broly said. Abominable savage monkey. As soon as Frisia heard Broly compare him to Gura, he couldn't help but be angry in his heart, and then rushed in front of Broly and punched Broly. Bang! However, Broly blocked his fist with just one finger, and Frisia then jerked his tail towards Broly. Syllable. Broly reached out and grabbed Frisia's tail and squeezed it hard, and Frisia let out a scream of pain, and then Broly slammed Frisia to the ground twice as if holding a whip. Eventually Broly held Frisia's tail in his hand and stomped his foot on Frisia's face. Frisia, you only have this little power, and you dare to ravel that you want to kill me. Broly said disdainfully. Bastard! Frisia gulped, and a purple aura appeared on his body, breaking free from Broly's hand. Damn Scion monkey, no one has ever dared to step on my noble face, I must crush your bones to vent the anger in my heart. Frisia roared angrily. Ugh! Frisia then gulped, his aura expanding, and the surrounding rubble slowly floated upward, and after rising to a certain height, it was crushed into powder. Frisia's figure also began to change, growing at a speed visible to the naked eye, almost doubling taller than before, and 2 pointed horns grew on his head. Frisia, you will also transform into Gura, your current strength is still not as good as him. Broly laughed and said that the combat power of Frisia's form was only about 200 million, which was much worse than the final form of Gura. Abominable! Frisia was very angry, no one had ever looked down on him like this, and he vowed that he would crush Broly with absolute strength and let Broly know how powerful he was as a cosmic emperor. Ugh! Frisia roared angrily, and the aura on his body began to soar again, and the hurricane formed a shield around him, enveloping Frisia. Oh? Is it just going to go straight to the final form? Broly thought, a hurricane shield simply not blocking his view, and he could see Frisia clearly. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read favorites, recommendations. Chapter 064. Ugh! Frisia shouted again, and the surrounding hurricanes were instantly dispersed, forming a vacuum, and Frisia's figure appeared in front of Broly again. With a petite figure and purple armor on his chest, shoulders, and head, he looks harmless to humans and animals, but his combat effectiveness is not known to be many times stronger than before. Aside from my father and brother, you were the first person to see me in this form, and no one has ever been able to force me into this. Frisia laughed. Your brother Gula said the same thing to you. Broly said. Hehe, I'm different from my waste brother, I have had great strength since I was born, and I have never practiced, but you killed my waste brother and made me feel dangerous, so I began to cultivate for the first time in my life. Frisia said. It turned out to be because of me. Broly said with a smile, he didn't expect that after he killed Gula, he would let Frisia cultivate. I won't kill you at once, I'll torture you fiercely and wash away the shame you gave me. Frisia said angrily, in his opinion, he was forced to cultivate by Broly, which was a great shame. That depends on whether you have the ability to do this. Broly said with a smile, the current Frisia only has 2 billion combat power, and there is no threat to him. Swoosh! The figures of the two disappeared at the same time, and then appeared together, and Broly grabbed Frisia's fist and began a wrestling. With the two as the center, the ground under their feet was crushed into powder by the energy dissipated, forming a pit, and it was constantly expanding, reaching tens of meters in diameter in the blink of an eye. Ugh! Frisia suddenly gulped, suddenly exerted his strength, and threw it hard, throwing Broly out. Frisia quickly caught up with Broly again and kicked Broly, but Broly's figure suddenly disappeared, and then appeared above Frisia, clasping his hands into fists and raising them high. With a bang, Frisia flew to the ground. Rumble! Crashed into a small mountain peak, completely submerged in it, Broly casually threw 2 energy balls over, exploded, formed a hemispherical flame, and the raging air wave formed a strong wind, wave after wave spread around. On the other side, Sun Wukong and others have solved all of Frisia's subordinates, with Sun Wukong and Bike, 2 masters with combat effectiveness of about 200,000, Frisia. These subordinates are not opponents at all, and the most powerful Dodoria was easily killed by Bike. Frisia's chi has increased a lot. Sun Wukong said with a solemn face. How can there be such a monster, can Broly beat him? Klin said worriedly, this breath, even if it was far away, made a little tremble. Let's go over and help now. Deo, Frisia's strength made him a little scared, but it also made him a little excited. Our strength, what has been in the past? Leaping said. It's hard to meet such a powerful opponent, if I don't go over and take a look, I will regret it for the rest of my life. Sun Wukong said with a smile, and immediately prepared to fly over. However, at this moment, Sun Wukong and Vic suddenly looked at the sky at the same time, where a powerful chi was approaching. Gaku, what's wrong? Klin asked suspiciously. Someone else is coming, and it's very strong. Sun Wukong said seriously. One Frisia is difficult enough, how come there is another powerful enemy? Klin smiled bitterly. Feeling a little regretful about coming to name seeing. Hey! Sun Wukong exclaimed again and looked in another direction. There are still 2 chi, but these 2 chi are not very strong. Monkey King said. Klin, Tianjin Rice, Dumpling, Leaping, you go and deal with those two people, me and Bike, Gohan and Nira stay to deal with this powerful Chi. Son Goku quickly made arrangements, and apart from him and Bike, it was Son Gohan and Nira who were the strongest. Goku, then be careful yourself. Klin said that at this time he could also sense the three Chi that were approaching Namex, and the two they were dealing with were much smaller. Sun Wukong nodded. Immediately Klin and Tianjin Fan flew away, and Sun Wukong looked at the sky, vaguely expecting. After everything calmed down, Frisia's figure appeared again, but at this time, Frisia's appearance was a little embarrassed, there were many scars on his body, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Frisia, if you only have this little power, it will disappoint me too much. Broly said. On the one hand, he was a little worried about the powerful strength of Golden Frisia, and on the other hand, he wanted Frisia to become stronger so that he could fight a hardy battle. Damn Scion Monkey, you're less proud. Frisia roared, and then his figure flashed, and he instantly came to Broly. However, just as he was about to attack, Broly suddenly shot out and choked his neck, causing his movement to stop abruptly. Frisia, your movements are too slow, such a strength is not qualified as my opponent at all. Broly said disdainfully, casually throwing Frisia out. Abominable. Frisia cursed on the way to fly upside down, and then forcibly stabilized his figure. Savage monkey, I'm going to kill you. Frisia rushed over again, but at this time Frisia's combat power was increasing. 30 billion. 50 billion. In an instant, it reached 100 billion. Yes, that's how it is. Broly laughed. Bang bang. The two collided violently in the air, constantly attacking each other with fists, elbows, and knees, or fending off each other's attacks. Circles of white ripples formed in the air, making the sky look like it was shattered. Su. Suddenly, a figure suddenly flew out upside down, and it was Frisia, like a falling meteorite, smashing to the ground. Bang! The ground shattered like a spider's web, and Frisia's whole person was in it. The earth seemed to tremble, and many boulders rolled down the distant hillside. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novels. Chapter 065. Namex, a gentle hilly area. Two milky white spherical spacecraft landed here, leaving two impact craters tens of meters in diameter on the ground, and the spacecraft lay at the bottom of the crater, half covered. The hatch opened, and Vegeta and Nappa flew up from inside. It's them, if we can't continue to improve our strength, we can deal with it. Klin carefully sensed the strength of the two, and the strongest Vegeta was similar to him. They are all scions, they should not be able to transform. Tianjin Fan said that he saw the tails of the two wrapped around their waist. Hey, someone is waiting for us, is it the Nemesis? It doesn't seem to be the same as what is recorded. Nappa saw a few people in Klin, exclaimed, and then turned on the combat power detector, wanting to find out the strength of several people. Tick. Boom. As soon as it was opened, the value on the combat power detector rose rapidly, but it soon exceeded the upper limit of the detector and burned the detector. Nappa, what's going on? Vegeta asked. In that direction, there are two people whose combat effectiveness is very high, and they immediately exceed the upper limit of the combat power detector. Nappa said, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. One of them is supposed to be Frisia, and the other doesn't know who it is, but he should be fighting Frisia, which creates an opportunity for us to find the Dragon Ball. Vegeta laughed. As long as I have eternal life, I will definitely surpass Frisia. They're here for Dragon Ball, and they don't look like they're with Frisia. Klin whispered. Whether it's a gang or not, we need to beat them. Tianjin Fan said. Click. Vegeta took off his combat power detector and crushed it directly, and he couldn't use it anyway. Nappa, hurry up and solve them, Don't delay finding the Dragon Ball. Vegeta said. Okay. Nappa laughed. Let's go together, Uncle Ben is still in a hurry. Tianjin Rice, leaping, this big man will be handed over to me. Clin laughed, he had a lot of confidence against Nappa. Unexpectedly only sent a little ghost, is this looking down on Uncle Ben? Nappa was very angry when he saw that the other party had only sent one person to deal with him, and that he was still a little ghost. I've practiced very hard, and it's enough to deal with you. Clin said, and then his figure flashed and suddenly disappeared. So fast. Nappa was so shocked that he couldn't see Clin's movements clearly. Behind you. Clin's voice sounded behind Nappa, who went to his head, but was greeted by Clin's whip leg, which swept him in the face. Bang! Nappa flew out upside down and hit the boulder, which cracked like a spider's web, and Nappa slipped from it, already unconscious. It seems to be a little harder. Clin said that he had basically used all his strength for this kick just now. Nappa Nappa! Vegeta walked over and slapped Nappa a few times on the face, trying to wake Nappa up, but found that Nappa couldn't wake up for a short time. What a waste, Prince Ben doesn't need such a waste subordinate. Vegeta grabbed Nappa and threw it into the sky, and then casually threw an energy ball over, and with a bang, Nappa was directly engulfed by the exploding flames. To even kill your own people is simply inhumane. Clin said. Che, it takes Prince Ben to personally take action to deal with such a little ghost, and it's all to blame Nappa's waste. Vegeta looked unhappy. Immediately Vegeta rushed out, instantly came to Clin, punched Clin's head, and Clin crossed his arms in front of him, blocking Vegeta's punch. It can actually block Prince Ben's punch, it seems that the strength is not bad. Vegeta laughed, and then another onslaught at Clin. Bang bang! The sound of a fierce collision sounded, and Clin fell slightly into the downwind because he had not fully mastered his new power, but the gap was gradually narrowing. At the same time as Vegeta and Nappa arrived, Monkey King and they also landed a spaceship. It's so strong, it's not weaker than Frieza, who just met. Neru said in shock, looking solemnly at the spacecraft at the bottom of the impact crater, the stronger the enemy, the greater the crisis of Namex. Bang! The hatch of the universe was directly shattered, and a person with a pale green skin flew out from it. This person was none other than one of Frieza's right and left hands, Sob. It's just that Sob at this time is obviously stronger than Sob in the original work, and the combat power has reached 100 million, which is not weaker than Frieza in the initial state. King Frieza is over there, and it seems that he has encountered an opponent. Sob glanced in the direction of Frieza and Broly. What kind of person are you with Frieza? Monkey King Q&A. This waste of Dodoria was actually killed. Sob ignored the Monkey King and saw the body of Doria on the side. The combat uniform he wore was exactly the same as those people just now, it must be a gang. Vic said. It seems that you people are all against King Frieza. Sob looked at Sun Wukong and them, and the figure suddenly disappeared, and then appeared in front of Sun Gohan. Bang! Sun Gohan didn't react at all, and was kicked out by Sob. Gohan! Son Goku shouted and immediately chased after Sun Gohan, while Vic and Neru attacked Sob. When Sun Wukong caught Sun Gohan's neck bone had been kicked and broken, dying, and if not treated immediately, he would soon die. Gohan, eat it quickly. Sun Wukong took out a fairy bean and fed it to Sun Wuhan, and after Sun Wuhan ate it, he recovered, and even his combat effectiveness improved a lot. Gohan, the enemy is strong this time, you need to be careful. Sun Wukong said solemnly. Sun Gohan nodded. Realm King Fist. Sun Wukong shouted, a red flame appeared on his body, and rushed towards Sob. At this time Vic and Neru had already been injured by Sob. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read favorites, recommendations. Chapter 066. Ugh! Sob grabbed Neru's arm and pulled it hard, directly pulling Niru's arm off. Niru let out a scream, and at this time Sun Wukong rushed over and punched Sob's face. However, Sob did not react at all, and Sun Wukong's attack did not cause him any damage. He wasn't hurt at all. Sun Wukong's heart was very shocked. I used to be Lord Frisia's special training opponent, I endured attacks every day, and I trained a body of steel, and your gentle attack can only tickle me. Sob laughed. Bang! After speaking, he put his knee on Sun Wukong's stomach, and a strong breath passed through Sun Wukong's body, and Sun Wukong spat out a mouthful of bitter water, and the arrogance on his body was dispersed. Dad! Seeing this, Sun Gohan rushed over very angrily, and attacked Sob, but his fist had no effect at all, and Sob swept him out casually. It's so strong, it's not in a dimension at all. Niru said, a look of pain appeared on his face, and then the broken arm grew back. Abominable. Vic also knew that he was not Sob's opponent, but still rushed forward. Tenfold Realm King Fist. Sun Wukong stood up with difficulty, drank loudly, and a red flame appeared on his body again, which was much stronger than before. Ugh! Immediately, Sun Wukong let out a cry of pain. His body could not support it at all, and it would collapse in a short time, but he endured the pain in his body and attacked Sob. Swish! Sun Wukong and Vic team up to attack Sob, and Sob easily dodges the attack of the two. You've had enough, now it's my turn. Sob laughed, suddenly attacked, and slammed two punches to knock Sun Wukong and Vic out. The two glided on the ground and flew a long distance before stopping, leaving two long ravines. Daddy, Uncle Bike. Sun Gohan flew over, took out two fairy beans, and fed them to the two. Ugh! When Sun Gohan fed Sendu to the two, Niru attacked Sob again, but was seriously injured by Sabo's move. My strength has improved a lot. Sora clenched his fists excitedly, he had just been injured, and a bloodline explosion came, and his combat effectiveness increased to 3 million points. I recovered from my injury before, and my combat effectiveness has also improved a bit. Sun Wu. It should be a Scion trait. Monkey King said. Sun Wukong, what are you still thinking? Attack quickly, otherwise Nero will die. Vic shouted, Nero over there was already very dangerous. Gohan, is Sendu still there? Monkey King asked. Not anymore. Sun Wuhan shook his head, the only two fairy beans left had been eaten by Sun Wukong and Vic just now. This is trouble. Sun Wukong frowned and immediately rushed towards Sob. Sob was about to solve Nero with a move, suddenly felt a strong wind, and immediately reached out to resist, and Sun Wukong punched him in the arm, causing him to retreat far away. Hey, it's a lot stronger than just now. Sob exclaimed. Vic, you get Nero away. Monkey King said, and then attacked Sob again. Bang bang. The two engaged in a fierce hand-to-hand fight, but Sob obviously did not use all his strength, and he had the feeling of teasing Sun Wukong again. On the other side, Frisia was abused by Broly, and the 100 billion combat power was simply not enough in front of Broly. If it were not for Broly's desire for Frisia to burst out to fight with him, he would have killed Frisia long ago. Frisia, my patience is limited. If you don't use all your strength, you can go to hell. Broly said, without a trace of emotion in his cold eyes. Frisia felt a pang of fear, then anger, and it was a great shame for him to feel fear from a Scion. Scion monkey, I must kill you. Frisia roared with a hideous face, and then clenched his hands into fists, straddled his feet, and the purple aura on his body suddenly skyrocketed several times. A dazzling light emanated from Frisia's body, and Broly couldn't open his eyes, but Frisia was clear about the changes at this time. Frisia's aura is rising sharply, can he really transform into Golden Frisia? I won't play it myself. Broly thought to himself. The ground began to shake, and the whole planet felt shaky. Ugh! Frisia gulped again, the light on his body was restrained, and his figure reappeared in front of Broly. Golden Frisia. Broly saw Frisia's appearance at this time, a little puzzled. At this time Frisia's appearance is exactly the same as the fourth form, that is, the color of the body has changed from white to yellow, but it is not golden yellow, but light yellow, and there is some gap with the golden Frisia in Broly's imagination. It should be that Frisia's cultivation time is not long enough, and he has not completely broken through, so it can only be called incomplete golden Frisia. Broly thought to himself. However, just the incomplete gold Frisia also made Broly feel great pressure, because at this time, Frisia's combat power had reached 12 trillion. What's wrong? How the earth is shaking. Tianjin Fan said that he was watching the battle between Klin and Vegeta when the earth suddenly shook. Damn, my dignified Scion Prince is on a par with a little ghost. Vegeta was so angry at this time that he didn't pay attention to the shaking of the earth. Frisia's chi has become stronger again, countless times stronger than before. How can there be such a monster? Klin sensed Frisia's anger and didn't even have the mind to fight Vegeta. Bastards, you can only solve them with that trick. Vegeta thought to himself. This planet is located in a 3-star system, only day, no night, there can be no full moon, only the artificial moon can be used. A ball of light condensed in Vegeta's hand, which looked similar to the energy ball, but had no attack power, and then threw it into the sky. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novels. Chapter 067. What's that? Klin looked suspiciously at the artificial moon in the sky. Roar. Vegeta let out a roar similar to a beast, and then his eyes turned blood red, hair was found on his body, and he grew at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in a blink of an eye, he turned into a gorilla more than 10 meters tall. Not good. When Klin saw this scene, he realized that it was not good. He had seen Sun Wukong transform into a gorilla, and knew that after the Scion transformed into a gorilla, his combat effectiveness would improve a lot. Tianjin rice, dumplings, leaping, strike together, his weakness is on the tail. As long as he cuts off his tail, he will change back to his original form. Klin shouted. It seems that you know Scions well, are you Earthlings? Vegeta said. How did this guy not lose his mind? Klin said that even Monkey King would not recognize him after transforming into a gorilla. Haha, Prince Ben is an elite warrior, unlike those lower-level warriors, even if he becomes a gorilla, he will not lose his mind. Vegeta laughed. This is trouble. Klin's heart was a little anxious. Vegeta had not lost his mind, and it was even more difficult to cut off Vegeta's tail. Bombs. Leaping's hand condensed a ball of energy and threw it towards Vegeta. He did not have the luxury of defeating Vegeta with this, he only hoped to attract Vegeta's attention and create opportunities for others. Such a move is useless to Prince Ben. Vegeta said disdainfully, reaching out to grab it, but just as he was about to catch it, Leaping's finger hooked upward, and the air bomb flew upwards. Humph! Vegeta didn't catch the energy ball, a little angry, snorted coldly, and then sent out an energy ball, collided with Leaping's energy ball, and the two exploded in the air. Sun Fist. Tianjin Fan put his hands on both sides of his head, and suddenly drank loudly, and the whole head was like a glowing sun, and the prick could not open his eyes. Ugh! Vegeta's eyes tingled and he let out a scream, covering his eyes with his hands. Good opportunity! Seeing this, Klin's eyes lit up, and then his right palm spread upward, and a disc as thin as a cicada wing appeared in his palm. Chi Yuan slash! With a swing of his right hand, the disc slashed towards Vegeta's tail. Seeing that Vegeta's tail was about to be cut off, Klin's face showed a joyful expression, but at this moment, Vegeta suddenly moved forward for a distance. The disc was cut into a boulder in the distance, which was cut in two, and the cut surface was smooth as a mirror. I almost got away with you, you won't have that opportunity again. Vegeta said, then strode towards Kling, and the giant palm slapped towards Klin. Klin hurriedly dodged, but unfortunately Vegeta's speed was too fast, and he was still rubbed. Shout! Klin flew away into the distance like an unloaded cannonball. With a bang, a boulder was smashed, and he was buried by the boulder. Klin! Leaping yelled and tried to go to the rescue, but Vegeta ran in his direction, and he could only dodge. Qigong Cannon! Watching Vegeta attack towards Leaping, Tianjin Fan fired a Qigong Cannon at Vegeta's back, and after Vegeta turned into a giant ape, although the speed did not decrease, but the flexibility was reduced a lot, and he couldn't dodge at all, and was hit. Rumble! The Qigong Cannon exploded in Vegeta's back, and Vegeta's huge body fell forward. With a bang, the earth seemed to shake. Dumplings! Tianjin Rice shouted, signaling Dumplings to seize the opportunity. The Dumplings immediately understood the meaning of Tianjin Rice and flew towards Vegeta's tail, wanting to cut off Vegeta's tail, but as soon as the Dumplings flew to Vegeta's side, Vegeta suddenly turned around and grabbed the Dumplings with both hands. Dumplings! Seeing this, Tianjin Fan was very worried and hurriedly flew over to the rescue. A red ball of energy erupted from Vegeta's mouth and hit Tianjin Fan's body, and Tianjin Rice was blown out. On the other side, Sob is teasing Son Goku, Vic and Son Gohan can't help at all, and Niru is already seriously injured. Bike, let's assimilate. Niru said. Assimilation. Vic was shocked. Having lived on the Nemesis for several years, he naturally knew what assimilation meant. I will give up my personality and completely turn into your power. I only hope that you can solve the crisis of Namex this time. Niru said. When Vic heard this, he was still hesitating. Once he was assimilated, even if he used the Divine Dragon, he would not be able to revive Niru. You should feel that Frisia's anger, even if Broly can beat him, it will take a lot of time, and he can't help at all. This monster must be solved by ourselves, otherwise the entire Nemesis people will be in danger. Niru continued. All right. Vic nodded, also aware of the urgency of the matter, so he put his hand on Niru's body. Assimilation. Nero turned into a stream of pure energy and submerged into Bike's body, and Bike's aura was rising rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, his combat effectiveness reached 20 million. The current Vic and Niru are much stronger than the Vic and Niru in the original work, so after assimilation, the strength is much stronger than in the original work. Niru, I will definitely lift the crisis of this nemesis. Vic muttered, and then rushed towards Sob and Son Goku, who were fighting. Vic, how did your strength increase so much at once? Sun Wukong said curiously. I don't have time to explain so much now, wait until I defeat him. Vic said. Okay. Sun Wukong nodded solemnly. After Frisia's transformation, everything calmed down again. Scion Monkey, do you feel this unparalleled power? Frisia said with a smile. He had absolute confidence in his combat strength at this time. It's really powerful, and my blood can't help but boil. Broly laughed that he was indeed excited to finally have a suitable opponent to fight well. Broly closed his eyes, and then a grass-green aura emerged from his body, and his process of boosting his energy was very smooth, without shouting like Frisia. His eyes opened, his eyeballs turned golden, and when he entered a state of anger, his combat effectiveness increased tenfold, but he knew that this was not Frisia's opponent. Tenfold Realm King Fist. Broly's body appeared with a red flame, wrapped in grass-green flames. The Fury form plus the tenfold Realm King Fist, which is Broly's strongest form at the moment. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read favorites, recommendations. Chapter 068. Frisia, let's have a good fight. Perhaps due to the Scion belligerence factor, Broly only thinks of a hearty battle with Frisia, not how to kill Frisia. Scion Monkey, I hate this look like this. Frisia said angrily, his voice becoming very sharp. Immediately, the figures of the two suddenly disappeared, and then appeared in the air and punched over. Bang! The fists of the two collided together, and the violent energy centered on the fists of the two spread out to the surroundings, and the roaring explosion sounded continuously, and everything around was destroyed. Mountain peaks were razed to the ground cracked into rivers, and water from lakes poured in. Hurry! Broly couldn't help but shout. This kind of fist-to-flesh battle made the blood in his whole body boil, as if every cell in his body was burning. Come again! Broly threw another simple punch towards Frieza, although it was a simple punch, but it gave Frieza a feeling that he could not hide, and could only hard connect. Savage monkey, give me less pride, I am the strongest. Frieza said angrily and greeted him with a punch. Bang! The fists of the two collided again, and at the moment of collision, the two flew out upside down, flying out for a long distance before stopping. Broly's arm was a little numb, and the counter-shock force of this punch was too great. Frieza's situation was no better than Broly's, his fists behind him, trembling unconsciously, but on the surface he pretended that nothing was wrong. Scion monkey, it seems that I am slightly superior. Frieza laughed. Frieza, who the final victory belongs to, you don't know until you fight. Broly said. How could Frieza hide this careful thinking from him? In the end, it will be me who wins. Frieza shouted, and then rushed towards Broly, who greeted him without hesitation. Bang bang! The two started a fierce collision, and the terrifying energy made the space seem to be shattered, and the ground was already devastated, as if it had just experienced fierce artillery fire. Vegeta grabbed the dumplings with both hands. No matter how the dumplings struggled, they could not break free from his hands, and as Vegeta pushed his hands, the dumplings let out a scream. Dumplings! Tianjin Fan was very anxious, but he had just received an energy ball from Vegeta, and he couldn't move at all for a while. Little ghost, give me death. Becky is happy and ready to pinch the dumplings to death. Chi Yuan slash. However, at this moment, a loud sound came, and then a disc-shaped ball of energy cut towards Vegeta's tail. With a bang, Vegeta's tail split twice, one of which fell to the ground. It worked. Klin let out a joyful laugh. He had just been flown out by Vegeta, buried in rubble, and suffered not light injuries, but fortunately he still had a fairy bean, which made his injuries fully recovered. Bastard! Vegeta cursed, and then his body shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the dumplings fell out of his hands. Dumplings! Tianjin Rice struggled to fly up and caught the dumpling, but the bones in the dumpling's body were broken, and he was so badly injured that he couldn't even speak. Klin, is Sendu still there? Tianjin Fan asked. Not anymore. Klin said. I have one more here. Leaping ran over and gave the last fairy bean to Tianjin Rice. Tianjin Rice fed the fairy beans to the dumplings, and the dumplings woke up immediately. Brother Tian! Bastard! Vegeta got up from the ground and, not thinking of continuing the fight, fled into the distance. Klin quickly chased after him. The combat effectiveness of the two was similar, but Klin ate fairy beans and was basically in its prime, while Vegeta was not lightly injured, and was caught up by Klin after a while. Hugh wants to escape. Klin lay in front of Vegeta. Abominable! Vegeta knew that he could not run away and could only continue to fight Klin, so he took the initiative to attack Klin. Bang bang! It didn't take long for Vegeta to fall into the downwind, and Klin grabbed one of Vegeta's flaws and punched Vegeta in the stomach, and Vegeta spat out a mouthful of bitter water. Then Klin clasped his hands into fists, raised them high, and smashed down at Vegeta. Bang! Vegeta smashed to the ground, and a pit was smashed out of the ground, and Vegeta lay in the pit with scars all over his body, already unconscious. Klin flew down from the air and landed next to Vegeta. This guy is a scion like Broly and Goku, or let him go first and leave it to Broly and Goku to dispose of. Klin thought. So Klin picked up Vegeta and flew to where he had just been. Bang bang! There was a fierce fight in the air, and Sun Wukong and Vic besieged Sob together, but they were pressed and beaten by Sob alone, and both had many scars on their bodies. 20-fold Realm King Fist. Sun Wukong had no choice but to raise the Realm King Fist to 20 times, the red aura on his body skyrocketed, and his combat power reached 60 million, but his body was on the verge of collapse. Ugh! Sun Wukong let out a scream, and the side effects of the Realm King Fist had already been reflected. Bang! When Sun Wukong used the 20-fold Realm King Fist, Sob kicked Vic out, and Vic fell to the ground and slid a long distance before stopping. Uncle Bike! Sun Gohan flew to Bike's side and helped him up. Little ghost, run away! Vic said that he knew that with his and Son Goku's current strength, he was by no means Sob's opponent. I won't run away, I'm sure Dad will beat him. Son Gohan said. What a naive little ghost, there is no chance to escape later. Vic said with a smile, although he said this, he recognized Son Gohan's courage in his heart. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novels. Chapter 069. Phew! Sun Wukong, who used the 20-fold Realm King Fist, was still not Sabo's opponent, and was punched out by Sob. His body hit the ground cracked, and Sun Wukong's whole person was embedded inside. I am really surprised by your strength, but the game ends here. Sob walked to Sun Wukong's side, and a ball of energy condensed in his hand, ready to kill Sun Wukong. Turtle Sect Qigong Wave. At this time, Sun Gohan couldn't care that he was not Sabo's opponent, and did his best to hit a Turtle Faction Qigong Wave towards Sob's back. The Qigong bomb exploded in Sob's back, and smoke enveloped Sob. Woo! Sun Wuhan shot this Turtle Sect Qigong Wave, almost condensed all the strength in his body, and had already begun to gasp for air, his eyes staring closely at Sabo's position. After the smoke cleared, Sabo's figure reappeared in front of everyone, except for some black marks on his back, nothing else, and Sun Gohan's attack could not harm him. It's still useless. Sun Gohan said that he had expected this result for a long time. You abominable little devil, you actually soiled my body. Sob said angrily that he had a cleanliness fetish, and in the original book he did not go down to look for it because Vegeta fell into the water and was afraid of getting wet. Gohan, run! Seeing Sob staring at Sun Gohan, Sun Wukong shouted anxiously. There is no strength to run away anymore. Sun Gohan said. Little ghost, give me death. Sob threw a ball of energy towards Sun Gohan. Seeing that he was about to hit Sun Gohan, at this moment, Vic suddenly appeared in front of Sun Gohan and blocked this energy ball for Sun Gohan. Boom! Vic was covered by the smoke of the explosion, and when he appeared in front of everyone again, he was already dying, and his body was covered with scars. Uncle Bike! Sun Gohan looked at the fallen Vic and was very sad. Little ghost, I am very optimistic about your courage. Vic laughed and closed his eyes. Bastard, it's unforgivable. Sun Wukong roared angrily, golden flames appeared on his body, the earth under his feet cracked, dark clouds appeared in the sky, and lightning continued. Immediately, Sun Wukong's hair began to switch between golden yellow and black, and as the golden aura on Sun Wukong's body skyrocketed, his hair was completely stabilized in golden yellow. What's going on? Sob is a little confused. Dad. Sun Gohan also did not understand the sudden change of Sun Wukong. Gohan, hurry up and take Vic to Daechang Bic and have a trace of chi. Sun Wukong said loudly. He knew that there were people in the Nemesis who had the ability to heal. Dad. Sun Gohan is a little worried about Goku's safety. Leave while I can still maintain my sanity. Sun Wukong roared loudly. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, he was afraid that he would lose his mind, and he would not even know Sun Wu at that time. Dad, be careful yourself. Sun Gohan said, carrying Bic and preparing to leave. Want to escape? Sabo saw that Sun Gohan wanted to go, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and when Sun Wukong flew into the air, a ball of energy condensed in his hand and threw it towards Sun Gohan. Your opponent is me. Sun Wukong blocked the energy ball at this time. Damn, how did this guy's speed increase so much? Sabo cursed in his heart, he didn't see how Sun Wukong moved to that position just now. After I kill you, that little ghost can't escape. Sab immediately punched Sun Wukong, but was grabbed by Sun Wukong. You are no match for me now. Sun Wukong said indifferently, because he had just transformed, he was a little unable to control his emotions. Bastard, less big talk. Sab was very angry and continued to attack Sun Wukong. Swish. Sab punched dozens of punches in succession, but did not punch Sun Wukong, all of which were easily dodged by Sun Wukong. At this time, Klin and Tianjin Fan and others came over, and Klin was still carrying Vegeta, but at this time Vegeta had woken up, but because of the injuries on his body, he was unable to move. That guy is Bardock? No, Bardock is dead, it should be Kakarot. Vegeta saw Monkey King's appearance and first mistook it for Bardock, then shook his head. Blonde hair, did he become a Super Saiyan? Impossible. Even if that legend is true, the only one who first became a Super Saiyan is my Saiyan Prince Vegeta, how can it be a low-level warrior? Vegeta roared in her heart, unwilling to believe this cruel truth. How did Goku become like this, but Goku is so strong at this time? Klin said. This should be the Super Saiyan that Broly said, I can't imagine that Sun Wukong really did it, it's too strong. Tianjin Fan said. Great. Klin said happily. Don't be happy too early, maybe this guy can improve his strength like Frieza. Tianjin Fan said that at the beginning, Frieza only had Sabo's current strength, but now he just felt Frieza's chi, like a mountain pressing on him. Bang! Broly and Frieza punched each other again, and then each backed back some distance. Whew! Both of them were panting heavily, and at the same time there were many scars on their bodies, and the surrounding environment was already unrecognizable, which showed how fierce the battle was. Saiyan Monkey, your strength and speed are gradually decreasing, you can't support it, the final victory belongs to me. Frieza smiled proudly. Less big talk, your situation is no better than mine. Broly said. He used the Fury form to add 10 times the Realm King Fist, and his combat power increased to 1 quadrillion, although it was 2 trillion lower than Frieza, but he cultivated the Dragon Elephant Boruo Gong, and his strong physical body was enough to make up for this gap. However, the load on the body of the Realm King Fist was very large, and even though his physical body was strong, the side effects of the Realm King Fist were slowly reflected, and the breath decreased somewhat. However, Frieza's aura also declined, and Frieza, like in the original work, had not been able to completely grasp the power of the incomplete Golden Frieza, and I am afraid that he had just made a breakthrough and stopped cultivating. The victory must be mine, I will crush your bones one by one to vent the anger in my heart. Frieza roared with a hideous face, then quickly moved to Broly's side and punched Broly. You have said this many times, I'm afraid you don't have that strength. Broly crossed his arms in front of him and blocked Frieza's punch, but the huge force still shocked him and he retreated some distance. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read favorites, recommendations. Chapter 070. Damn Saiyan monkeys, give me death. After Frieza knocked Broly back with 1 punch, he casually fired a series of energy balls at Broly, probably dozens of them. Broly can dodge more, and if he can't dodge, he punches and flies, and the energy ball falls to the ground, and explodes one after another, forming hemispherical flames, and in a blink of an eye, the ground becomes a sea of fire. Frieza, on the other hand, took advantage of Broly's dodge of the energy ball to come to the top of Broly's back and kicked Broly to the ground with a whip leg. Shout! Broly fell to the ground like an unloaded cannonball, and at the moment when he was about to land, Broly suddenly stabilized his figure, and then kicked the ground with his foot, and with this force, he instantly rushed to Frisia's front and punched Frisia's stomach. Frisia's eyes were bloodshot, his eyeballs bulged, his hands covered his stomach, he spat out a mouthful of bloody phlegm, and his body was bent like a boiled shrimp. Bang bang! Broly punched quickly again, and his dense fists like a rain hit Frisia's body, and Frisia was like a human flesh sandbag, without the slightest resistance power, but kept screaming. In the end, Broly kicked Frisia out, and Frisia crashed into a small hill, completely submerged inside. Broly then fired a few more energy balls, and the explosion completely destroyed the small hill, and the area became a sea of fire. The raging flames consumed Frisia. After doing all this, Broly's face did not have any excitement, but stared at the sea of fire. After everything calmed down, Frisia's figure reappeared in Broly's eyes, with a lot of scorched black places on his body, faintly smelling of meat, and blood stains on the corners of his mouth and forehead, and the whole person looked extremely embarrassed. However, it was just a little embarrassing, and there was no substantial damage, and it did not have much impact on Frisia's combat effectiveness. Is it really not possible, with the current combat strength of the two of us, no one wants to kill anyone? Broly thought to himself, in this kind of fight, there is only one ending, that is, the destruction of Namex, and the two have to end the battle. Scion Monkey, I will definitely crush you to ashes. Frisia roared with a hideous face, and although Broly's attack did not cause him substantial damage, it completely angered him. I can only try it. Broly thought to himself. Immediately Broly closed his eyes, the red aura on his body dissipated, and then the grass-green aura soared a lot, and Broly's aura became more violent. The strong air wave centered on Broly spread around, and Frisia rushed towards Broly, but was blown out by this air wave. What happened to this Scion Monkey? Although Frisia could not sense Broly's chi, he had a bad feeling in his heart. Ugh! Broly was also uncomfortable at this time, and a large number of berserk factors invaded him to guard the last trace of clarity, not to let himself be a slave of strength. After cultivating for so many years, it was not difficult for him to channel the power of the legendary Super Saiyan in his body, but every time the transformation was not completed, he felt that those berserk factors would completely devour his sanity. So for so many years, he has not dared to try lightly, but is trying to improve his spiritual power, in order to resist the erosion of the berserk factor. Not long ago, the spiritual method of changing the heaven and earth broke through the 3,000 layers, which made his spiritual power improve a lot. Now he has encountered a formidable enemy like Frisia, who tries to transform into the legendary Super Saiyan. Bastard, how can I not even control my own strength? Broly shouted angrily, the white in his eyes dissipated, revealing golden eyes, and the grass-green aura on his body suddenly soared, and even his body became slightly taller. Finally succeeded. Broly sensed his power at this time, and was very excited. After cultivating for so many years, he could finally transform into the legendary Super Saiyan. Frisia, just use you to try my power. Broly laughed. The furious form is superimposed on the legendary Super Saiyan, and his combat power reaches 1 trillion, that is, 10 trillion, which is much more than Frisia. On the other side, Sun Wukong, who has transformed into a Super Saiyan, crushed Sob. If your strength is only that, this battle has no intention of going on, so hurry up and leave Namexing. Monkey King said. Bastard! Sob roared angrily. Then the anger on Sob's face disappeared again, and he said with a smile, although I don't like that look, I have to do it in order to kill you. You really have more power that hasn't been used. Sun Wukong said, not afraid in his heart, but very excited. Goku, this fool, why don't you kill him quickly? If you give him the opportunity to improve his strength, maybe even the Super Saiyan will not be his opponent. Klin said anxiously. This is the Monkey King we know. Tianjin Fan said with a smile. Ugh! Sob shouted, and the muscles on his body suddenly swelled, and his face, which was not yet ugly, became extremely ugly, like a toad. "Hey, it's ugly!" Clin exclaimed. Although the combat effectiveness has improved a lot, it is far inferior to Frisia, and Sun Wukong should be able to deal with it. Tianjin Fan said. Although Sob's aura has increased a lot, I don't know how to multiply it, and after the transformation, the combat power is only about 130 million. Give me death. After Sob transformed, his confidence soared, and he quickly rushed to Sun Wukong, punching Sun Wukong's head. However, Sun Wukong did not dodge, allowing Sabo's punch to hit him in the face. He did not react much, but his head was tilted to the side. "Are you tickling me with this little bit of strength?" Monkey King said. "Damn it, you dare to look down on me!" Sob was furious, continued to attack Sun Wukong, and instantly attacked dozens of punches, but did not punch Sun Wukong. "Gaku is so powerful, he actually dodged it all," Clin said excitedly. "It seems that Super Saiyan is even more powerful than we thought." Tianjin Fan said. "Abominable." Vegeta gritted his teeth unwillingly. As a Saiyan Prince, he was surpassed by a lower-level warrior. Bang! Sun Wukong suddenly struck and punched Sob's stomach, causing Sabo's movements to stop abruptly, covering his stomach with his hands, like a boiled shrimp. "There is no need to continue the fighting," Sun Wukong said with some disappointment. After the transformation, Sob's strength has not improved much, and he is still not his opponent. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novels. Chapter 071. Sun Wukong no longer had any intention of fighting with Sob, and flew towards the location of Clin's people. "Haha, give me death!" Sob suddenly laughed maniacally, and a huge ball of energy condensed in his hand. He was not ready to attack Sun Wukong, but he was ready to destroy Namex. Like Frisia, he has the ability to survive in space, and after the bombing of Namex, he still has a chance to survive, while Sun Wukong is certain to die. "Gaku, stop him!" Seeing this scene, Clin shouted loudly. "Stupid!" Sun Wukong shouted angrily, then put his hands on his waist. A ball of energy quickly condensed between his palms, and then pushed forward, like a dragon going out to sea, dragging his long tail, and rushed towards Sob. Sabo was about to smash the energy ball in his hand, but Sun Wukong's turtle Qigong wave was already coming towards him. "Nope!" Sabo's face showed fear, and he wanted to reach out to block Sun Wukong's energy ball, but he couldn't stop it, and he shouted unwillingly, and then he was pushed and flew out of Namex, which exploded in the universe and turned into cosmic dust. "It's so thrilling just now." Seeing that Sob had been killed, Clin let out a long breath and almost killed them. After killing Sob, Sun Wukong withdrew from the Super Saiyan state and flew to the side of the Klings. "Monkey King, the gap between us is getting wider and wider," Tianjin Fan said with some reluctance. He has been following the footsteps of Sun Wukong, and the gap between the two has not only not narrowed, but is getting bigger and bigger. "Super Saiyan is so powerful," Clin said. "Super Saiyans are probably still not qualified to be Broly's opponents." Monkey King shook his head and glanced in the direction of Broly and Frisia. Until today, he didn't know how powerful Broly was, and before he tried to challenge Broly, it was a little ridiculous to think about it now. "Those two guys are just a monster, I'm afraid we can't even get close to watch the battle." Clin smiled bitterly, just feeling the breath like the abyss made him lose his courage. "I'll definitely surpass Broly." Sun Wukong said that Broly's strength did not make him lose confidence, but was full of motivation. Broly's strength has always been a bottomless pit before, so he doesn't even have a goal, and now he at least knows Broly's details. Facing Broly, who has transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan, Frisia is no opponent at all, and if it were not for Broly's desire to try his strength, I am afraid that he would have killed him in a few moves. "Impossible, how can a Saiyan monkey be so strong?" Frisia roared with a hideous face. You waste, who doesn't even dare to face reality, even dares to look down on the scions. Broly said disdainfully, and then punched Frisia in the stomach, causing Frisia to spit out a mouthful of bitter water. Although I don't have much affection for planet Vegeta, it's time to repay it for everything you did to the scions today. Shout! Broly whipped it off with another whip. Frisia's body smashed into the ground, smashing out a large pit several meters in diameter, and Frisia lay at the bottom of the pit, half of his body buried in it. Broly fell from the air and stayed by Frisia's side. Please, let me go. Frisia got back on his feet, but instead of continuing to attack Broly, he knelt down to Broly and begged for mercy. I still want to be careful in front of me. I'm not Kakarot. Broly said disdainfully, sensing that Frisia was secretly condensing energy. Then let's die together. Seeing that his mind was seen through by Broly, Frisia smashed the newly condensed energy ball towards Namex, ready to detonate Namex, and pull Broly to die together. Want to pull me to accompany the funeral? Do you have that qualification? Broly grabbed Frisia's neck and instantly destroyed the energy ball condensed by Frisia. Go down and meet your brother. Broly threw Frisia into the sky, then put his hands on his waist, in the shape of a calyx. A little light lit up between his palms, and then expanded, and in a 10,000th of a second it became the size of a football. Turtle Sect Kigong Wave. Pushing his hands upwards, the ball of energy headed straight for Frisia. Nope. When facing death, Frisia's face also showed fear, and he blocked his hands in front of him, trying to block the energy ball, but everything was so powerless. Bang! A spherical flame ignited in the universe, and Frisia turned into cosmic dust along with this flame. It's finally over. After solving Frisia, Broly also exhaled a long breath. Today's battle was his happiest battle. Broly. At this time, Sun Wukong and the others flew over and shouted loudly towards Broly. Broly, even monsters like Frisia have been defeated by you, I'm afraid no one is your opponent. Klin said. There are many masters in the universe, and there are many who are stronger than me, and even some can kill me in one move. Broly smiled and shook his head. And such a powerful person. Klin said in disbelief. You'll see it later. Broly said. It turns out that there are still such masters in the universe, it seems that I have to work harder to cultivate. Sun Wukong said excitedly. Broly, I didn't kill this guy, leave it to you. Klin said, pointing to Vegeta, who was being carried by Lepin. Vegeta, long time no see. Broly laughed. Bastard. Vegeta gritted his teeth and said, very unwilling, the gap between him and Sun Wukong is already very large, and the gap between him and Broly is even greater. What about Nappa? Broly asked. Killed by this guy. Klin said. Vegeta, it seems that you are still so callous. Broly shook his head, he didn't expect to change so much, and Nappa still died at the hands of Vegeta. However, he did not have any friendship with Nappa, and whether he died or not had no effect on him. It's useless to keep such a wasted subordinate. Vegeta said. Broly shook his head and said, let's bring him back to Earth first. Let's go to the Great Elder first. Vic was badly injured, I asked Gohan to take him there. Monkey King said. Broly nodded. So the group flew towards the location of the Great Elder. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read. Favorites, recommendations. Chapter 072. 10 minutes later, Broly and his party arrived at the Great Elder's residence, where all the nemesis gathered at this time. Dad. Son Gohan saw Sun Wukong and immediately ran over. Thank you, if it weren't for you, then Mizing might not be doomed. The Great Elder said to Broly, his voice was very weak, I was afraid that he would not be able to support it for long. That's what I promised. Broly said. I hope that after this calamity, Namex can continue to have a permanent peace. The Great Elder said. The matter of that megastar is over, we should go back. Broly said, then looked at Vic again and asked, are you going to go back to Earth with us, or will you continue to stay in Namex? The life of that Mizing is too peaceful for me. Vic said that he still likes life on Earth, and he feels that with Broly and Monkey King on Earth, the future of Earth must not be peaceful. Then let's go back together. Broly said. Sun Wukong and the others all walked behind Broly and put their hands on Broly's back. Goodbye. Broly put his right index and middle fingers on his eyebrows, said goodbye to everyone, and then snorted and left Namesing. Earth, Celestial Temple. Raditz sat under a tree, because the chi in his body was sealed. He was no different from an ordinary person, he could not cultivate, and he did not have the ability to leave the Heavenly God Temple. However, living an ordinary life in the Heavenly God Temple for a year made his state of mind a lot calmer, not as violent as when he first came to Earth. The celestial gods stand on the edge of the Celestial Temple and observe the situation on Earth. Suddenly, the space fluctuated, and Broly and Sun Wukong's group appeared here. Tenjin. Broly, you're back. Tenjin said. Raditz, you are still used to living here, and I brought you an old friend. Broly laughed. Prince Vegeta. Raditz was shocked to see Vegeta. Humph. Vegeta snorted coldly, he was forcibly brought over by Broly, and now seeing Raditz, he is naturally very faceless. Broly put his hand on Raditz's body, a layer of white light appeared, and after a while, Raditz's body exuded a not weak chi. My strength has recovered. Raditz said excitedly. You and Vegeta will live on Earth from now on, remember, don't do bad things, otherwise I won't be polite. Broly warned. Broly then looked at Becky again and smiled, want to know how a lower-level warrior of Kakarot turned into a Super Saiyan. On Earth you can find this. What? Kakarot became a Super Saiyan? Reitai, shocked. I'll definitely become a Super Saiyan too, so let you know I'm the strongest. Vegeta said, and then flew out of the Celestial Temple. Prince Vegeta, wait for me. I immediately followed. Broly, just let them go like this, they won't continue to do evil. Tenjin said worriedly. Don't worry, it won't. Broly laughed. He is well aware of Vegeta's obsession with Super Saiyans and will not do evil on Earth in order to become a Super Saiyan, because then even if Broly does not kill them, he will drive them out of Earth. Kakarot, the Super Saiyan is just the starting point of the Saiyan, there are more powerful transformations behind. I hope you continue to work hard, and I hope that one day you can qualify as my opponent. Broly laughed. I will definitely cultivate harder. Sun Wukong said with full fighting intent. Then I'll go back first. Broly laughed. And then flew in the direction of the western capital. In a matter of minutes, Broly was home. Broly, you're back. Bulma was very happy to see Broly returning, and although Broly's strength was strong, she was always worried in her heart. Sorry to worry you. Broly said he couldn't do anything but say sorry. Was that Frieza defeated by you? Bulma asked. Broly nodded. Then you shouldn't leave for the next while. Bulma said. Won't leave. Broly took Bulma in his arms with some guilt, Bulma needed so simply, but he couldn't satisfy Bulma. After comforting Bulma, Broly began his own cultivation again. Although he successfully transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan, he could not fully control the power of the legendary Super Saiyan, and after the transformation, his control over Chi was reduced a lot. The legendary Super Saiyan cultivation method should be similar to that of the Super Saiyan, first reach full power. Broly thought. Super Saiyan can be divided into 4 stages, the first stage is called the Super Saiyan Early, that is, after the first transformation into a Super Saiyan, through practice, can freely transform. In the original work Sun Wukong was in this stage when he returned from the planet Adrath. The second stage is called the Super Saiyan Mid-Stage, that is, after being able to freely transform into a Super Saiyan, after hard cultivation, break through the limits of Super Saiyan, and Vegeta was in this stage when he came out of the Spirit Time House in the original book. The third stage is called the Super Saiyan late stage, which is a false transformation that sacrifices speed to gain great power, and the combat power is not as good as the second stage. In the original book, Trunks came out of the Spirit Time House and fought Churu when he was in this stage. The fourth stage is called Super Saiyan full power, which is to be able to maintain the state of Super Saiyan without fighting, and it was at this stage when Sun Wukong came out of the Spirit Time House in the original work. Freely transforming into the legendary Super Saiyan can be easily done with Broly's degree of control over his powers, so he is currently in the first phase. Boom! Broly's body appeared in a grass-green flame and transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan. Start cultivating now. Broly's cultivation method is very simple, that is, to maintain the state of the legendary Super Saiyan, and then perform some basic cultivation. After a few hours, the chi in Broly's body was almost consumed, and he automatically exited the Super Saiyan state. Taking out a fairy bean and taking it, Broly continued his cultivation just now. The second time lasted a lot longer than the first, and Broly's face showed a look of joy. This cultivation method is really effective. As the days passed, Broly remained in the legendary Super Saiyan for longer and longer each time. Half a year later, without fierce fighting, Broly can already maintain the state of the legendary Super Saiyan. This has a great relationship with Broly's foundation, as well as the cultivation of dragon elephant-like skills, and the great improvement of all aspects of physical quality. Otherwise, even if Broly knew the correct cultivation method, the speed of progress would not be so fast. _ To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novels. Chapter 073. After reaching full power, Broly ended that intense cultivation. On this day, Broly was lying on a chair next to the pool to take a nap, but Vegeta suddenly arrived. Broly, do you know how to transform into a Super Saiyan? Vegeta asked. For the past 6 months, he has been thinking about how to transform into a Super Saiyan, but there has been no progress at all. Yes, you want me to teach you to transform into a Super Saiyan? Broly laughed, thinking that it was really not easy for Vegeta to endure for so long to ask him. Abominable! Vegeta saw Broly's appearance and wanted to go up and beat Broly, but he knew that he was by no means Broly's opponent at this time. There are 3 conditions you need to transform into a Super Saiyan. Broly didn't tease Vegeta's thoughts either, and said directly. Which 3 conditions? When Vegeta heard this, his eyes lit up and asked eagerly. The first condition is that the combat effectiveness reaches at least 3 million, the second condition is that there are certain S cells in the body, the third condition is extreme anger. Broly said. Giving Vegeta a little time to digest, Broly continued, 3 million combat power is the foundation, and the ultimate anger can catalyze the rapid growth of the S in the body, thus transforming into a Super Saiyan. How can S cells be owned? Vegeta asked. The peaceful environment is conducive to the production of S cells, which is why I said you can find ways to transform into Super Saiyans on Earth. Broly said. So it is. After getting the way to transform into a Super Saiyan, Vegeta is excited. Broly, I will definitely prove that I am the strongest Saiyan. Vegeta said, and then flew away. At this time, Bulma came over with 2 glasses of juice and a plate of fruit. Is this guy's name Vegeta just here? Bulma asked. How did you meet? Broly was a little surprised. Now Bulma has no contact with Vegeta at all, and should not know Vegeta. I have a good friend named Palanti, and I saw pictures of Vegeta from her. Bulma said. How did she know Vegeta? Broly continued to ask. Palanti had heard Bulma say before, he was a friend of Bulma when he was a child, and his family opened a not small company, although it was not as good as the capsule company, but it was also the #1 on the earth. She met a gang of gangsters some time ago, it was Vegeta who saved her, and knowing that Vegeta had no place to live, she invited Vegeta to live in her house. Bulma said. It seems that Vegeta was born to be a rich woman's life. Broly laughed in his heart. Palantee invited Vegeta to live in her house, and must have taken a fancy to Vegeta. However, he wondered how Vegeta could rescue Palantee, which was impossible according to Vegeta's personality. However, what Broly didn't know was that Becky quarreled with him for the gangsters, so he solved the gangsters, and saved Palantee only incidentally. In the blink of an eye, another half a year passed. On this day, Broly was in the cultivation room, but suddenly sensed a space-time fluctuation, and he got the ability to travel through time and space from the Super Divine Dragon, and was very sensitive to this space-time fluctuation. Calculate the time, it is when Trunks travels from the future in the original book, is it him? Broly guessed in his heart, and then snorted and teleported over. In a plane of the earth, a special flying machine appeared out of thin air. Immediately after that, the hatch of the aircraft opened, and a 17 or 18-year-old boy came out of the aircraft, carrying a long sword on his back. In 3 hours, Mr. Goku will return to Earth, so in order to avoid changing history, I will only meet Mr. Goku alone. The teenager said. Just as the teenager was about to fly away, the space fluctuated, and Broly appeared in front of him. Who? The boy looked at Broly warily. Trunks? Broly asked. The boy in front of him looked a lot like the Trunks he had seen in the original book, but there were some differences, at least the hair was not purple. You know me? Trunks said in shock. Logically speaking, he traveled from the future, and it is impossible for anyone to know him in this era. It's really you, you should have traveled from the future. Broly laughed. How would you know? Trunks was even more shocked. How do I know? You don't need to know, or answer me a few questions first. Don't think about doing it. Even if you transform into a Super Saiyan, your little strength is still not enough in front of me. Broly said, then bursting out a little breath. Although it was only a little, it was extremely powerful for Trunks, and he was a little breathless. It's so strong, I don't even have the courage to resist. It's much stronger than number 17 and no 18. Trunks said he was shocked. What do you want to know? In the end, Trunks decided to see what Broly wanted to ask first. Who is your mother? Broly asked, which was his primary concern. My mother is Palantee. Trunks thought about the problem and told Broly that it wasn't a big deal. Broly breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this answer, and then asked, what about Bulma? I don't know Bulma. Trunks shook his head. You don't even know Bulma, didn't you have a universal capsule company in your time? Broly said with some surprise. The capsule company is my family, but I don't know Bulma. Trunks said. What's going on? Broly's heart was also puzzled. What are you here for? In our time, there were 2 powerful artificial humans, they did everything evil, and I came over to tell Mr. Goku the news and give Mr. Goku a special medicine to treat his heart disease. Trunks said, telling Broly the purpose of his crossing. It seems that the situation in Trunks' world is similar to that in the original book, and the only thing that has changed is Bulma. Broly thought to himself. This world is not the past of the world you are in, but a parallel world. Broly said. It took my mother so much effort to invent the time machine, and it seems that it still failed. Trunks looked frustrated when he heard that this world was not his past. Even if you really go back in time, it is impossible to change the situation of your world. At best, there will be an additional parallel world. Don't you even understand this? Broly said. It turns out that all the efforts we made were in vain. Trunks' expression became even more frustrated. It's really a Saiyan face, encountering a powerful enemy, thinking about how to defeat him, and hoping to change history. Broly scolded sternly. The enemy is too strong, even if I become a Super Saiyan, I am still not their opponent. Trunks said. Super Saiyan is not his opponent, won't you surpass Super Saiyan? Broly said. Underscore. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read. Favorites, recommendations. Chapter 074. Beyond the Super Saiyan, is this possible? Trunks said without confidence. I haven't tried it, how can I know it's impossible? Broly said that the second generation of Saiyans, such as Trunks and Sun Wukong, have more qualifications than Vegeta and Sun Wukong, but they lack a heart that dares to challenge. You turn into a Super Saiyan and attack me with all your might. That offends. Trunks said, pulling out the long sword behind his back, and turned into a Super Saiyan with a bang, and a golden flame rose up from his body. Don't worry about attacking, your little strength can't hurt me. Seeing that Trunks was still a little hesitant, Broly spoke. Ugh! Trunks shouted, then swung his sword and slashed at Broly, who stretched out a finger and easily blocked Trunks' attack. Dang dang! The fingers collided with the long sword, making a sound similar to the clash of gold and iron. 3 minutes later, Trunks was already panting, but Broly's breath was not disordered, as if he had not tried Trunks by. You are too strong, I am not your opponent. Trunks said discouraged, withdrawing from Super Saiyan status. Forgot to tell you that I'm also a Saiyan, do you still think it's impossible to surpass Super Saiyan? Broly laughed. How is this possible? Under normal circumstances, it is so much stronger than my Super Saiyan. When Trunks heard this, he was shocked. You haven't worked hard in any direction, how do you know it's impossible? Broly said. Broly. At this time, Sun Wukong, Sun Wuhan, and Vic flew over. Just now I sensed a very powerful aura, it seems to be the breath of a Super Saiyan, so I came to take a look. Monkey King said. He's the Super Saiyan you said he's talking about. Broly said. Wow, you can also transform into a Super Saiyan and look so young, can you fight me? Sun Wukong looked at Trunks excitedly. I'll talk about the fight later, since you're here, there's just one thing to tell you. Broly said. What's going on? Monkey King asked. Klin is here too, wait until they arrive, so as not to say it again later. Broly sensed several breaths approaching. After a while, Klin, Tianjin Rice, Dumpling, Leaping, Vegeta, and Raditz all came over. Come on! Broly glanced at Trunks and deliberately did not mention Trunks' name, just to avoid affecting the birth of Trunks in their world. 3 years later, on May 12th, at about 10 o'clock in the morning, on a small island 9 kilometers southwest of Nandu, 2 super terrifying people appeared. They are infinitely powerful and powerful unimaginable monsters. Trunks said. Wait a minute, what's going on in the future, how are you? Vic asked. I forgot to tell you that he came from the future of another world, a parallel world of our world, and what happened in their world is likely to happen in one world. Broly said. From the future. Klin was shocked. 2 powerful monsters, are they human? Tianjin Fan asked. No, they are artificial humans made by Earthlings, the so-called biochemical people, and the mad scientist Dr. Gro of the original Red Silk Legion made them. Trunks said. Red Silk Legion. The Red Silk Legion that I killed? Sun Wukong said. Yes, although the Red Silk Army has been wiped out by Mr. Goku, their scientist, Dr. Gro, survived and continued his research in order to avenge Mr. Goku. Trunks said. You who can transform into a Super Saiyan call those 2 androids monsters. It seems that their strength is quite strong. Sun Wukong said excitedly. In one-on-one, I ran very reluctantly, and against 2 people, I was not an opponent at all. Trunks said. According to you, the artificial people are very limited in strength than you, even if the 2 people are added together, they cannot be Broly's opponents. Vic asked. In our world, there is no presence of this Mr. Broly. Trunks said. What about us? Monkey King asked. Mr. Goku will soon become seriously ill and die, while the others will be killed in the battle with the androids. Trunks said. It's hateful, it's really unwilling to be unable to fight them. Monkey King said. Is it really such a pity not to participate in the battle? Doesn't Mr. Gaku feel terrifying? Trunks said. Of course it's terrifying, their strength is very strong, I really want to see their power. Monkey King said. It's really worthy of being a real Scion warrior, this is a special medicine for heart virus, if you take it immediately after showing symptoms, Mr. Gaku will not have to die. Trunks said. That's wonderful. Monkey King was very happy. Even if the artificial humans you mentioned appear in our world, with Broly, they can't make any waves. Clin said. With Mr. Broly's strength, it should be possible to defeat them, but it's a pity that we don't have Mr. Broly in that world. Trunks said. Remind you, if artificial humans appear in our world, their strength will only be stronger. Broly said. No matter how strong these artificial people become, I will definitely defeat them in 3 years, and then those who do not have confidence will not be used. Vegeta said through gritted teeth. This should be said to yourself. Vic said. Do you want to fight? Vegeta was provoked by Vic and was very upset. Okay, let's work hard to cultivate. Sun Wukong stood up as a peacemaker. At this time and space fluctuated again, and then a young girl appeared in front of everyone out of thin air. The girl had long blue-green hair, wore red clothes, and looked like Bulma. Hi everyone! The girl laughed. What are you? Broly asked. You guess. The girl laughed and winked at Broly. Looking at your expression, you should know us and be familiar with us, but we don't know you, which means that you are likely to travel from the future like him. Broly said. You winked at me mischievous just now, and the breath on your body makes me feel very familiar, you should be my daughter. Dad, you're amazing, you can guess that. The girl said with an exaggerated expression. What? When the others heard this, they were shocked. What's your name? Broly asked. My name is Bora. I was born in 2.5 years, you and your mother need to work hard and build me on time. Bra said mischievously. What did you cross over for? Broly continued to ask. Of course, for him, traveling through time and space is a mortal sin, and as the king god of the preparatory time realm, of course, I will arrest him back. Bra said, pointing at Trunks. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novels. Chapter 075. Prepare the king god of the time realm, it seems that your strength should be very good. Broly said, knowing that he is still an intern prep destroyer. That's of course, when people are born, they have 100,000 combat power, and they also have time and space abilities. Dad, you are not my opponent now. Bra said arrogantly. Broly's daughter seems to be very big and strong, and even Broly is not his opponent. Clin whispered. Although he didn't know what the king god of the preparatory time realm was, he knew that it was not simple when he heard it. But she doesn't look very strong. Sun Wukong frowned. Little girl, wait for a fight with me, let me see if your strength is really as strong as you say. Broly said. Since Dad said this, of course I, as a daughter, am willing to accompany me. Bra said with a mischievous smile. This guy doesn't know that traveling through time and space is a mortal sin, let him go this time, and send him back to his original time and space later. Broly said. For Dad's sake, let him go this time. Bra said. Come with me to meet your mother later. Broly said that he felt a strange feeling that suddenly had such a big daughter. Of course I'm going to see my mother. A bad smile appeared on Beulah's face, and he didn't know what he was thinking, which made Broly feel bad. Let's go back separately, see you in 3 years. Broly said to the crowd. Well, I must cultivate hard in the past 3 years. Sun Wukong said energetically, with a powerful enemy, Sun Wukong's motivation for cultivation has increased a lot. Kakarot, there is no need for you to come or not, I will definitely defeat the artificial man. Vegeta said. You come back with me first. Broly looked at Trunks. Trunks nodded. Immediately, everyone separated, and each went back to cultivate, preparing to meet the enemy 3 years later. When Broly returned home, he called Bulma and told Bulma about it. I actually have such a big daughter. Bulma looked at Bra curiously. Mom, people haven't been born yet, you and Dad have to come on. Bra laughed. Bulma wasn't as cheeky as Broly, and a blush appeared on her face when she heard Beulah say this. Broly, now there's nothing for you, you can leave, I have something to whisper with Bra. Bulma said. All right. Broly shrugged helplessly, he was left out in the cold so quickly. Broly came to the courtyard, where Trunks was waiting. Mr. Broly, can you come back with me and deal with those 2 powerful enemies? Trunks said. No, traveling through time and space is not small, you even think of using external forces, haven't you thought about defeating artificial humans with your own strength? Broly said. Even if I can surpass Super Saiyan. But there is simply no time. Ranks said. You don't have to worry about time, there is a special space above the Heavenly God Temple, 1 year inside, only 1 day outside, that is, the conditions inside are very difficult, I don't know if I can stick to it. Broly said. It's great that there is such a magical place, I will definitely stick to it. Trunks said, his gaze becoming very firm when he thought of the hellish future world. I'll take you there later. Broly said. Thank you Mr. Broly. Trunks said. About 2 hours later, Bulma and Bra came out, but Bulma's eyes were a little wrong when she looked at Broly, which made Broly a little inexplicable. Broly. Can you explain to me what's going on with Lazuli? Bulma said very unhappily. What Lazuli? Broly asked suspiciously, only to find the name familiar. Mom, Dad doesn't know Aunt Lazuli now. Bra laughed. Hearing Bra say this, Broly understood a little, and at the same time remembered that the name of number 8 was called Lazuli. Could it be that something happened to me and Lazuli in the future? Broly thought to himself. Humph. Bulma snorted coldly. Hee, Dad, who let you force me to cultivate when you were a child, this time I finally came back with fierce revenge. Bra said with a bad smile in his heart. Dare to say bad things about me in front of Bulma, and you must undergo very strict cultivation in the future. Broly also sneered in his heart. If Ba knew that she was forced to cultivate when she was a child, she caused it herself, she would definitely regret her death. Beulah, I'm going to take Trunks to the Temple of Heaven, you come with me. Broly saw that the atmosphere was a little awkward, and quickly changed the topic. Bra nodded, then looked at Bulma reluctantly, and said, Mom, if I have the opportunity in the future, I will come back to see you. Beulah, goodbye. Bulma was also very reluctant. Immediately, Broly, Trunks, and Bra flew in the direction of the Celestial Temple, and in less than 3 minutes, they arrived at the Celestial Temple. Broly, why are you here? Tenjin asked. You must already know what happened before. Broly said that when talking about artificial humans before, he sensed that there was a person snooping, which should be the gods. Tenjin nodded. I want to use the Spirit Time House. Broly said. Bobo, you take them. Tenjin didn't ask Broly how he knew about the Spirit Time House, and asked Bobo to take Broly and the 3 to the Spirit Time House. The 3 of Broly followed Bobo through several corridors before finally coming to a door. This is the Spirit Time House, but only 2 people can enter at a time. Bobo said. It's okay, it won't have any effect if I go in. Bra said with a smile, she is the king god of the preparatory time realm, controlling the power of time and space, and the restrictions of the Spirit Time House are useless to her. Then let's go in together. Broly said. When the three entered the spirit time house, they were greeted by a white space, with no end in sight. "What a special place!" Trunks said. "The space inside is no smaller than the Earth, gravity is 10 times that of the Earth, and the temperature varies between 40 degrees Celsius and -50 degrees Celsius." Broly introduced. "The most unbearable thing is that there is nothing in it, and this white environment causes a lot of pressure on people's spirits. I'll definitely stick with it," Trunks said firmly. "Compared to everything that the world is enduring, this little suffering he has to suffer is nothing at all. This is a gravity bracelet, you can cultivate it yourself." Broly took out a gravity bracelet capsule to Trunks. He didn't plan to teach Trunks to cultivate, everything depended on Trunks himself. "Thank you, Mr. Broly." Trunks took the gravity bracelet, thanked Broly, and then prepared to cultivate. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read. Favorites, recommendations.